Chapter 1 Forced Confession. Rich School Beauty. Huaxia, Tiannan Province, Tianjin City, Tianjin University. April 18, Friday, a sunny and breezy day. Smack! A slap rang out, and everyone around turned to look. Jinjin, let me explain. Explain yourself, you motherfucker. Why didn't you explain when you slept with my best friend? The short-haired girl slapped him again, but the man opposite her grabbed her wrist. A crowd gathered around, and some people recognized the girl at a glance. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Morong family? Who is it? Our school's Satomi Ishihara has consistently ranked first in the school beauty pageant for 3 consecutive years. Nonsense, what man doesn't like Ishihara? Chenhua, who was listening intently, looked at the young lady at the center of the controversy. She had chestnut-colored short hair draped over her shoulders and delicate, beautiful features. She was indeed stunningly beautiful. Especially her face, it really does look 7 or 8 parts like that Japanese actress. As a student from out of town, he had heard of some wealthy families in Tianjin. The Morong family's main business is textiles. Although they rank in the lower middle of the Tianjin wealth list, the families that make the list all have assets of over 1 billion. At the center of the controversy, Morongjun, unable to break free from the man, coldly shouted, "Let go, Tanhua." Tanhua, the vice president of the student union? How dare he cuckold Miss Morong? Someone immediately identified the man. The Tan family is even richer than the Morong family, so what are they afraid of? Tanhua abruptly shook off the girl's wrist and said sternly, "Don't put on airs in front of me. I've only slept with your best friend twice, I haven't messed around with any other women, why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Shanhua's lips twitched. Wasn't messing around with his girlfriend's best friend an even bigger crime? Why did they even come up with the idea that good things shouldn't go to outsiders? The boy and a young couple was indignant. That scumbag, he cheats on his girlfriend and even feels superior about it. His girlfriend scoffed, he's a genuine tall, rich, and handsome guy. I'd be willing to. What the hell are you saying? The boy roared. Am I not as handsome as this jerk? Come on, the woman said, looking around. Who here is more handsome than Tan Hua? Her gaze suddenly stopped on Chen Hua. This classmate is someone I could compare with. Upon hearing this, the woman's boyfriend looked her over and silently commented, he is quite handsome, but his attire screams, don't come near me if you're poor. Chen Hua wore a see-through t-shirt and faded, worn-out jeans. Even in shabby clothes, his distinctive jawline and well-proportioned features were still undeniable. Dude, you look a lot like that retired male celebrity. Upon hearing her boyfriend's words, the girl nodded repeatedly, yes, it's that woman killer, what's his name again? Shenhua forced a dry laugh, thinking to himself, if I were that person, just for your I'm willing just now, I would give you a deliberately delivered punch. He lowered his head, turned, and left. It's better not to watch this spectacle. After all, no matter how beautiful this young lady is, I'll never have any connection with her in this lifetime. It's more important to hurry up and go to the courier station to earn some money for food. Ding! Soft rice system activated. A mechanical sound exploded. Shenhua stood there, stunned. A soft rice system? As a fan of online novels, he certainly knew what the system meant. This kind of plot that only exists in novels actually happened to me? But I've never been in a relationship, so where would I get the money to live off a woman? Please bind your first goddess within 30 seconds, or the system will eliminate the host. Binding requirements, single women with a charm value 80 and a growth value 3. Shenhua was shocked. Holy crap! What kind of ruthless system is this? It will erase you if you fail to bind? Other systems give you a generous gift pack at the start, but yours gives you a crematorium? Countdown begins, 30, 29, 28. Shenhua's forehead veins throbbed as he hurriedly looked around for his target. A goddess who can be bound has been detected. Name, Morongjun. Age, 21. Height, 159 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Charm value, 88. Growth value, 3. Favorability, 0. Note, growth value is considered as the number of opposite-sex individuals who have had a relationship with this goddess. How to bind, make eye contact with the goddess for 5 seconds. Are you kidding me? She's the school beauty, and she's having a public argument with her ex-boyfriend right now. If I were to flirt with her now, wouldn't that rich kid on the other side tear me apart? 20, 19, 18. The countdown ticked like a death knell. Shenhua made a snap decision, pushed through the crowd, and rushed in. All eyes turned to the boy who had suddenly barged in. Morongjin and Tanhua were both stunned and frowned as they looked at him. Just make eye contact for 5 seconds. Shenhua stared intently into the girl's eyes, his will to survive palpable. When Morongjin met his gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine and hastily turned his face away. 10, 9, 8. Look at me. To Morongjin's astonishment, Shenhua cupped her face in his hands. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone was frozen in place, and Tanhua's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Shenhua's gaze was fixed on those eyes, and he could feel his heart pounding in his chest, the thump-thump-thump sound clearly audible. Holy crap! What a nice view! Dark, bright eyes is usually used to describe children. But these eyes happened to be on the face of a beautiful young woman, and their captivating gaze revealed a hint of allure that made it impossible to look away. The feeling of love came immediately. Morongjin's face was half white and half red, and the boy opposite her looked at her as if he wanted to devour her alive. A chill ran through her body, and her eyes widened in disbelief and unease. Shenhua thought she was going to dodge again, so he unconsciously increased the pressure on her hand. What was her name again? Never mind. Miss, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? The crowd erupted in gasps of surprise. Wow, Jinfu is awesome. Someone recognized the man who looked just like Shenhua at a glance. Jinfu and Satomi Ishihara? Holy crap, they really do look alike from this angle. Quick, take a picture. This will definitely trend on campus. Such a dramatic scene prompted someone to take out their phone to take pictures. The most excited were the young couple, who seemed to have discovered some kind of unusual couple and were having a great time shipping them. Confessing his feelings? As long as it's not kidnapping. Morongjin's eyes lit up. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to get revenge on Tanhua? She asked with a half smile, what do you like about me? Shenhua's hand froze in midair. He hadn't expected to have to answer any questions. What do I like about you? It's just a task the system gave me. Ding. Binding successful. After hearing the system notification, Shenhua finally looked down. From this angle, he could clearly see the flat bust beneath the tank top, extending all the way to her fair, smooth thighs. To his surprise, he discovered that Morongjin was struggling to stand on tiptoe to match his height, her two fair legs stretched straight. Who would have thought that this girl, who looks like she has legs that are 1.2 meters long, is actually short? Does liking long, white legs sound too superficial? I like. Shenhua was halfway through his sentence when he was suddenly kicked to the ground. You'd love your mother's father. You dare touch my woman. Tanhua's face was contorted with rage as he raised his foot to stomp on Shenhua. Morongjin shoved Tanhua aside and stood in front of Shenhua. Tanhua. Get out of here. We're over. I dumped you. She's less than 1.6 meters tall, but she has the presence of someone 2.8 meters tall. She didn't even bother to pull her tank top back down when it slipped off her shoulder. Chapter 2: The Soft Rice System, 10,000 times the return. Tanhua stood up straight, both angry and amused. Morongjin, you actually protect this poor loser? I will protect whoever I love. Morongjin spread his hands. You two have been having an affair for a long time, haven't you? Don't even mention one leg, you could have 3. Unlike you, even instant noodles are tougher than you. Instant noodles get soggy in 3 minutes, a comment drifted from the crowd. The onlookers rubbed their hands excitedly. Is Tanhua really bluffing? Look, his face has turned green. You. Tanhua raised his hand and stopped in mid-air. Before anyone could react, a figure suddenly rushed out and kicked out from mid-air. Tanhua collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in pain, his face a mixture of agony and shock, clearly not expecting anyone to dare hit him. The figure, however, persisted, grabbing his collar and lifting him up. What caught my eye was Shenhua's menacing face, as he said viciously. Come on. Young Master Tan. Let's have a one-on-one duel. Shenhua grew up in an orphanage, which instilled in him a vengeful nature. Even if the school leaders were present, he would have returned that kick to Tanhua exactly as it was. You. Tanhua was both shocked and furious that an ordinary student dared to speak to him like that. Stop talking nonsense, do you dare or not? Shenhua was not afraid of making things worse. He's an orphan, so he's not afraid of anything. At worst, he can just pull the rich kid along and start over. Tan Hua was unconvinced, but deep down he dared not. Putting aside whether we can beat this madman in front of us, the fact that things have escalated will definitely have a significant negative impact. Although my family has connections to back me up and I'm not afraid of the school pursuing this matter, it's still a problem. If it falls into the wrong hands and is used against them, it could damage the reputation of the Tan family business. Tan Hua glared back at Chen Hua with a sinister look in his eyes. What the hell is your name? Which department are you in? The threat in those words was obvious. Swallow your anger for now and settle the score later. With his background, he has plenty of ways to bring down a student who has no powerful connections. Don't be afraid, classmate, we're here for you. The boy from the young couple was the first to stand up. Wow, Vice Chairman Tan, you've got quite the airs of an official, another girl remarked sarcastically. So the Tan family is so great, huh? They think they can do whatever they want just because they have money? You started it all. We all saw it. The students watching chimed in, their voices growing louder and louder. Tan Hua's face grew increasingly grim. He forcefully shook off Chen Hua's hand and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Fine, you just wait. Amidst the boos of the crowd, he left dejectedly. However, the onlookers did not disperse. Instead, they craned their necks to watch the aftermath of this love triangle drama. When Chen Hua looked up, he saw that there were still red finger marks left on Morongjin's fair chin from when he had pinched him. He panicked immediately. Miss, I. What? Weren't you being pretty brave just now? Morongjin looked at him with interest, his eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and disdain. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she slowly walked towards Chen Hua. When they were only half a step apart, she leaned forward slightly and gently rested her forehead on his shoulder. This intimate gesture drew cheers from those around them. I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Her voice was very soft, only Chen Hua could hear it. But you can take my hand and leave. Before Chen Hua could react, a small hand was stuffed into his palm. He was deeply moved. Although this young lady had politely declined his offer, she was willing to give him a dignified exit. She was nothing like the spoiled and willful person rumored on campus. Chen Hua gently grasped it, his back instantly stiffening. This was the first time he had officially held hands with a girl. Wow, the onlookers erupted in cheers. Are school beauties really that easy to woo? I think I could do it too. That's called hero saves the damsel in distress. If you're so capable, why didn't you do it yourself earlier? I peed clearly, come and look in the mirror, are you as handsome as Jinfu? Amidst the envious gazes of countless boys, Chen Hua, feeling dizzy, was led out of the crowd by Morongjin. From an angle he couldn't see, a vengeful smirk curled at the corner of the young lady's mouth. He's going to kill me. Confessing my feelings was like a kidnapping. I almost thought he'd kill me if I rejected him. And another thing. He dared to pinch my cheek in public, and with such force, it still hurts. She glanced at Chen Hua again out of the corner of her eye, continuing to complain, this poor kid is desperate to live off a woman, he thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's good looking. Then don't blame me for ruining your plans. I'm not only going to reject you, but I'm also going to reject you on behalf of the other girls. From today onwards, you'll be known as my boyfriend, and I guarantee you won't find a boyfriend in college. Being handsome is useless. The two walked to a nearby parking lot, where Morongjin dismissed the thought and quickly withdrew his hand. The show's over, get out. Chen Hua stood there, stunned, staring blankly at the other person. What the hell? This change of attitude was faster than turning the pages of a book. Morongjin pulled out a wet wipe from his Hermes bag to wipe his hands and said jokingly, what? You really think a rich girl would fall in love with a poor boy? You watch too many TV dramas, don't you? Chen Hua seized on the key point, who said I'm a poor kid? Morongjin rolled his eyes at him. With your outfit, you still have the nerve to say you're not a poor kid? She tilted her head and pondered, wondering if he was a resident who had received compensation for his land expropriation and didn't care about his clothes at all. Even for those who received compensation for their land expropriation, what did that little bit of money mean to the Morong family? The poor boy I'm talking about isn't a poor boy in the literal sense. Even if you have tens of millions in demolition compensation or hundreds of millions in your family, you're still a poor boy in my eyes, okay? Morongjin added, I am the only daughter of the Morong family. Do you understand the value of the name Morong Group? Morong Group is currently ranked 70th on the Tianjin wealth list, with assets exceeding 3 billion yuan. This number is absolutely astronomical for ordinary people. Chen Huo frowned. Half an hour ago, he was just an ordinary person who didn't know anything, and of course he would only dare to admire this young lady from afar and not dare to make any advances. But now that we have the system, isn't reaching the pinnacle of life and finding a beautiful, rich, and successful woman a basic operation? But, is this system really reliable? After successfully binding myself to the goddess, why haven't I received any rewards? Can it handle 3 billion? Shenhua suppressed his thoughts and, as if possessed, asked, what if? I mean, what if my assets surpassed those of the Morong family? I'd even have your baby. The young lady was practically laughing her head off. She knew all the wealthy young men and women on the rich list by heart. They were all part of the Tianjin elite circle. The poor student in front of her, who couldn't even afford a decent shirt, couldn't possibly have such a family background, so she made this bet without any scruples. It's a deal. Give me some time. Definitely not. Morongjin slapped away his pinky finger, causing his Cartier watch and bracelet to clink together. I'll give you a month, and that's it. I can't waste my youth on you. Just 1 month? You don't think you can do it all in 10 years, do you? Frankly speaking, there's really no difference between a month and 10 years. Billions in assets, if you weren't born with them, you'll never have them in this lifetime. Of course, there are legendary figures in the world who start from scratch and achieve great success, but the chances of that are so low as to be negligible. Shenhua cried out in his heart, System, can you hear me? Give me some startup capital. The host has not yet been able to receive a reward, so no reward can be issued. Shenhua was completely bewildered. What exactly constitutes being a kept man? At this moment, Morongjin got into his car, the engine roared to life, and the crimson Porsche Panamera GTS started to drive out of the parking lot. Wait! Shenhua rushed over and blocked the front of the car. The driver's side window rolled down, revealing the young lady's angry face. Are you trying to get yourself killed? We have to leave a token, right? Shenhua said, forcing himself to hold out his hand. I'll come find you with the token within a month. Get lost. Morongjin rolled his eyes to the sky. She grabbed a lighter from the center console and threw it at him, saying, take this as a family heirloom. The Porsche roared off, while Shenhua stood still, staring at the Zippo lighter with the little yellow duck printed on it in his hand. A mechanical sound suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations, host, you've become a kept man. When your goddess spends money on you, you'll receive a 10,000-fold cashback. Host detected receiving a gift from the goddess, a Zippo lighter co-branded with B.Duck, with a cashback of 5.57 million Huaxia coins. The next moment, Shenhua's phone vibrated, and he unlocked it. Huaxia Bank, your account ending in 0727 has received a deposit of 5,570,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 5,570,200.12 yuan. Chapter 3: The most beautiful girl in the art department. Holy crap! I'm a millionaire now. Shenhua stared in disbelief at the string of zeros on the text message. I immediately opened the Huaxia Bank app and saw the balance of over 5 million yuan. My scalp tingled. System, this money. I really can spend it? The funds returned by the system are absolutely safe. Please feel free to spend them. Special warning 1: cash transfers to the bound goddess are prohibited. Special warning 2: it is forbidden to directly ask the bound goddess for money or valuables. What will happen if I break this rule? Just as Shenhua had this thought, the system emitted a human-like girl's laughter. He he he. If the host dares to break the rules, this system will confiscate your tools of the crime. Omega. Shenhua suddenly squeezed his legs together, horrified. Female system, system mom? I'm a pure and innocent girl system, not one of those old aunties. 3. I think it's more like a ruthless system. Shenhua remembers almost being wiped out by it. Humph. This system is going to take a beauty nap. You'll have to figure it out yourself first. Activating automation mode. Oh. Don't go yet. I still have a question. Shenhua called out in his mind for a long time, but heard no response. His gaze fell on the token given to him by Morongjin, a seemingly ordinary lighter. This lighter is worth 557 yuan? 5 minutes ago, Shenhua would have been heartbroken over the cost. Was this lighter inlaid with gold? But now he muttered, is this all a rich heiress needs? Something worth tens of thousands is more worthy of her. If it were a lighter that costs tens of thousands of yuan, he would be a billionaire by now. In just a few minutes, his mindset transformed from that of a poor boy to that of a millionaire. Composing himself, Chenhua strolled around the campus with light steps, skipping the part-time job he was supposed to do. The wind blowing in his face now feels refreshing, the scenery is still the same, but his mindset is different. Confidence and composure, that's the confidence the system provides. He recalled his bet with Morongjin and habitually broke down the tasks. In 1 month, it generated more than 3 billion. On average, at least 100 million yuan in cashback needs to be completed every day. That's even more ruthless than the quarterly targets of listed companies. This young lady's days of living off her husband are probably numbered. Her immediate priority is to find new clients. Chenhua was brimming with confidence. Although he had never been in a relationship, he had seen it. I now have 5 million yuan in startup capital. I can win the hearts of beautiful girls just by throwing money at them. Tianjin University, a 211 project university, has numerous departments and disciplines. Along the way, I saw quite a few pretty girls, and several of them had a charm rating of around 70. But apart from Morongjin, no one else has scored above 80 points. At this moment, a beautiful woman with long, wavy hair walked towards us, wearing a tight short skirt that showed off her curves, especially her impressive bust, which almost burst through the thin fabric. System, how about this? The system's cold, mechanical voice provided the answer. Name, Li Yun. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charm value, 80. Growth value, 36 exceeds standard. Favorability, 0. Does not meet binding standards. Are you kidding me? A growth value of 36. Chenhua couldn't hide his surprise and quickly stepped aside, not giving Li Yun a chance to pass by. Neuropathy. Seeing the man's reaction as if he were avoiding a plague, the beautiful woman muttered a curse under her breath. Chenhua sized up the woman's back, silently making plans in his mind. Li Yun's face wasn't exactly exquisitely beautiful, but her figure was excellent. It seems that this charm rating is a comprehensive evaluation that combines face, figure, and temperament. He saw Li Yun walk quickly to the side of the road and get into the passenger seat of a yellow Porsche Panamera. Her coquettish voice rang out from inside the car, "Young Master Su, I'm late." A male voice responded, "Is it enough to just say you're late?" "They just finished class," she explained softly. "What are you pretending to be, you adult education guy? I'm furious right now." Alright, let's hurry to the hotel." "Put your head down first." "Ah, here?" "Bury your head." Chenhua listened intently, then shook his head and walked away. Damn, the world is going to the dogs. In today's fast-paced world, beautiful women who haven't had many opportunities to grow up are a rare resource. He settled for second best. He didn't dare to dream of the school beauty, but surely it wouldn't be too much to ask for the college beauty or the department beauty? Ideally, they should be people who haven't grown up yet. Art Academy, Lakeside Pavilion. A beautiful woman stood gracefully, with a pure face and fair skin. She wore a white shirt, the hem of which was neatly tucked into a black knee-length aligned skirt. She has a naturally youthful, innocent face that makes many boys around her stare in disbelief. "Isn't this Li Tianyu from your department?" Someone immediately recognized her. "She really is the most beautiful girl in the art department. She's even prettier in person than in photos." Li Tianyu outwardly ignored the outside world's discussions, but secretly she was so angry she was grinding her teeth. "Why does everyone call me the department beauty? Isn't the art college just a fine arts department and a music department? Since I'm the prettiest girl in the art department, I should at least be called the campus beauty." She suppressed all her emotions and looked at the boy in front of her with a smile. "Junior, do you think this computer can be fixed?" She handed over an Apple laptop with a badly worn casing. Zhang Qingyan felt very pleased. The most beautiful girl in the art department was looking at him with all her heart. This was a treatment that many boys envied. Today, Li Tianyu took the initiative to ask me out, albeit under the pretext of fixing my computer. Zhang Qingyan is a computer science student, and computer repair seems tailor-made for him. He guessed that fixing the computer was just an excuse for his crush to ask him out, and that there shouldn't be anything wrong with the computer. With just a little fiddling, you can easily arrange a date. Thinking of this, a cold smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He had gone to great lengths to please her this semester, showering her with gifts and courting her, and now he was finally about to succeed. "Senior Tianyu, don't worry. You don't have to believe me, but you have to believe in our school's programs. Zhang Qingyan made a boastful promise, took the notebook, and started fiddling with it. This was the first time he had ever seen a laptop with such battle damage. No one would probably disagree that it had been to Ukraine. It can't even boot up, let alone run. As a computer science student, he could tell that the computer hadn't just broken down, but had been broken for a long time. Why would you give me a laptop that's been broken for a long time to repair? Could it be that you want to? Zhang Qingyan tentatively asked, Senior Tianyu, this laptop model is really too old. What am I going to do? I'm in a hurry to submit my design assignment. Without a computer, I can't do it. Li Tianyu put on an anxious expression. Zhang Qingyan saw this and knew the answer in her heart. Sure enough, she wanted me to buy her a new one. Chapter 4. I want to try my first work. The cheapest Apple laptops are around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan now, but she definitely wouldn't be satisfied with the lowest configuration. She'd want at least one around 10,000 yuan. For Zhang Qingyan, 10,000 yuan is neither a lot nor a little. As a local resident of Tianjin, his family is quite well off, owning several properties and receiving 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses alone. Senior Tianyu, how about I give you a new one, he suggested, feigning thoughtfulness. Ha! Li Tianyu exaggeratedly covered her mouth, waving her hands repeatedly. This is inappropriate, this is too expensive. Keep performing. I'm not afraid of you acting, I'm just afraid you won't accept it. Zhang Qingyan sneered inwardly and proposed a condition. Giving a laptop to a classmate is indeed inappropriate, but what if it's for your girlfriend? Li Tianyu understood perfectly, but pretended to be clueless. Qingyan, what's going on? Senior Tianyu, don't you understand my feelings? If you're willing to be my girlfriend, I'll buy you anything, let alone a computer. Li Tianyu was somewhat tempted. To be fair, Zhang Qingyan had always treated her well, and this time he had shown even greater sincerity. It's not a bad idea to try dating him. Before she could answer, Zhang Qingyan continued, if you agree, we'll buy the computer right now. It's almost May Day holiday, and I'll take you to Chongqing. As he spoke, he glanced down at the beautiful legs beneath the skirt, his gaze filled with lust. Going on a trip after establishing a relationship speaks volumes. He'll only book one room, and the two of them will be alone together. He'll do whatever it takes to win her over. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu gritted her teeth. What does he take me for? They actually took advantage of a mere laptop to make such a despicable request. You should know that even if you become her boyfriend, holding hands, hugging, and kissing all depend on your behavior. As for sleeping together? Don't even think about it. She's not the kind of girl who'd give up her virginity before marriage. I have something to do, I'm leaving now. Li Tianyu said coldly as she grabbed her battle-damaged notebook, stood up, and left. What's with the pretense of being high and mighty? Zhang Qingyan had long seen through her little scheme. If you want to get something for nothing, you have to show some real sincerity. You can't just take my 10,000 yuan by holding my hand or kissing me. 10,000 is no small sum. You could use that to hire several young models at a club. Zhang Qingyan slowly stood up, showing no sign of trying to stop her, and called out to the girl's back, Senior, think it over. Contact me if you've made up your mind. He knew perfectly well that Li Tianyu had many suitors, but they were all students after all, and he was probably the only one who could afford to be as generous as him. The others are either ordinary people or poor people who have to pay in installments to give her a gift. Since that's the case, he's not in a hurry at all. As long as Li Tianyu is vain, she'll eventually come back to him. Stepping out of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Li Tianyu stomped her feet in anger, her little tiger teeth bared. I even put on a full face of makeup, what a waste of my expression. The battle-damaged laptop in her hand was bought by her for 50 yuan on Xianyua's second-hand marketplace app. Recently, Li Tianyu took a fancy to an Apple MacBook Air, priced at 11,499. She had originally planned to use the excuse of repairing her computer to get Zhang Qingyan to give her a laptop. Among her many suitors, Zhang Qingyan came from the most prominent family and was the one who tried the hardest to win her over. I never expected this guy to be that kind of person. In her opinion, who considers herself the most beautiful girl in the college, asking the other party to buy her a computer and give her a chance to date is already a huge favor. How dare he think of such nonsense? Men are all the same. Junior, need your computer fixed? A figure suddenly blocked her way, and Li Tianyu almost bumped into the person's chest. I worked in Apple's after-sales service for 3 years, specializing in handling all kinds of difficult and complicated problems. Shenhua put one hand in his pocket and flashed a welcoming smile. He had witnessed the whole thing from the pavilion in the middle of the lake, and he was fully aware of Li Tianyu's little scheme. Unexpectedly, this junior student, despite her seemingly sassy demeanor, was actually quite pretty and a pure-looking customer. Several lines of information that only he could see appeared before Chenhua's eyes. Name, Li Tianyu. Age, 21. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Charm value, 85. Growth value, 0 perfect. Favorability, 0. Meets binding standards. Just for the sake of this perfect state, his heart couldn't contain itself, and he silently apologized. "Excuse me, young lady, I'd like to try my hand at my first work." Facing the intense gaze, Li Tianyu quickly looked away. Binding successful. The sudden notification sound in his mind startled Chenhua, and he was filled with doubt. That's it? No need to stare at it for another 5 seconds? Could it be that this damn system deliberately messed with me the first time I bound myself to it? Of all the people present, only Morongjin met the criteria. As a result, he was forced by this ruthless system to stare at her for a full 5 seconds. This made it seem like she was the matchmaker who saved the day. But if it's truly fate, how can there be 3 growth values? Chenhua shook his head slightly, pulling his thoughts back to the scene. At this moment, Li Tianyu's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Li Tianyu's favorability 5, current level 5. Are you kidding me? Chenhua's eyes widened. He lost 5 points of goodwill just like that? You're not just slapping me in the face, you're slapping Jinfu in the face. Immediately after hearing the deduction notification sound, another scolding voice rang out. Who is this person? So rude. Staring at people like that. Chenhua was stunned. Was this her true feeling? It seems that when the level of affection changes, you can hear the other person's thoughts, which will make things easier in the future. Junior, don't you remember me? They met during a part-time job trip. Li Tianyu was standing at the head of the etiquette team that day, while Chenhua was the team leader who did the hard labor. Because the event required coordination, the two even added each other on WeChat. Li Tianyu was slightly taken aback, and looking at the face in front of her, she remembered. After all, he was a handsome guy, so she still remembered him somewhat. However, she always avoided poor guys, so she quietly deleted his contact information after the event. Ah, it's you, senior. She flashed her signature sweet smile, her mind racing. What was his name again? Chenhua cut straight to the point. Is your computer broken? Let me take a look. He didn't dare to say I'll give you a new one directly, for fear of scaring people away. Li Tianyu refused with a forced smile. No need to bother, it can't be fixed. I specialize in fixing computers that others can't fix. Really, you don't need to. Halfway through his sentence, Chenhua snatched the notebook away. Li Tianyu's favorability 5, current level 10. Why is this person touching me inappropriately? She's too fragile. Chenhua's heart was bleeding, but he pretended to check the notebook. Was this computer run over by a tank? He gasped dramatically, but I love this kind of hellish challenge. Here's the deal, if I fix it, I won't charge you a penny. If I can't, I'll pay you 1,000. Real? When Li Tianyu heard the price of 1,000 yuan, her eyelashes trembled slightly. My living expenses for most of the month are enough to buy those few lipsticks I've been eyeing. 2 hours. Chenhua held up 2 fingers. Let me challenge the limits of my skills. Li Tianyu tilted her head. Since senior is so persistent, let's give it a try. Anyway, if it can't be fixed, I still get paid. If it is fixed, I get nothing. Either way, I don't lose out. Wait a moment. Chenhua hailed a taxi on his phone. Li Tianyu looked wary. What? Chenhua explained, I work part-time at an Apple store. To repair computers, you need the right tools, right? So we took a taxi to the store. Soon, the DD Express car arrived. The two got into the back seat together, with Li Tianyu pressed against the car door, as if a silver river separated them. Master, to Mixi Mall. Li Tianyu asked in a low voice, isn't it the specialty store in the university town? I work part-time at a store in Mixi Mall. Li Tianyu immediately regretted it. How could she have been tricked by a boy with just a few words? She glanced at the man again out of the corner of her eye. Could he afford 1,000 yuan? Chapter 5 Apple Computer? Giving away the most expensive one. On the bus, Li Tianyu opened the dormitory group chat and typed away. Sisters, does anyone understand? I met a jerk who insisted on taking me to an Apple store to fix my computer. Someone replied immediately. Ching ching, sisters, send me your coordinates. I'm coming with a 40-meter long sword. Yeah, wake up, where did you get an Apple computer? Li Tianyu was so angry that she ground her teeth. Yeah, that little bitch was showing off her superiority every day because she used Apple's entire Apple ecosystem. She came to her senses and realized she couldn't tell her roommate that she had bought a battle-damaged Apple on Xianyu, let alone mention the inducement plan targeting Zhang Qingyan. If someone gossips about you, your image will be ruined. The reply was typed, it's okay, someone's just using an old-fashioned way to start a conversation. After getting out of the car, the two entered the mall. Li Tianyu deliberately slowed her pace, keeping a distance of more than 1 meter from the man. I passed by a Korean cosmetics store, and there was a huge poster of a Korean actress hanging in front of the door. Chenhua suddenly stopped, his gaze shifting back and forth between Li Tianyu and the poster. Has anyone ever told you that you look like Bae Suzy? It's that trick again. Li Tianyu's eyes were full of impatience. The last person to say that is now on my blacklist. She does indeed resemble Bae Suzy in some ways, and her female classmates who love Korean dramas often mention it. Many guys use this topic to strike up conversations, and those who only sent cheesy pickup lines on WeChat without any real action were blocked. Chenhua finally understood that unless he offered her some real benefits, she wouldn't even walk alongside him. Let alone giving him a friendly look. Let's go fix the computer. He didn't bother with any more words and headed straight for the Apple store. Li Tianyu bit her lower lip and silently followed, still maintaining that safe distance. On a weekday afternoon, the store was nearly empty and deserted. A female sales assistant in uniform approached. Hello, how can I help you? Chenhua handed over the laptop, saying, could you help me see if this computer can still be repaired? Li Tianyu's eyes widened suddenly. Wait. Aren't you working part-time here? If it's advertised as having a 3-year warranty, why are you having someone else inspect it? She watched helplessly as the sales assistant took the notebook and went to the back office. Meanwhile, Chenhua leisurely played with the iPhone 16 Pro Max on the exhibition stand, and even took out his Redmi phone with chipped paint to compare it. Li Tianyu's breath hitched. Why had she believed this man's nonsense? Old Chen? A soft laugh came from behind. Chenhua turned around, and a young couple walked over. The boy was Wang Hao, a classmate, and next to him was his girlfriend, Zhang Xin. Wang Hao is a local from Tianjin. His family background ranks second in the class. In addition, he is handsome, eloquent, and loves to show off, making him quite famous in the Chinese department. He changes girlfriends every semester and often brags about it to the guys. This Zhang Xin is his new girlfriend, a junior from the same department. To be honest, Zhang Xin initially took a liking to Chenhua's face, so she asked Wang Hao to help her make the connection. But Wang Hao told her that Chenhua Chang was an orphan, and then he pursued Zhang Xin and successfully won her over. Wang Hao waved the shopping bag in his hand. What a coincidence, my wife's phone screen is broken, I'm taking her to get a new phone. He patted the girl on the shoulder, as if to say, see, only by following me can you have a good life. Zhang Xin understood and said sweetly, honey, you're so good to me. What's the big deal? It's just 9,600 yuan for a few meals. Wang Hao was now quite pleased, having both flaunted his relationship and revealed the price. Chenhua's lips twitched. I didn't ask anything. What are you doing at the Apple store? Wang Hao teased. Oh, I know, you're here to look for a job, right? To be honest, he always felt superior to Chenhua. Although Chenhua was more handsome than him, could good looks put food on the table? Even if he was handsome, he still ended up having his girlfriend stolen away. He felt a sense of pleasure, like the blonde-haired man swaggering around in front of his victim. How about I talk to my dad and ask him to let you work at my family's company? Halfway through his sentence, Wang Hao noticed a girl standing behind Chenhua, and his eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, she's gorgeous. This girl's features were so beautiful, and her pure and innocent temperament was particularly captivating. Coupled with her decent figure, she gave him a refined and elegant feeling. His girlfriend, Zhang Xin, is quite beautiful. But compared to this beautiful woman, he was completely overshadowed. Old Chen, who is this? Chenhua smiled slightly, a junior from the art department. Li Tianyu nodded coldly, without offering any further comment. Is this your girlfriend? Wang Hao asked deliberately. He didn't believe that this beautiful woman had really taken a liking to Chunhua. Unless, she was unaware of Chenhua's family situation. Li Tianyu was about to deny it when she was interrupted by the notebook handed to her by the sales assistant. "I'm sorry, sir," the sales assistant said with a subtle expression, "this laptop is missing core components such as the motherboard and hard drive. It's basically just an empty shell and can't be repaired." "Okay, thank you." Chenhua took the notebook, looking as if he had expected it. Wang Hao asked, "Old Chen, where did you pick up this trash?" Li Tianyu, who was standing to the side, blushed instantly and pulled Chenhua aside by his clothes. "If it can't be fixed, then forget it." She forced herself to look up. "That 1,000 yuan. "What, 1,000 yuan? You said you'd give me 1,000 if you couldn't fix it." "Oh, I've changed my mind." Li Tianyu's favorability 10, current level 20. "You bastard. Are you deliberately messing with me?" Li Tianyu felt a surge of anger mixed with bitterness rush to her nose, feeling both angry and aggrieved, and all she wanted to do was flee the store. Chenhua grabbed her wrist. "I've changed my mind. Go pick a new one." Li Tianyu seemed to have misheard. "I'll go choose? I don't have the money to buy it." "I send you." "Can you afford to send it?" Li Tianyu stood there stunned, while Chenhua walked to the laptop booth by himself. Wang Hao followed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Old Chen, did I hear that right? You're going to give someone a computer?" Taking the opportunity, Chenhua said, "Old Wang, can you recommend one to me? The cheapest one here costs 10,000. Can you afford it? An Apple computer is only 10,000? I didn't expect it to be that expensive." Wang Hao stared wide-eyed at Chen Huoyun's nonchalant tone. "Damn it, you're still putting on airs in front of me? There can only be two kings of pretentiousness in our Chinese department, one is young Master Lu, and the other is me, Wang Ritian." He grabbed Chen Huo and said, "Old Chen, it's not easy for you to work several jobs. You have to be careful with every penny. Why suffer for the sake of saving face in front of women? If you act impulsively like this, you'll be eating instant noodles for the next year." He spoke with such emotion that Li Tianyu frowned, feeling reluctant to accept the gift. She's a good girl, she doesn't feel comfortable taking money from poor families. Giving instant noodles as a gift shows a lack of sincerity. I don't even keep the money for instant noodles. Chenhua pushed Wang Hao aside and pointed to a brand new MacBook Pro. "This is the most expensive one, pay up." Although he doesn't understand computers, he understands prices. "Just choose the more expensive one." The sales assistant's eyes lit up. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This 16-inch M.2 Max chip, 32GB RAM, and 2TB SSD is priced at 27,999 yuan. Scan the code." Chenhua paid without even blinking. He handed the shopping bag to Li Tianyu. The most beautiful girl in the department stared wide-eyed. "Really, for me?" Although I had been secretly looking forward to it for a long time, I still couldn't believe it when it actually happened. Nearly 30,000 yuan. I've never received such an expensive gift in my entire life. Oh my god. He actually gave it to me. Li Tianyu's favorability plus 20, currently 0. She asked instinctively, "Why? You don't want it?" Chenhua pretended to take it back. "Yes. Of course I want it." Li Tianyu gripped the shopping bag tightly. "But? Are you trying to put on a brave face?" Chapter 6, Achieve Goodwill and Gain Attribute Points. Seeing Chenhua showing off in front of a beautiful woman made Wang Hao feel worse than if he were killed. He shouted, "Old Chen, where did you get so much money? You didn't take out student loans, did you?" He then turned to Li Tianyu and revealed his past. "Beautiful lady, this classmate of mine is an orphan. He's always been poor. I never imagined he'd borrow money to give you gifts just to win your favor. What will he do if he can't pay it back?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu felt the gift in her hand was almost burning hot, as she had seen news reports of students getting trapped in campus loans. He couldn't help but wonder, what if something goes wrong? Will he be blamed for it? Chenhua chuckled, "Does this little bit of money need to be borrowed?" He turned to Li Tianyu, "I see your phone is old too, let's get a new one. Pick a color." Ah. He even gave me a gift? Is his classmate lying to me? Is he actually a low-key rich kid? Li Tianyu's favorability plus 5, currently 5. Don't want? Yes, yes, yes. Li Tianyu hurriedly stood on tiptoe, almost pressing her entire body against the counter. Desert gold. The latest model. Get her a top-of-the-line model. The sales assistant, holding a payment QR code, approached us with practiced ease. Seeing Chenhua pay with a beep, Wang Hao's lips twitched. Old Chen, that's not how you pick up girls. This is nothing. Chenhua laughed. He decided to boost his favorability rating and give his classmate a good slap in the face. Wrap up the iPad Pro, Apple Watch, and AirPods Max. The sales assistant busied herself packing the items, her smile practically reaching her ears. Li Tianyu stared at the pile of shopping bags, feeling like she was dreaming. When the last payment was made, the total amount exceeded 60,000 yuan. He spent over 60,000 yuan without even blinking. What else could he be but a rich second generation? Li Tianyu's favorability +5, currently 10. Ding! Goddess Li Tianyu's favorability has reached 10. Reward, 1 attribute point. Attribute points? Chenhua blocked out the sounds from the outside world, and a semi-transparent light screen unfolded before his eyes. Host, Chenhua. Age, 22. Mental strength, 9 stronger than ordinary people. Strength, 5 worse than a weakling. Stamina, 6 3 times a night. Agility, 7 can't outrun a food delivery guy. Immunity, 8 occasionally catches a cold. Available attribute points, 1. Skills, none. I see. For every 10 points of favorability, you gain 1 attribute point. Chenhua didn't hesitate to add points to strength. Strength, 5-6. His muscles swelled slightly, and when he tried to clench his fist, he could feel a significant increase in strength, upgrading from the strength to truss a chicken to the strength to truss a chicken without feeling sore. Wang Hao, standing to the side, was completely speechless. Who would believe he was a poor boy after spending so much money? His girlfriend, Zhang Xin, whispered reproachfully, Wang Hao, didn't you say Chenhua's family was poor? How come he just gave away an entire Apple product like that? If she had known Chenhua was so rich, she would have definitely pursued him instead of being with him. Wang Hao was so angry he didn't answer. Damn it! He couldn't understand how this poor bastard had become so rich. Did he win the lottery, or did young Master Lu lend him money? Zhang Xin persisted, Wang Hao, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you like talking? That bitch. Wang Hao really wanted to take back the phone he had just given her. Chenhua closed the system interface, shrugged and laughed, Old Wang, I didn't embarrass our Chinese department, did I? You're usually so generous, why don't you buy your girlfriend a family bucket meal? Wang Hao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Buy it, I have to buy it, it's not like I don't have the money. Sigh, the movie is about to start, I'll buy it next time. He turned his head and found his girlfriend Zhang Xin staring at Chenhua with her eyes shining. Are we still going to see the movie? Let's go. I won't look, you liar. Zhang Xin held out her hand to Chenhui. Senior Chen, my name is Zhang Xin, actually I've admired you for a long time. You bitch. Wang Hao roughly grabbed Zhang Xin's arm and dragged her away. Chenhua was completely confused, he had no recollection of that girl whatsoever. Appa, thank you. Li Tianyu tilted her head and leaned closer, so close that she could smell the perfume on her body. This guy just gave me a big gift, so I should at least give him this little treat. Chenhua turned around. What did you call me? Didn't you say I look like Bei Suzy? Isn't it right for me to call you Appa? Chenhua's lips twitched. He had been ignoring me just now, but now he was trying to please me. That's such a quick change of expression. Just call me senior. That's too formal. How about I call you brother? Li Tianyu raised her head slightly, her hair falling naturally on both sides of her face, giving her an innocent and pure look. Who could withstand this? Chenhua shook his head, not forgetting his purpose. These gifts aren't free. Li Tianyu's expression changed, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on the shopping bag. If it's just about making friends, or giving the other person a chance to pursue you, then it's worth considering. But if it involves all sorts of unspeakable transactions, she would rather. Let's have dinner together tonight, it's on you. Chenhua had inquired and confirmed that inviting someone to dinner did not count as soliciting money or valuables, and the system recognized this loophole exploiting behavior. Ha! Li Tianyu was stunned. That's it? Just a meal? She hadn't expected the request to be so simple, he was such an honest man. Okay. What would you like to eat, brother? Besides, come with me to Xiaomi first. Why go to Xiaomi? Buy a mobile phone. Does my brother want to get a new phone? She waved the iPhone she had just received, feigning thoughtfulness. How about I give this to my brother first? Okay. You really want it? Li Tianyu paused for a moment, then said hesitantly, Brother, you probably won't be used to the Apple system, right? You're an Android user. No, you've always used Android. Besides, mine is already activated, it wouldn't be right to give it to you secondhand, you should check out Xiaomi instead. He. Shenhua was too lazy to watch her performance, so he got up and left. Li Tianyu hurriedly grabbed her shopping bag and chased after him. Brother, wait for me. Li Tianyu jogged up to his right side, almost brushing against his arm. Shenhua sneered inwardly, silently labeling her a little green tea. Half an hour ago, this woman wanted to stay at least 3 meters away from him, but now she's like a piece of chewing gum that he can't shake off. What's even more amazing is her tone. She's not just the most beautiful girl in the art department, she's clearly a master of tea ceremony. What are you thinking about, brother? Li Tianyu tilted her head, revealing her fair neck. I was wondering why you, with such good acting skills, didn't apply to a performing arts program? Brother, you're joking. Our university doesn't have a performing arts department. For many women, the iPhone is the only option. Shenhua prefers to choose domestic brands and support the country's scientific and technological development. He originally considered buying a Huawei phone, but then he thought that when he was so poor he was eating dirt. It was Lei Jun who allowed him to use a flagship chip, so now that he has money, he must support him. So, I came to the Xiaomi store. These two are fine. Shenhua chose Xiaomi's latest flagship phone and tablet. Li Tianyu was browsing her new iPhone when she was suddenly drawn to the commotion in the next exhibition area. A purple Xiaomi SU7 gleamed with a metallic sheen under the spotlight. Brother, this car is so cool. Li Tianyu slowly approached the car, her fingers lightly tracing the paint. It looks like a Porsche. She doesn't know anything about cars, she only looks at the exterior. Shenhua had browsed reports about the SU7 online, but this was the first time he had seen the actual vehicle. He was a poor student before and never dared to think about buying a car. He opened the car door and got into the driver's seat, and Li Tianyu immediately followed him into the passenger seat. Shenhua, who was 1.8 meters tall, sat down comfortably without feeling cramped at all. The style is quite high-tech, much better than the ride-hailing services I usually take. The salesperson took the opportunity to crawl into the back seat and start introducing the car's features, a process that lasted 20 minutes. Brother, let's go eat, Li Tianyu suggested, noticing that it was getting late. She thought to herself, I'm not going to buy it anyway, I'll look into it later. Wait a minute. Shenhua turned to the salesperson, when can we pick up the Ultra version? Ultra version? Li Tianyu was stunned. She had just heard the salesperson say it would cost 530,000. That's enough money to buy a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi. Who would buy a Xiaomi? The salesperson replied, it will take about 5-6 months. It's been too long. Shenhua shook his head. The salesperson lowered his voice and said, I have a customer who ordered the Ultra version, specifically the one with the carbon fiber dual vent hood. He can pick it up the day after tomorrow, but he's considering transferring ownership. However, he made a gesture of adding money, using 5 fingers. 50,000. Li Tianyu almost burst out laughing. Whoever buys this is a sucker. I'll take it. Help me get in touch with them, Shenhua said calmly. Chapter 7 I'm a slow burner. After agreeing on everything, Shenhua and the salesperson arranged to conduct the transaction in person the day after tomorrow and complete the formalities. Stepping out of the store, Shenhua suddenly burst out laughing. Which of those protagonists in those super rich novels, after awakening a system, didn't go and buy Ferraris and Lamborghinis? But the one who actually owned the system bought a Xiaomi phone. If I were actually the protagonist of a novel, then the author would probably be a penniless wretch. But then I thought about it again, and realized that I hadn't touched a steering wheel since I left driving school. Treat this first car as practice. While Shenhua was internally complaining, Li Tianyu was biting her lower lip, lost in her own thoughts. Li Tianyu's favorability +5, currently 15. Wow. He just casually bought a domestic car worth over 500,000 yuan. My fish pond is desperately needing this kind of tycoon-level, high-quality fish. I'll blow up your fish pond one day. Shenhua thought to himself, without any malice. Overall, he was satisfied, as long as the other party's favorability towards him increased. The higher the favorability rating, the higher the probability that the goddess will be willing to spend money on Shenhua. There's a saying that goes, whether a woman loves you or not can be seen by whether she's willing to spend money on you. Let's go eat. Oh dear, it's already 7 o'clock. Brother, shall we eat near the school? The two took the elevator to the first floor. Inside the elevator, a beautiful woman in a business suit is making a phone call. Young Master Chin, they'll be there soon, very soon. The affected, high-pitched voice made Li Tianyu grind her teeth involuntarily. Shenhua's gaze fell on the beautiful woman in professional attire. A goddess who can be bound has been detected. Name, Li Yin. Age, 28. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charm value, 82. Growth value, 3. Favorability, 0. Meets binding standards. Before she could finish reading the information, the elevator stopped on the second floor, and the woman swayed her hips as she walked out. Bind. No suitable target detected. The opportunity was missed. Shenhua wasn't angry. He noticed that the beautiful woman from earlier had an LV logo on her name tag. It must be an LV sales clerk. I'll try looking for them in the store next time. Shenhua staring at the beautiful woman was naturally noticed by Li Tianyu. That saleswoman was nowhere near as young and pretty as me. Men are all bastards. Despite thinking this, her favorability towards her didn't decrease. Back in the university town, Li Tianyu took Shenhua to a Western restaurant. The two sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, where they could see a row of food stalls across the street. She felt a little regretful someone as wealthy as her brother had eaten all sorts of Western food. Should we take him to eat at a roadside stall? But Shenhua had never eaten there before. He glanced at the prices on the menu and was quite satisfied. This store is great. Li Tianyu smiled and said, "Brother, you order the food." Shenhua took the menu, intending to order a dish that would cost 1,000 or 800 yuan and rip her off. The system's girlish voice suddenly issued a warning. Host, you think Jill is too long? A gigolo dares to order food? Sister Tong. You figured out my size. Don't try to sweet-talk me, or I'll cut it 2 centimeters off and give the menu back to you. Shenhua silently handed the menu back and instructed, Tianyu, you can decide what to order. Order more, I'm hungry. Okay, are these okay? Shenhua glanced at the dishes already ordered. This meal would definitely cost over 300 yuan. As long as she pays the bill, she can easily get a 3 million cashback. I got all the money I spent on shopping and buying a car today, and my profit doubled. Hurry up and serve the food. The two had completely different eating styles. One had her mouth slightly open, while the other wolfed down her food. Brother, try this. Li Tianyu cut a piece of steak and handed it to him. Eat faster. Shenhua just wanted to finish eating quickly and pay the bill. To a girl, this sentence carries a completely different meaning. Li Tianyu's favorability 3, current level 12. Shenhua Jing was puzzled, as the other party's thoughts entered his mind. So hasty, you don't mean you're planning to take me to a hotel right after we finish eating, do you? Li Tianyu knew perfectly well what would happen at the hotel. Her dream was to marry into a wealthy family, so she valued her first time very much. In her view, today was her first date with Shenhua. Although he gave her gifts worth 60,000 yuan, she knew nothing about him or his family background, so it was impossible for her to have the idea of giving herself to him so quickly. Her mother also taught her that if a relationship develops too quickly, the other person may not appreciate it. Keeping the other party in suspense is the most advantageous tactic for yourself. She only has one chance. She must catch the fish that can fulfill her dream. Brother, Li Tianyu said sincerely, having sorted out her thoughts, I'm actually a slow starter. Shenhua almost couldn't help but laugh. Netizens concluded that if a woman says she's slow to warm up, it's either because she's not interested in you. Either she's trying to hook you up. This guy wants to raise fish. In the past, my relationships only went as far as kissing. I've never spent the night out, you know? I'm still very naive. After spending a day together, this was the first time Shenhua had ever seen her eyes so sincere. Based on her tea ceremony performance today, people will only think she's pretending to be innocent. But the system data doesn't lie. The growth value of 0 is clearly displayed. He thought for a moment and replied, actually, I'm also a slow starter. Then you shouldn't have taken me to the hotel. After all, we only really met today, and I wasn't prepared at all. Besides, isn't there always a process of pursuing someone before you start dating? Can't you just follow the process and pursue them properly first? We can talk about other things after we're in a relationship. Who said I was going to take you to a hotel? Chenhua asked, puzzled as to where she got that conclusion. Besides, he didn't say he wanted to be in a relationship. Huh? I thought. Shenhui interrupted, I'm not in a hurry to date. You may want to date, but I may not. Stubborn. If you don't want to talk to me, why give me such an expensive gift? Li Tianyu hid her pride and said with a face full of gratitude, thank you for understanding me so much, brother. I knew you were the best. Li Tianyu's favorability +6, currently 18. He knows how to respect me. Unlike those rich kids who just throw money around. To be honest, Chenhua wanted to be in a relationship and was also attracted to the other person's body. But he still had his eye on the young lady's bowl of rice. That bowl of rice was huge and soft. A lighter alone cost 5 million. If you could make a living this way, wouldn't it be easy to climb onto the wealth list just by giving away a car? Moreover, her face is exceptionally beautiful. What man wouldn't like Ishihara? If Chenhua were to win over the scheming young lady now, given that they're all in the same university, it definitely wouldn't be able to hide it from her. We've lost our biggest customer. That's really not worth it. He seriously considered his relationship with Li Tianyu. For now, stay put and don't back down. Focus on getting cashback and attribute points from her first. Once you've built up your relationship with her, if she's willing to be your secret partner, then you can win her over. Chenhua is determined to become the scumbag he used to hate the most. There's no way around it. Isn't the rule of this system designed to cultivate scumbags? To get more cashback and more attribute points, you must develop more goddesses. The worse the scumbag, the richer they get. Who still wants pure love stories these days? If you really want to thank me, then treat me to meals more often in the future. Chenhua spoke his mind. After all, my brother loves to live off women. Okay. Li Tianyu suddenly remembered that she had added Chenhua on WeChat when she was doing part-time work before. Later, seeing that he neither took the initiative to chat nor tried to please her, she casually deleted him. Brother, let's add each other on WeChat. We have each other on WeChat, have you forgotten? Chenhua swiped his phone, found Li Tianyu's chat window, and sent her a message. A red exclamation mark immediately popped up on the screen. The user has enabled friend verification, and you are not yet her friend. Holy crap! Chapter 8 Green Tea Cashback failed? Seeing Chenhua's expression change, Li Tianyu immediately tried to cover it up. Oh dear, my phone got a virus last time, and I accidentally deleted a lot of friends. That pretty face has a kind of magic. Even though you know she's talking nonsense, it's hard to really get angry. Brother, Li Tianyu said coquettishly, showing off the QR code, please scan it one more time. Okay, Chenhua said slowly as he scanned the code, but you owe me a meal. As long as there's a gigolo, nothing else matters. Okay. Li Tianyu replied sweetly, secretly chuckling to herself, humph, all he wants is to ask me out. After finishing his meal, Chenhua went to the restroom and came back. Brother, I've already paid the bill. Li Tianyu smiled like a cat that had just stolen some cream, and the two walked out of the restaurant together. Strange, why haven't I received the system cashback? Chenhua waited a long time for the notification sound to ring, and immediately began to suspect the system's rules. He silently asked himself, System, does the goddess treating me not count as spending money on me? The money must be paid by the goddess you've been paired with. What's the meaning? Did you pay the bill yourself? Chenhua looked doubtful, as if he had lost millions. Li Tianyu's expression panicked for a moment. Had he seen it? She immediately lowered her head and whispered, Brother, I'm sorry, I lied to you. A junior student just passed by and saw me eating here. He insisted on paying for me. She spoke softer and softer, her gaze drifting into the distance. Chenhua followed her gaze and saw a boy leaving with his arm around his roommate, their backs radiating the joy of a simp. Chenhua didn't recognize this junior, but he was clearly a fish that Li Tianyu was raising in her fish pond. This fish is named Li Qinshi. Although his family is of average means, he managed to climb to the top of the list of suitors by delivering breakfast, picking up express deliveries, and running errands for Li Tianyu. Second only to that Zhang Qingyan. This afternoon, Li Qinshi sent several messages. Senior, what would you like for breakfast tomorrow? Do you have any packages to pick up today? He sent the message but received no reply for half a day. He sent several more messages, but they all went unanswered. Finally, they found out from Li Tianyu's roommate that she had already left. At the time, Li Tianyu was so engrossed in the Apple ecosystem that she didn't even have time to reply to messages. Moreover, she receives all sorts of greetings, invitations, and casual chat messages every day. If I had to reply to everyone, I'd be exhausted. Even if they choose to return selectively, it will be some time later. That evening, Li Qingche went out to dinner with his roommate and happened to see Li Tianyu sitting at a Western restaurant, at a two-person table. Alarm bells went off in his mind. He walked into the restaurant and greeted her with feigned composure. What a coincidence, senior. Who are you having dinner with? What a coincidence. Li Tianyu glanced guiltily at the bathroom, wondering if her brother would come out now. She composed herself and replied. I was having dinner with my roommate, and he went to the bathroom. But in her heart, she was thinking that maybe her brother would really become her roommate in the future. Li Qingche glanced at the dining table without making a sound, but didn't see any men's items such as lighters or cigarette cases. He breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, why didn't you reply to my message? Li Tianyu frowned. Oh, we're not in a relationship where we have to reply to every message, are we? What do you mean? You lowly sycophant dare to question me? They really think there's something special. Li Qingche quickly explained, No, senior, you misunderstood. I just wanted to ask, what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? No need, I'll eat with my roommate. It's okay, I can buy your roommate's share too. I said I don't need it, and I mean I don't. Li Tianyu replied irritably, glancing unconsciously at the mountain of shopping bags piled up beside her. Small favors like breakfast are no longer of any interest to her. Following her gaze, Li Qingche then noticed that the two large paper bags were filled with electronic products. I was shocked. How much money must this have cost? Is my senior a little rich girl? It seems I need to perform better. Senior, since you don't need to bring breakfast, let me treat you to this meal. Need not. Li Tianyu reached out her hand and made a gesture of blocking in mid-air. He was secretly quite pleased, thinking, he does have some sense of propriety. Hurry up and invite them, anyway, your brother doesn't know who paid the bill. Li Qingche strode to the cashier and rushed to pay the bill. Looking at the payment success screen, the emptiness in his heart was instantly filled. Thanks, Junior. I'll treat you next time. Now you should go eat. Li Tianyu smiled and gestured for him to leave. Li Qingche certainly understood that a good simp is someone who appears when the goddess needs him and disappears as soon as she doesn't. He seized the opportunity to back down. Senior, my roommate is still waiting for me outside, so I won't bother you. Enjoy your meal. Simps don't get houses. After hearing this, Shenhua couldn't help but sigh deeply. This interruption cost them over 3 million. He glanced at Li Tianyu, who was hanging her head and swaying slightly, and thought to himself. This little green tea girl is really her, but is quite perky, it's just that her breasts are a bit small. No. This little green tea BTCH is really eyeing other people's things while eating what she already has. I really want to poke her but hard with a stick, no. I really want to teach her a lesson. Shenhua reluctantly shifted his gaze to the distance and sighed, fine, I'll spare her this time for the sake of the attribute points. He gave a haughty greeting and left without looking back. Brother, let's keep in touch via WeChat. Watching the man walk away, she muttered softly, is brother unhappy? But we haven't officially become a couple. Isn't it normal for other guys to be nice to me? She found an excuse to comfort herself and immediately felt much better. Slowly I came to like you, slowly we grew closer. Li Tianyu returned to the dormitory building carrying 2 large bags of spoils. 2 red marks were left on her palms from the shopping bag, but she didn't stop humming the song. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a dormitory door bearing the sign Fairy Embassy in the Mortal Realm immediately catches the eye. This is her dormitory. Their dormitory is quite famous in the art college. Their roommates are all beautiful girls, just to varying degrees. Li Tianyu was the most dazzling one among them. Sweetie's back. Where did you go this afternoon? Fang Qingqing was the first to come forward, her eyes immediately drawn to the contents of the paper bag. Wow, are you robbing an Apple store? The other 3 people in the dormitory gathered around when they heard this. Chen Xiang reached out and took a bag. It's so heavy. Li Tianyu shook her sore wrist and said casually, it's okay, I just bought some things. She deliberately emphasized the word whatever very softly, but everyone could hear the boastful tone in it. Fan Qingqing quickly laid out her belongings on the communal table: laptop, tablet, phone, watch, earphones. Oh my god. Another roommate, Zhang Ran, covered her mouth. How much does this cost? Oh, it's just a complete Apple ecosystem. Ye already has that. Li Tianyu glanced at Su Qingyue, who hadn't said a word. She had long been annoyed by Su Qingyue's constant flaunting of her superiority. It's only a little over 60,000, with a slightly higher configuration. Over 60,000. That's enough for several years of living expenses in college. The roommates all gasped in unison. Did you win the lottery, or did your house get demolished for compensation? Chapter 9. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm a rich second generation. Su Qingyue sneered, her slender fingers twirling the ends of her hair. Could it be that you've drained Zhang Qinyan, that simp, dry? As roommates who know each other well, Li Tianyu herself doesn't have the means to buy so many things. After some thought, she realized that only Zhang Qinyan fit the character description. Among Li Tianyu's admirers, he was the richest, and among the rich, he was the most obsequious. Li Tianyu has many suitors, including some rich second-generation heirs, but they don't care about that kind of thing. If they can't get you within 10 days, they'll move on to the next target. What does Guan Zhang Qinyan have to do with this? Li Tianyu raised her chin. This was a gift from a senior in the Chinese literature department. His name is... What was it called again? Li Tianyu thought carefully for a moment. Chen Hua. Su Qingyue teased, is this the lower-headed guy you mentioned in the group chat? That's a misunderstanding. How could he be a lower man? That little bitch always brings up the most sensitive topics. You're accepting such an expensive gift from someone for no reason. I bet you'll be moving out soon, won't you? Su Qingyue subtly implied that Li Tianyu was about to be kept by a sugar daddy. Su Qingyue. How can your thoughts be so filthy? Li Tianyu gritted her teeth in anger. Senior said that we hit it off the first time we met, and he insisted on giving me these as a gift. He just wanted to make friends. Su Qingyue scoffed, a meeting gift of 60,000 yuan? What side of you does he want to see? She didn't believe that 60,000 yuan was enough for a man to go to a club and hire 10 young models. Just want to make friends? What a fool you are. Why haven't I encountered this myself? Fan Qingqing quickly smoothed things over, saying, oh, yeah, don't say that. People as pretty as you and Tian Tian are bound to be willing to treat you so well. The others chimed in, yeah, you have no idea how envious we are of you too. The three understood that it was precisely because their two roommates were both stunningly beautiful that a beauty exclusivity arose, leading to unconscious rivalry and competition in certain aspects. Fan Qingqing then turned to Li Tianyu. Tian Tian, the senior is so nice to you, how do you feel about him? I'd like to get to know them better and see how it goes. I'm not someone who's easy to get along with. When Li Tianyu said the word whatever, she specifically looked at Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue retorted, yes, some people aren't casual. They just cast a wide net, using bait that's visible but unattainable to lure others. Say less, say less. As the two were on the verge of exchanging barbs, their other roommates immediately stepped in to put out the fire. Fan Qingqing changed the subject. Tian Tian, if you don't have feelings for the senior, remember to introduce him to me. I'll be your sister-in-law and I promise to treat you well. Fan Qingqing is indeed beautiful, a standard beauty among girls, and she has a great sense of style. However, it's beautiful in a rather mediocre way, lacking any highlights. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that my senior likes Korean beauties like Bae Suzy. You're too Japanese style, so you might not be his type. If Chenhua heard this, he would definitely object, since his first goddess was Japanese. However, don't even think about it if you're into regular Japanese cars. After all, Satomi Ishihara is a shining example. Su Qingyue scoffed, putting Pei Shoji back on her head. She's just trying to glorify herself. She believed that she was no less beautiful than Li Tianyu, but Li Tianyu had the advantage of being innocent, while she had the advantage of being charming. Li Tianyu, a greenhorn, is always acting all sleazy and always trying to get something for nothing. Su Qingyue knew men's true nature best. There's no such thing as a free lunch, only prey pretending to be stupid. Having dated since high school, she not only understands men better but is also more willing to invest in them. Winning over men would be a piece of cake for her. Fan Qingqing's words just now had a wake-up call for her. Why not test this man's true colors? Su Qingyue silently looked at Li Tianyu. You were the one who showed off first. If he really is a treasure, then don't blame me for taking him. She retreated from the communal table to the bedside, opened WeChat, and found a contact named Liang Kuan from the Chinese department. Are you there? Is there someone named Chen Hua in your department? Fang Qingqing took in Su Qingyue's subtle movements, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Yeah, understands what I mean? Go ahead, put some pressure on Tian Tian. She secretly turned on her camera and took a picture of the pile of spoils on Li Tianyu's table. I posted it on my WeChat moments with the caption, "My roommate's suitor is so generous. I'm so envious." Set it to be visible only to a specific group. That group contains only one person, Zhang Qingyan. Chen Hua stood in front of the barbecue stall, listening to the sizzling sound of the charcoal fire. After parting ways with Li Tianyu, he received a message from his roommate Yuan Feng. "Brother Hua, can you bring me some fried rice with cured pork, medium spicy?" Chen Hua saw the message but did not reply. He went straight to the barbecue stall. Just as he was about to order, his phone vibrated again. Yuan Feng's second message popped up, "Brother Hua. A super pretty girl just contacted you." Chen Hua's eyelids twitched. Super beautiful? My first thought was, could it be the young lady? He immediately typed back, "Who?" A few seconds later, the other party replied with a smug smile, "Just kidding, I was just checking if you received the message. Remember to bring my fried rice." Seeing this, Chen Hua's fist hardened. "Boss, give me an extra spicy fried rice with cured pork, the kind that's good for hemorrhoid bleeding, and 30 skewers of lamb and 10 oysters. Young man, why are you so generous today?" the boss asked with a smile, his hands still busy. "I brought these for a friend," Chen Hua replied casually, taking another half case of beer. Although my roommates were all mischievous friends, they had also helped me out quite a bit. This Yuan Feng is from the same hometown as me. Now that we have money, let him benefit from it too. Pushing open the dormitory door, Yuan Feng was engrossed in playing a game. Now only the two of them live in the dormitory, the other three have gone out for internships. Without turning his head, Yuan Feng said, "Da Huang, I'm making fried rice. This kid calls me brother when he needs something, but teases me about my nickname when he doesn't." The nickname comes from the character Earth Emperor played by Jin Fu in a period drama. His roommates thought Chen Hua looked like him, so they called him Big Yellow for short. Chen Hua didn't mind everyone in the dorm had a nickname. "Fengzi, look what I brought." Chen Hua deliberately made the plastic bag rattle, filling the entire dormitory with the aroma of food. Yuan Feng glanced back and immediately killed his game character on the screen. He made an exaggerated fist and palm gesture, saying, "Godfather, tonight I am yours." Buying something for a girl might seem like a routine thing to her, but if you buy something for your buddy, he'll definitely be moved to tears. Yuan Feng opened the lunchbox lid and noticed that Chen Hua had changed his phone. "Holy crap, Hua Ji, did you get paid?" In his memory, Chen Hua had always been a very frugal person, who would even hesitate to buy a bottle of Coke. "There's something I want to tell you." Yuan Feng stopped eating his skewers. "So serious? Are you going to confess your feelings to me?" "Let me make it clear, I only sell my art, not my body." "Get lost." Chen Hua paused for a moment. "I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. I'm actually a rich second generation." Chen Hua had already figured it out on the way. Now that he had the system, he would definitely become richer and richer in the future. When you all live in the same dormitory, you're bound to notice his changes. No one can tell anyone about this system. The only way to explain the source of the money is to claim the identity of a rich second-generation heir. Yuan Feng asked in confusion, "You inherited the entire orphanage?" None of his roommates didn't know that he grew up in an orphanage. Chapter 10, Su Qingyue, the internet celebrity. Inheriting the orphanage? "Stop fooling around," Chen Hua said, following the script he had prepared beforehand. "I got lost when I was a child. My family found me today, but it's not convenient for them to take me back. They told me to live a good life and not to worry about money." Yuan Feng's expression shifted from shock to disbelief, and finally he burst out laughing. "Come on, Hua Ji. If you want to treat me to dinner, just say so. Why make up this ridiculous story?" Fine, as you wish, I won't pay for the fried rice." Chen Hua was speechless for a moment. "Why don't you believe me?" Unexpectedly, the story I thought I had crafted flawlessly was taken as a joke. "Come on, let's drink." After a satisfying meal, Chen Hua lay comfortably on the bed, his thoughts drifting to Morongzhen. "Miss, your face is so beautiful, and your legs are so white." His chest was really flat. He wasn't afraid of hardship, but he was afraid of his two children suffering. The thought of having a baby. Ugh, I don't even want to think about it, it's all censored. Chen Hua, who usually keeps track of his expenses, picked up his new phone and carefully recorded his bet with the young lady. Performance progress, 5.57 million, 3 billion remaining time, 1 day 30 days. Today's cashback all came from the young lady's lighter. That scheming little green tea bitch made me lose over 3 million. Filled with resentment, Chen Hua drifted off to sleep. In the dream, war raged and the battle was extremely fierce. Just when they were about to achieve a crucial victory, a phone call brought them back to reality. He glanced at his phone groggily. It was 3 in the morning. Yuan Feng was fixing his hair in the pitch black, using a flashlight in front of a mirror. Fengzi, where are you going in the middle of the night? Chen Hua couldn't help but ask. The other person's voice carried a hint of unspeakable bitterness. Chen Shining drank too much at the bar and asked me to pick her up. Chen Hua only had 3 impressions of Chen Shining, a frequent nightclub patron, a wealthy heiress, and someone who liked Yuan Feng. There is one thing about her that left a very good impression on people. Last year, Yuan Feng's family encountered some trouble and urgently needed money, so she gave Yuan Feng 300,000 yuan. He didn't even ask for an IOU. This guy has already been living off a woman. Chen Hua reminded him, "You've been drinking, you can't drive." She called a designated driver, and I went to take care of her. What is your relationship now? Yuan Feng had already changed his shoes. I'm leaving now. He stepped out the door with one foot, then suddenly stepped back, his tone becoming more relaxed. By the way, Brother Hua, who is little green tea? What's wrong? Chen Hua was taken aback. He seemed to have just dreamed about Li Tianyu. You were talking in your sleep. What did I say? You said, I'll beat you to death, you little green tea BTCH, and give me back my 3 million. Sigh, just talking in my sleep. You scared me. Yuan Feng shook his head. I thought you'd gotten yourself into a gigolo situation. Being a gigolo isn't easy. The door slammed shut. April 19th, Saturday, cloudy turning sunny. When Chen Hua woke up, it was already 10 a.m. He grabbed his phone. The lock screen was bombarded with WeChat messages from that green tea girl. It's all your fault, brother. They gave me so many gifts yesterday. My roommates are so jealous, they want to treat me to a big meal. Look at the dress she's wearing today. Picture. In the photo, Li Tianyu is posing in front of a window, her light blue plaid skirt hugging her slender waist, and the morning light behind her condenses into a honey-colored halo. Post more pictures. I'm a country bumpkin and I love looking at them. Chen Hua typed out a line of text, then deftly deleted it. He now controls the system and is expected to rely on the support of many people. How could he do something so degrading? This scheming woman caused me to lose 3 million yuan. Let's give her some space for now. He didn't reply to the message, simply saved the photo, and exited the chat window. A red dot notification in his WeChat contacts triggered his obsessive-compulsive disorder. Promise me a lifetime of joy. Requests to add you as a friend. The verification message read, Hey, wanna add me on WeChat? My friend says we'd look like a couple standing together. Telecommunications fraud? Chen Huahu clicked on the user's profile picture with suspicion. It was a girl's back view. Although her face was not shown, she looked like a beautiful woman based on her figure. I just don't know if it's a picture from the internet. Early in the morning, Su Qingyue learned about Chen Hua's background from her friend Lian Kuan in the Chinese department. He was just a student working part-time. Is Li Tianyu lying to us? She wondered. How could an ordinary student squander 60,000 yuan? She found a photo of Chen Hua participating in a volunteer activity. It was a group photo. The man was wearing a simple volunteer t-shirt and his hair was a little messy, but even so, he still stood out in the crowd. He's actually a hidden gem of a handsome guy. If he dressed up properly, he'd definitely be the most popular guy in the department. Su Qingyue was pleasantly surprised and casually asked for Chen Hua's WeChat. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. She made up her mind and went straight to the point, sending the verification message. Her WeChat profile picture is a carefully chosen photo. Although she is facing away from the camera, her graceful figure is sure to arouse men's curiosity. Finally, at 10 o'clock, the window displayed your friend request has been approved. She quickly typed a line, trying to imitate Li Tianyu's tone, just in case this man really liked green tea girls. The moment Chen Hua accepted the friend request, the other party sent him a message. So the most handsome guy in the Chinese literature department really does accept applications from strangers? This was followed by a blushing kitten emoji. A fragrant aroma of tea wafted over. Chenho wondered, are girls all so good at tea art nowadays? I never noticed before. This person's tea-like qualities would make them a perfect match for a roommate who's a little green tea type. That's what he said, but he'd already been hooked and his lips were now upturned, and he couldn't bring himself to smile. The most handsome guy in the Chinese literature department, wow. This guy has amazing taste. Chenho replied briefly, hello, classmate. May I ask who you are? The moment the send button is pressed, the finger has already entered the other person's moments. Without any restraint, they bombard the eye with a ton of beautiful selfies. She has a standard internet celebrity face that is both cheerful and charming, and she is a representative of the fox-like type. She has a pointed chin, a high nose bridge, and slightly upturned lips that give her a touch of coquettishness. Besides her exquisite face, she also had a mature and hot figure. Her sports vest outlined her full cleavage, revealing her slender waist, and below that were her long and shapely legs, which made Chen Hu's breathing become a little heavier. System, get to work. Name, Su Qingyue. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charm value, 85. Growth value, 4 exceeds standard. Favorability, 10. Does not meet binding standards. Her charm rating is on par with that of the green tea girl. But the growth value exceeded. He felt a little disappointed. My phone vibrated at that moment. Hi there. I'm Su Qingyue from the School of Arts. I ran into you in the cafeteria last time, and I had to pull a lot of strings to get your WeChat. Chen Hu's lips twitched. You just shouldn't have had that much contact. Sorry, I can't live off your money. Strange, he's not captivated by me? Su Qingyue was puzzled. After exchanging a few words with the other party, nothing more came of it. She scrolled through the carefully selected selfies in her WeChat moments. In the past, whenever she took the initiative to show interest, those boys would practically lick the screen and fawn over her. But this time, the other party's cold reply made her experience being treated perfunctorily for the first time. Did he guess that I was Li Tianyu's roommate because I gave my name? Chapter 11: The Scumbag's Tactics. Did he guess that I was Li Tianyu's roommate because I gave my name? Su Qingyue glanced guiltily at Li Tianyu, who was looking at her phone. Li Tianyu was frowning, wondering, why hasn't my brother replied to my message yet? She's probably still half asleep. How could any guy not respond when a fairy like me takes the initiative to message him? This is something so many people would love to do. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingyan was also having a headache. He was surprised to learn that Li Tianyu's suitor had given her a set of Apple products. Who on earth is so eager to please? They're willing to spend so much money. As the old master said, money is for women to see, not for women to spend. You can use your heart, your feelings, and a little money to pursue a woman, but how can you just throw money around? He desperately wanted to rush up to Li Tianyu and demand to know who that man was. What is her relationship with that man now? But no, because the way he learned the news was also a secret. In order to keep track of Li Tianyu's movements at all times, he secretly added Fang Qingqing on WeChat, gave her some benefits, and asked her to tip him off. Zhang Qingyan revisited the WeChat moments post that read, "My roommate's suitor is so generous. I'm so envious," and began to ponder some clues. A suitor? This means they haven't officially become boyfriend and girlfriend yet, otherwise, you could just say my roommate's boyfriend. Zhang Qingyan nodded to himself, thinking that there was still a chance, but he couldn't play the sycophant anymore. He had to use a money offensive to win her over quickly. He opened his online savings account, where a balance of 500,000 yuan lay quietly. This is all the money he's saved up from his childhood to adulthood, enough to easily outshine 99% of college students, a true winner in life vibe. Zhang Qingyan was convinced that Li Tianyu, a girl from the county town, had probably never seen so much money before, and that he could definitely get the first soup. Since starting university, he has already slept with 2 beautiful girls, and he only targets girls who are virgins. Even though this type of girl is slow to learn, he enjoys the process of conquering her. Once Zhang Qingyan successfully possessed a girl's body, he seemed to transform into a completely different person. Look at you, you look so fat in this outfit, you have absolutely no taste. You can't drink iced drinks, so why did you ask me out? If you can't even savor this, what makes you think you love me? Take your hand away, I promise I won't show this video to anyone else. He readily employs tactics such as belittling, suppressing, and using passive-aggressive behavior, a stark contrast to his sycophantic behavior during the pursuit phase. Under such multiple forms of torment, the girl will quickly initiate a breakup. Zhang Qingyan showed no remorse or attempt to salvage the relationship when a woman broke up with him. Instead, he turned his attention to his next prey. Ding dong. Li Tianyu was eagerly awaiting news from her brother when she heard the notification sound and quickly unlocked her screen. What greeted my eyes was a picture sent by Zhang Qingyan, a crumpled piece of paper. Senior, would you be willing to spend 520 yuan to open this crumpled piece of paper? What trick is he up to now? Li Tianyu tilted her head slightly and gritted her teeth, feeling annoyed at the thought of Zhang Qingyan taking advantage of her vulnerability yesterday. In contrast, her brother spent over 60,000 yuan without making any excessive demands. Her fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Question mark. Unwilling. The other party initiated a transfer of 520 yuan, saying, "I'll pay for it." Smiley face. Immediately afterwards, another picture popped up, showing the crumpled piece of paper being unfolded. You're smart enough to apologize. Li Tianyu was overjoyed and quickly accepted the transfer before clicking on the picture. It says, "You have successfully booked a couple's table for 12 o'clock noon." Upon closer inspection of the restaurant sign in the picture, she was even more delighted. Yabanzu, the most expensive Japanese restaurant near the university town, with an average cost of 4 figures per person. Last week, Li Tianyu saw someone checking in on WeChat Moments, which made her envious for several days. She intentionally brought it up in front of Zhang Qingyan, but he just smiled and didn't respond. To my utter surprise, this guy is now inviting her out for a meal. Li Tianyu quickly replied, "Wow, how did you know I wanted to eat this? I can read your mind. The roundworm business is quite extensive. I even managed to figure it out during my free time this afternoon. That's a must. I'll pick you up at 11 o'clock, okay?" "Okay." The puppy grins. Li Tianyu immediately opened her makeup bag, preparing to touch up her full makeup. "Sisters, something came up at noon. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." The others immediately understood. Sweetie is going on a date. "I just went to explore the possibilities for everyone and try out the dishes at Yubenzu. That Japanese restaurant where the average cost is 1,000 per person? Oh my god, sweetie, you're so lucky. Who's so generous? Was it the senior from yesterday?" My roommates winked at each other. Li Tianyu paused for a moment while holding the mascara, but did not answer, which was taken as tacit agreement. Fang Qingqing teased, "Sweetie, you stood us up. We're going to make you pay tonight." "Okay, order whatever you like." Chen Hua made an appointment with her? No wonder he ignored me. Su Qingyue stared at Li Tianyu's back, her brows furrowed. She picked up her phone, opened her chat history with Chen Hua, and her gaze fell on the last message she had sent, thus ending the conversation. It's exactly 11 o'clock. Li Tianyu looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. Her long, straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders, she wore exquisite makeup, and her fitted dress perfectly accentuated her slender waist and legs. "I'm leaving." She grabbed her bag and walked briskly out the door. No sooner had she left than Su Qingyue came out of the dormitory and went to the window in the corridor, where she saw a boy pacing back and forth downstairs. It wasn't Chen Hua, it was Zhang Qingyan? This little sister is really bold, still playing the multi-pronged development game. Isn't she afraid of getting herself into trouble? She took out her phone and took a picture of Zhang Qingyan and Li Tianyu together. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Junior." As she stepped out the door, Li Tianyu instantly flashed her signature sweet smile. "Senior Sweet Feather, I just arrived too." Zhang Qingyan led her to an Audi A6L and opened the passenger door for her. "Wow, you drove here? I just brought any car from home. My dad took our Mercedes, so please don't mind, Senior." "How could I possibly complain? This car must be very expensive." "I bought it a few years ago, and it cost more than 500,000 yuan when I bought it." Li Tianyu sat down in the passenger seat thoughtfully, her fingers gently stroking the leather seat. Zhang Qingyan's family owns several cars, including an Audi and a Mercedes-Benz, which shows they are more wealthy than she imagined. She discreetly examined the car's interior, and couldn't help but think of how Chen Hua had casually bought a Xiaomi car for the same 500,000 yuan. Is my brother some rich kid who got tired of driving his family's luxury cars and switched to an electric toy? Chapter 12 School Uniform Girl. As lunchtime approached, the campus was filled with a faint aroma of food. Chen Hua arrived at the North 4th canteen as usual. Actually, the North 3rd canteen is closer to the boys' dormitory building, but the food at the North 4th canteen is more affordable and includes free egg drop soup. He walks an extra 800 meters every day to eat at Basie. Yuan Feng once jokingly complained, "Who's actually in Basie?" Chenhua didn't want to eat at the cafeteria today. He was rich, so why would he eat there? He was tired of the same few dishes. But at this moment, it's for the development of the goddess. He stepped into the cafeteria and skillfully turned to an inconspicuous little table in the corner. On the table was a dish of tofu with scallions and a bowl of rice. The host was not nearby. Chenhua turned and walked towards the leftmost serving window, where a bucket of egg drop soup was placed every day. The soup was free, and a girl in a blue and white school uniform was digging into it with a large soup ladle. Tianjin University does not have school uniforms. The word high school on the girls' school uniforms has been washed so much that only the outline remains. The clean school uniform was draped over her like a sack, revealing a section of her bony collarbone at the neckline, like a tree branch that would break at the slightest force. Chenhua stared at the girl's neatly tied single ponytail, clean and refreshing. However, the cheeks beneath her hair were not only thin and sunken, but also covered with acne, with new red rashes and old acne scars intertwined to form a rugged hill. He muttered, "System, get to work." Name, Xia Er. Age, 22. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 44 kilograms. Charm value, 75 not up to standard. Growth value, 0 perfect. Favorability, 30. Does not meet binding standards. Just 5 points short. Chenhua's heart sank. Logically speaking, it's normal to feel very sorry if you're only 1 point short. Like Su Qingyue, who was only 1 step away. But there's no need to worry too much about being 5 points short, because even if she had 2 or 3 more points, she still wouldn't have met the binding requirements. However, Chenhua was filled with disappointment. If emotions could be measured in money, the disappointment brought by Su Qingyue was like losing 100,000 yuan. This time, he felt like he had lost 10 million. Xia Er turned around, holding a porcelain bowl with a poached egg in the soup. "Chenhua, you're too late. This is the last one." A unique feature of the North 4th canteen is that the free egg drop soup has several whole poached eggs in the broth. Perhaps out of special humanistic care, it was reserved for some students in need. Few people know this, because 99% of students neither care nor need it. Xia Er handed him the bowl, revealing his prominent wrist bone. "Here, have some." Chenhua smiled bitterly, accepted the girl's kindness, and swallowed the soup and egg whole in one gulp. As usual, the soup was too salty, and the egg wasn't flavorful enough. "If you drink my soup, I'll treat you to lunch." "Really? I want to eat steamed pork with potatoes." Xia Er's face lit up with surprise. "I guess the other party is probably getting paid for part-time work. The 7 yuan steamed pork with potatoes in the cafeteria isn't considered overcharging, is it?" "You really dare to dream, ordering me too," Chenhua joked, gesturing for her to walk outside. "Let's eat out." Xia Er tensed up for a moment. She had never gone out to eat alone with a boy before. She knew that dating was like that. "Are you going?" While her mind was still thinking, her feet followed closely behind the man. "Ha! Wait for me." Xia Er retraced her steps, asked the cafeteria lady for a plastic bag, and poured in the scallion mixed tofu and rice she had bought. Where should we eat? What would you like to eat?" "Mashed potatoes with rice, noodles with minced meat sauce, or rujiamo Chinese hamburger are all fine." "Oh, no meat, then no rujiamo." During his university years, Chenhua had long been accustomed to repeating the same routine day after day in this world. 2 months ago, he noticed a girl who, like him, always appeared in the North 4th cafeteria, always liked to sit in the corner, and always made egg drop soup with a certain reverence. In the past 4 years, Chenhua has not had much contact with any girls, although a few girls have expressed their affection for him. But he knew that poor people didn't deserve to be in a relationship and had no ability to give girls any promises or guarantees. He shouldn't have harmed others. Okay, actually, he thought those girls weren't pretty enough. But he was attracted to Xia Er the moment he saw her. Everyone has a tendency to be narcissistic, and Chenhua is no exception. In his eyes, the girl was poorly dressed and had bad skin, but her features were extremely beautiful, and there was a similar arrogance between her brows. He couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship between poor children, and also an irrepressible curiosity. At first, Chenhua sat 3 tables away from her. A few days later, he moved to a spot 2 tables away from her. A week later, he placed his food on the table next to hers. Xia said softly, "Hey classmate, why don't you just sit here? You'll be sitting here in a few days anyway." Chen Huaqiang forced a smile. "Ha ha ha, you saw right through me? The more ha-has there are, the more awkward it gets. I have 4 eyes, ha ha." The girl adjusted her thick lensed glasses and made a joke to ease his embarrassment. As soon as he sat down, Xia pushed the only plate of mapo tofu a few places towards the center. "I only have tofu. I apologize for the poor hospitality. Please make yourself at home." "Okay, I love tofu the most." A single, seemingly random remark caused Xia's earlobes to turn bright red, and her chopsticks poked several small holes in the rice. "I meant proper tofu," Chen Hua quickly explained, "the kind sold in the cafeteria. What else would you like to eat?" Xia buried her entire face in the bowl. Chen Hua pushed his plate. "Try the cucumber and ham stir fry." "Auntie's hands weren't shaking today, there's extra ham." Xia ate very quietly, chewing each small bite as if savoring the most delicious food in the world. Even if she's just taking advantage of someone. After that, the two often ate at the same table by coincidence and chatted occasionally. For example, Xia told Chen Hua that there was a poached egg hidden in the broth of the egg drop soup. But aside from their names, both of them tacitly remained silent about their family information. Both sides resisted the urge to learn more. "This is the first time we've walked side by side on campus like this." Chen Hua couldn't help but glance at the girl beside him. Out of the corner of his eye, the sunlight shone brightly on her skin. White, and almost sickly, bloodless white, like snow that never sees the sun. Looking at her, Chen Hua could still see his former self, the one struggling in the mire of life, bound by poverty. "Unfortunately, she can't be my goddess." A sense of irritation welled up in Chen Hua's heart, and he even felt a little resentful towards the system. The system isn't a person, it has no sense of aesthetics whatsoever. She is clearly beautiful too. "Then shall I leave?" The system's anthropomorphic girl voice suddenly rang out. "Sister Tong?" Chen Hua instantly cowered, mentally groveling, "I was wrong. I was a traitor to the heavenly gang and ungrateful. How dare I question your aesthetic sense? I'll go and reflect on my mistakes right now." "Humph, you're smart to know what's good for you. Oh, to the power of O." Chen Hua broke out in a cold sweat. He had actually argued with his sugar daddy for the sake of a girl. Who gave them the guts? The scene shifts to the two standing in front of a high-end Japanese restaurant. Above the shop entrance hangs a huge, natural wood-colored plaque that reads Yabenzu. Chapter 13. Japanese restaurant turns into a battleground. Xia looked around at the store's decor, then turned to Chen Hua, her eyes asking, "Are we really going to eat here?" "Come on," Chen Hua said, inviting her inside. Xia quietly shrank the plastic bag containing the tofu rice behind her back, having made up her mind. "At worst, I'll stay and wash the dishes with him. Your part-time experience at that Malatang spicy hot pot stall behind the school should be enough to handle the dishes in this kind of upscale restaurant, right?" The wooden door suddenly opened from the inside, and a waitress in a cherry blossom kimono bowed deeply. "Irashimasu." The female manager approached in wooden clogs, her smile freezing when she saw their attire. The man was unkempt and dressed in old clothes, while the woman looked like a high school student, thin and weak and malnourished. "Gentlemen, we are not hiring at the moment." This was Chen Hua's first time entering such a place, and he never expected there to be an unwritten rule of judging people by their appearance. He explained, "We're here for dinner. We made a reservation by phone this morning." Chen Hua, Xia. The female manager flipped through the appointment logbook and quickly found the two names. He asked again, "Our store has a minimum spending requirement. Are you both aware of this?" Chen Hua raised an eyebrow, took out his phone, opened the banking app, and shoved the screen in front of the other person. "Is that enough? Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions?" The female manager was startled. "Are all rich kids this low-key these days?" She immediately switched to a fawning smile, bowing even lower than the waiter. "Distinguished guests, please come in. I apologize for neglecting you both earlier. I'll personally upgrade you to the best couples booth." "Couple?" Xia unconsciously tightened the hem of her clothes. But what she was more curious about was what Chen Hua had just demonstrated that caused the other party's attitude to change completely. A huge sum of money? Where did he get the money? Because it was the weekend, the restaurant was quite busy. 3 upscale couple booths are arranged in a triangular shape and separated by a half-height Japanese-style screen. 2 of the booths are already occupied. Thank you, Junior. I've never been to such a high-class Japanese restaurant before. As he approached, a familiar voice entered Chen Hua's ears. What is that sound? Mr. Chen, this way please. The female manager led the 2 to the booth at the top. The girl who had just been thanking someone glanced over from the booth in the lower left corner. Elder brother. What is he doing here? Oops. Li Tianyu accidentally knocked over the sake pot in her panic. Shenhua looked in the direction of the voice and, sure enough, it was her that little green tea. Shenhua recognized the boy who was handing him tissues, Zhang Qingyan, the one who helped Xiaolcha fix her computer. The moment the man and woman's eyes met, they both saw a hint of guilt in each other's eyes, and then they tacitly looked away, pretending to be complete strangers. Why should I feel guilty? Shenhua's lips twitched. He hadn't officially started a relationship with her, they had only had a meal together yesterday. Who says men can't have meals with different women? She should be the one feeling guilty. She just received over 60,000 yuan worth of gifts from me yesterday, and today she can't wait to go fishing. Shenhua snorted inwardly and said loudly, order the food. The waiter handed over 2 tablets, which displayed descriptions and pictures of each dish. He asked Xia Er, do you have any dietary restrictions? Xia Er was staring blankly at a plate of Japanese-style cold tofu on the menu, priced at 188 yuan, which was more than her weekly food expenses. How long will it take to wash these dishes? How about we don't eat here? Don't worry, Shenhua reassured her. I won't make you stay to do the dishes. I don't have anything I want to eat. Then I'll do it. It was Shenhua's first time eating Japanese food, so he ordered all the restaurant's signature dishes and a few tofu dishes as well. Matsutake mushroom chawanmushi, wagyu beef sirloin sukiyaki, tuna belly sushi, shirako tempura, foie gras steamed egg, Japanese grilled tofu, cheese tofu, soy milk ice cream. Why did you order so much? Since this is the first time I'm treating you to a meal, it should be a grand affair. I won't get this treatment next time. The restaurant was at a comfortable temperature. Xia Er gently unzipped her school uniform, revealing a tight-fitting pure white t-shirt underneath. Chen Hua. She hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Shenhua, looking completely at ease, began to speak. I got lost when I was little. The girl interrupted crisply, no, you don't need to tell me. Shenhua was stunned. The story he had just made up was stuck in his throat. Xia Er thought she would be curious how the person who ate a discounted meal with her in the cafeteria the day before yesterday could be hosting such a high-end restaurant today. He had even prepared a more detailed background story, but to his surprise, the other party showed absolutely no interest. Yuan Feng thought it was a joke and let it go, but what's wrong with this girl? Shouldn't a normal person gossip about it? Was my acting too fake? Xia Er kept her head down quietly, suppressing a certain stirring within her. She understood the principle that poor people don't deserve to be in a relationship. A well-timed distance is good for everyone. Meanwhile, all the dishes on Zhang Qingyan's table were served. Faced with a table full of delicious food, Li Tianyu couldn't even muster the enthusiasm for her usual taking photos and posting them on WeChat moments. She felt inexplicably irritated. What was her brother up to? You just went on a date with me yesterday, and today you're already having dinner with another girl? Yes, I didn't agree to his proposal, but he can't go after other people. How is this any different from cheating? Scumbag. She tucked her hair behind her ear and secretly observed the activity at the booth opposite. His peripheral vision swept over Xia Er like a radar. She's pale, thin, and skinny, like a bamboo pole. What's so interesting about her? Li Tianyu was thinking to herself when her gaze was fixed on the other person's chest. This is not scientific. She glanced down at the cleavage she had forced herself to create, feeling a mix of grief and indignation. Cantaloupe growing on a bamboo pole. How did she manage that? Li Tianyu then took her opponent seriously and began to examine his face. This unfashionable, blunt fringe, could it be that you cut it yourself with scissors? The face is covered with dense acne scars. How severe must this hormonal imbalance be? How did my brother's aesthetic sense decline? She didn't understand it, but she came to a conclusion. This girl is probably one of the fish in her brother's fish pond. However, she wasn't as pretty or fashionable as me, and she even looked less healthy. Humph, there's nothing to fear at all. Xia Er looked up and met that scrutinizing gaze, feeling quite puzzled. There was hostility in his eyes. Although she was completely confused and didn't understand why this was happening, she still pursed her lips nervously and gave a timid smile. Unexpectedly, this smile made Li Tianyu uncomfortable, and she quickly looked away. "There's a really pretty girl over there," Xia Er whispered. Chen Hua knew who she was talking about, of course, and deliberately raised his voice a few decibels. "With such thick foundation, you're not as pretty as me without makeup." Xia Er blushed to her ears, while Li Tianyu bit her chopsticks tightly, a strange emotion rising within her. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Qingyan looked at Chen Hua and the other man with disgust. "This country bumpkin thinks he can afford fancy food? He's trying to appease his girlfriend, and he's doing it so loudly too." He shouted back, "Senior, you're the most beautiful girl in the School of Arts at Tianjin University. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can stage an accident for you." Some country bumpkin's aesthetic sense is still stuck at the level of a small-town photo studio. Xia Er quickly grabbed Chen Hua's hand, afraid that he would argue with someone. However, Chen Huazheng was completely bewildered. What's going on? The little green tea girl's favorability has increased? Li Tianyu's favorability +2, currently 20. Intentionally trying to annoy me? My brother definitely cares about me, otherwise why would he be so childish? Ding! Goddess Li Tianyu's favorability has reached 20. Reward, 1 attribute point. On the other side, having gained enough face, Zhang Qingyan took the opportunity to ask Li Tianyu. "Senior Tianyu, that Apple Family bucket set is really expensive. Did you buy it yourself?" Chapter 14, The Simp's Confession. "Senior Tianyu, that Apple Family bucket set is really expensive. Did you buy it yourself?" Yesterday, Li Tianyu also posted a picture of the entire Apple product suite on her WeChat Moments, but avoided mentioning its source. Why did he suddenly ask that question? Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu immediately became sensitive and tactically picked up a water glass, bringing it to her lips to hide her embarrassment. "TSK, if my brother weren't around, I could easily have insisted that I bought it myself." She secretly glanced at Chen Hua's position, and noticed that his ears were perked up. "If I lie now, won't my brother hate me? But what would Zhang Qingyan think if he told the truth? He's still eating the meal Zhang Qingyan treated him to." After weighing the pros and cons, Li Tianyu answered truthfully, "Actually, it was a gift from a senior student. He gave you such an expensive gift, he must be pursuing you. But I wouldn't be surprised if someone as beautiful as you has many suitors." Zhang Qingyan wore an expression of unsurprised surprise, then, like a young boy, poured out his heart. "Senior, do you know? Actually, I fell in love with you the moment I first saw you. From then on, you were the only image in my eyes, and your face was the only thing in my mind." Li Tianyu was stunned. Was he confessing his feelings? "What I said yesterday was too impulsive and may have made you misunderstand me. I apologize to you today." Zhang Qingyan opened a velvet gift box, and a necklace sparkled under the light. Li Tianyu covered her lips with one hand, whether from surprise or emotion, it was hard to tell. The necklace was from Tiffany Company, a brand she had long admired, and it was priced at over 20,000 yuan. She would have been ecstatic if it were before. But now, compared to yesterday's family bucket, this necklace seems a bit stingy. Chen Hua understood that the other party was using money as a means to express their feelings. He turned his head and glanced at Xia Er, who was eating like a little squirrel. Why are her ears perked up? Is she listening too? Yes, who can resist the temptation of gossip? At this moment, a waiter brings out a bouquet of 99 roses, and soothing music begins to play softly. Zhang Qingyan, holding a bouquet of flowers, looked on with deep affection. "Senior, would you like to be with me? I will give you the superior life you want. If you feel bad about the gift that Senior gave you yesterday, I can pay for it back for you." He could utter sweet words effortlessly, but his heart was bleeding. The necklace cost over 20,000 yuan, and he estimated that he would have to pay back over 60,000 yuan for those gifts. You should know that the previous two girls won over the girls without spending 10,000 yuan. But Li Tianyu is, after all, the top beauty in the art department. As long as she can be the first to taste the soup, it's worth spending more money. I'll take some artistic photos of her later, which will be considered as funding my art collection. He aspired from a young age to become an artist like Teacher Chen. Everyone around was drawn to the confession, and the atmosphere was perfectly set. Someone egged them on, saying, "Say yes." That's right, it's rare to see a guy this dedicated. If a guy treated me like that, I'd definitely marry him. The people who started the commotion were actually Zhang Qingyan's friends. A big meal had them act as actors to liven up the atmosphere. A sudden confession, coupled with a high-end setting, a desired gift, and cheers from the crowd, leaves a girl with little room for calm reflection. In her panic, she is likely to choose the easiest way to respond: to say yes. Li Tianyu, who is usually good at manipulating the emotions of her admirers, was actually wavering. Zhang Qingyan was indeed very good to her. He wouldn't say he was completely obedient to her, but he was very caring. She was an excellent backup option. Moreover, he had just promised to provide her with a superior life. After all, marrying into a wealthy family is ultimately just a pipe dream. To be honest, she would be content just to marry into a rich family. If she hadn't had contact with her brother yesterday, she might have already accepted Zhang Qingyan's confession. Yes, brother. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu instantly became more alert, and she was very curious about Chen Hua's reaction at this moment. Was he pretending to be nonchalant, or was he consumed by jealousy? She wanted to turn her head to look, but was afraid that Zhang Qingyan would notice something was amiss. Your simp confessed his love to you, so why are you looking at other men? Is being a simp part of your game? Chen Hua on the other side had already put down his chopsticks and was giving him a look of utter disapproval, but the other person didn't respond for a long time. He cursed inwardly, this naive little green tea has been blinded by a little favor. You don't have to be my boyfriend, but you can't date anyone else either. Otherwise, how am I supposed to build up our relationship in the future, and how can you openly spend money on me? Chen Hua then turned to Xia Er and asked, do you think the food here is good? Xia Er nodded subconsciously. She had never eaten so much delicious food before. Waiter, I want to top up my account. Chen Hua waved loudly. The voice was so loud it seemed like everyone was afraid they wouldn't hear. Recharge 100,000. 100,000, the waiter repeated the amount. Please wait a moment, I'll go find the manager. The surrounding people's eyes were immediately drawn to this, all wondering who was throwing money around. Li Tianyu gasped for breath. 100,000. She glanced over and received a piercing glare from her brother, then bit her lip in a pitiful manner. Zhang Qingyan was filled with resentment. The country bumpkin opposite him turned out to be a nouveau riche, and he had ruined the atmosphere that had been building up. Holy crap! You could spend 100,000 yuan on a Japanese meal and not even worry about getting a stroke. The female manager came running over, bending even lower. Mr. Chen, do you want to top up 100,000? We don't have a 100,000 yuan top-up promotion at our store yet, but I can make the decision to give you 20,000 yuan, which can be used at all 3 stores in the city, and I'll also waive the cost of this meal. The lunch cost over 3,000 yuan. Okay, scan the code. Chen Hua readily agreed. The waiter enters information on a tablet to process membership cards. Sir, your name and phone number. Xia Er, the heir who was famous far and wide. When Xia Er heard Chen Hua announce her name, her eyelashes trembled in shock. A prepaid card worth 100,000 yuan was issued using my information. Is he worried about privacy leaks? Before she could figure it out, Chen Hua slipped the gold card into her hand. Keep the card with you, bring your friends over to eat sometime. Immediately, people around them started cheering. Wow, that man is so handsome. Is it now fashionable to hand out prepaid cards as business cards when pursuing girls? If a guy treated me like that, I'd marry him right away. Chen Hua nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Who cared about that confession now? Any green tea BTCH who isn't love-struck will know which option to choose. Xia Er stared blankly at the gold card in her hand, her thoughts in a daze. A 100,000 yuan prepaid card, just given to her so casually. So, if I ask him for money now, will he agree? She urgently needs a large sum of money. Just as Xia Er was organizing her thoughts, Chen Hua suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom. Li Tianyu watched the man's retreating figure from afar, a surge of bitterness mixed with jealousy churning within her. He just gave away 100,000 yuan like that. Just how rich is he? Besides, I'm clearly prettier, shouldn't I get that card? She suppressed her surging emotions and didn't miss the signal Chen Hua gave her. Senior, you haven't answered me yet, Zhang Qingyan called out to Li Tianyu, who was lost in thought. Oh, I'll think about it some more. Li Tianyu stood up excitedly, my mind is a little confused, I'm going to wash my face. She strode into the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and saw that her makeup was still exquisite and perfect. He looked around but couldn't see a single person, and his hopeful heart sank. Didn't he ask her to come to the restroom? Was I just imagining things? Chapter 15. The little green tea girl offers a kiss. Shenhua lifted the curtain and walked into the bathroom. Li Tianyu glanced outside the door, and after confirming that no one was there, she boldly took the man's arm and explained in a coquettish manner. Brother, I just really wanted to eat at this restaurant. Who knew he would pull something like this? This big fish, known for its lavish spending, has been placed in the top priority. She absolutely couldn't let her brother misunderstand that she and Zhang Qingyan were on a date. Shenhua originally wanted to push her away and give her a hard time, but the soft and fragrant touch made him retract his strength. Who is your brother? Your good brother is sitting here waiting for you. Is my brother jealous? Why would I be jealous? I wish you two, who are destined to be together, will eventually become a couple. Oh dear, my brother will always be my number one priority. Hee, if I hadn't interrupted you, you two would have been kissing each other. No way. The little green tea didn't want to dwell on the issue, and instead countered, didn't you bring a girl with you, brother? As soon as they finished speaking, the two exchanged a knowing smile. There were people of the opposite sex waiting at the table, yet the two of them were being ambiguous and suggestive. It felt like they were having an affair. Li Tianyu pressed herself even closer and looked up to ask, brother, what's your relationship with that girl? Old friend, Shenhua said matter-of-factly. A friend will give me 100,000 yuan in recharge cards? Is having money a problem? Who bought a whole Apple product yesterday? No, if my brother already has someone special by his side, how could I bear to break you two up? The little green tea said, half probing and half threatening. Sigh, then I can only reluctantly let that junior get the benefit. Whatever. If you really like him, go for it. Anyway, I'm just a bachelor, I can't control you. Shenhua directly stated that he was single. Li Tianyu saw through the man's attempt to play hard to get and smiled, don't worry, I'll reject him. She was convinced that the man in front of her was far more valuable than Zhang Qingyan. He's definitely a rich second generation. The kind of scion of a wealthy family. Having achieved his goal, Shenhua took out a card and handed it to her. Your name and phone number. Li Tianyu took the card. It was also a gold card with a 100,000 yuan stored value. Li Tianyu's favorability plus 10, currently 30. Wow, he spent 160,000 yuan on me in 2 days. If I could be his girlfriend, how luxurious would my life be? 6 months ago, she almost spent all her savings to enroll in a socialite training course called 3 Sentences to Make a Man Spend 100,000 Yuan on You. Fortunately, I didn't waste money back then, and now I can do it without learning from her. Ding! Goddess Li Tianyu's favorability has reached 30. Reward, 1 attribute point. As soon as the system notification sound ended, Li Tianyu suddenly stood on tiptoe and threw herself into Shenhua's arms. The next second, a soft, moist touch landed on his lips like a dragonfly skimming the water. Holy crap! My first kiss. Shenhua felt a buzzing in his mind, as if fireworks had exploded, and his pupils dilated instantly. Girls' lips smell so good. Li Tianyu took a half step back and looked up at him without any hesitation, but the blush spreading from her neck betrayed her feigned boldness. While her courage hadn't yet faded, she softly asked, brother, what kind of relationship do we have now? Shenhua's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He had never experienced anything like this before. Driven by his masculine instincts, his hand uncontrollably gripped the girl's slender waist. The soft touch from my palm, I could feel the warmth of your skin even through the dress. However, he did not forget his primary goal, to win over the eldest daughter of the Morong family. Shenhua forced himself to look away from the girl's expectant eyes, turned his head, and mumbled somewhat shyly. I'd say it's a lip-to-lip friendship. Li Tianyu's eyes widened? I've already thrown myself at you, and you still won't even give me a proper title? Could it be that I am just a fish being raised in a fish pond? Just as she was feeling frustrated, she clearly felt the hand that had been resting properly on her back, now burning hot, tentatively sliding down. She froze, as if electrocuted, and sprang away from the man's embrace. Brother! Li Tianyu exclaimed, her voice trembling with embarrassment and anxiety, pure friendship, that's crossing the line. That place was a forbidden zone that had never been touched by anyone of the opposite sex. Shenhua reluctantly withdrew his hand, suppressing the restlessness in his heart, and turned to walk away with feigned nonchalance. Okay. I'll explore it again when our relationship develops further in the future. A smile crept across his face. So this is how girls can be so proactive if you just throw money at them. Li Tianyu's favorability plus 1, currently 31. He said the future relationship upgraded. Is he including me in his future plans? Is he testing me now? Looking at the smile that spilled from Chunhwa's lips, Lee Tianyu was certain that it was because of her. Lee Tianyu's favorability +1, currently 32. Absolutely, this is a test for the wealthy. Chunhwa was somewhat surprised to receive consecutive notifications that Lee Tianyu's favorability towards him had increased. Is she trying to win herself over? When Lee Tianyu returned to her seat, a faint smile played on her lips. Zhang Qingyan was all too familiar with this state. It was the sweetness that only girls in love would experience. He felt a surge of joy, almost unable to suppress the upturn of his lips, convinced that she had come to her senses and was going to accept him. Senior, what's your answer? Lee Tianyu nodded slightly. Junior, actually I'm a slow starter. Cough cough cough. Chunhwa, who was eavesdropping and drinking water nearby, was caught off guard and choked by this classic fish-raising starter. To Lee Tianyu, the sudden cough sounded like Chunhwa's final ultimatum to her hesitation. I can't let my brother misunderstand anymore. She gritted her teeth and laid it all out. Actually, I already have someone I like, but it's not you. At the same time, he pushed the beautifully packaged gift box and flowers in front of him back without hesitation. Zhang Qingyan's smile froze instantly. He had considered countless possibilities, a subtle delay, a veiled hint, but he never expected such a blunt rejection. Damn it! This is totally not like this green tea bitch's usual style. Based on past experience, even if there are other competitors, Lee Tianyu never explicitly states who she likes. She only says, "You're putting me in such a difficult position. Everyone here is special to me. The gift John gave me last week was really thoughtful, but Lee looked so handsome helping me move things last time." Zhang Qingyan pressed on, unwilling to give up. You like that senior from yesterday? Yes, it's him. Such a firm answer made Zhang Qingyan clench his fists. He spent so much time and effort, and was on the verge of success, when suddenly a dark horse appeared out of nowhere. Who exactly is that person? It's incredible that Lee Tianyu was willing to release this big fish. Chapter 16. You smell her perfume. Lee Tianyu picked up her bag and stood up, decisively and without any hesitation. Junior, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. This meal is on me. I'll be going now. Before she even returned to her seat, she had already paid the bill using the gold card Chunhwa had given her. Under the subtle gazes of those around him, Zhang Qingyan remained frozen in his seat, his face turning from red to white, unable to utter a single word of apology. In the corridor, Lee Tianyu's leather shoes tapped out a light rhythm. As she passed Chunhwa's table, she unconsciously slowed her pace, suppressing the urge to take credit. Miss. Xia Er jumped up from her seat and poked her head out. Your bag is so pretty. Where did you buy it? You startled me. Lee Tianyu hastily forced a smile. I found a proxy buyer online. Chunhwa looked at Xia Er with a guilty conscience. When did she become interested in bags? At noon, the sun shone brightly. Chunhwa and Xia Er walked out of the Japanese restaurant one after the other. The two stopped at the doorway at the same time, spoke almost simultaneously, and then fell silent together. You. Chunhwa wanted to ask if she was free in the afternoon so he could take her to the mall to pick out some clothes. The thought popped into my head during the meal. Not only did she need it, but I did too. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and sometimes your clothes can speak for you, just like in this situation. You go first, Chunhwa gestured to the girl. Xia Er pursed her lips slightly. She had noticed long ago that some people were eating absent-mindedly during the meal. Chunhwa poked 7 holes in the tofu with his chopsticks, but didn't eat a single bite. In the end, she silently ate the tofu that was riddled with holes. You know that girl, right? Xia Er raised her eyes, her question incredibly direct. How did she figure that out? Chunhwa's heart skipped a beat, and he vehemently denied it. No, I don't know him. Oh. Xia Er glanced at him sideways. I haven't even said which one it is, and you already know who it is. You're bluffing me. Chunhwa feigned composure. Isn't that the person you were asking about the bag earlier? Stop pretending, I have good eyesight. You two were exchanging glances in the restaurant. Her tone was very calm, but it inexplicably reminded Chunhwa of the scene where his wife caught him cheating. You were the one who said she was pretty first, Chunhwa offered a clumsy excuse. I couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. But Xia Er's nose twitched slightly. My nose is also very sensitive. When you came back from the bathroom, you smelled of her perfume on you. Chen felt a chill run down his spine. It was practically poisonous. Not only is the perfume poisonous, but this girl in front of me is even more poisonous. She had deliberately struck up a conversation with the green tea girl to check her perfume scent. He stubbornly insisted, "Oh, she happens to be from Tianjin University too, we just chatted for a bit." "You chatted for a bit? Did you manage to get her lipstick on your lips?" "Holy crap! That green tea BTCH ruined my life." Chen panicked for a moment and subconsciously raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. Xia coldly watched his flustered movements. In fact, she didn't see any lipstick mark at all. However, her insight and memory were beyond that of ordinary people. She noticed something unusual while eating and decided to try to trick him. Chen reaction has already given him away. Xia eyes darkened, and her high nose wrinkled slightly with displeasure. "So you brought me here to eat today to cover for her and prevent her from accepting someone else's confession?" "Of course not," Chen said with a worried look on his face. "Is this girl a detective? She's good at both investigation and imagining things." He was about to explain when he saw Xia shake her head. "It's okay, you don't need to explain to me." Chen stared blankly at the girl. Usually, when she smiled, her eyes crinkled, full of the energy of a girl next door. At this moment, she suppressed all her smiles, resembling a cold and aloof ice queen. This was the first time he had ever seen such a state. Xia silently handed over the gold card with 100,000 yuan in it, her tone becoming unusually unfamiliar. "Take this back." Chen heart tightened, and he quickly pushed the gold card back. "This is for you. Then I'll accept it as payment for helping out this time." Xia thought for a moment, then put the card away, as if completing a transaction. As for the matter of wanting to borrow money, she would never mention it again. "Are you free? Let's go," Chen suggested, forcing himself to speak. "I have a tutoring class this afternoon, so I'm leaving now." Xia had already turned around, her slender back looking particularly stubborn. Chen opened his mouth, but said nothing. "I don't know how to explain it, and I can't find a reason to explain it to her." He noticed Xia's special quality. She appeared timid, yet she could do what she wanted with the most cowardly actions and the weakest tone. He possessed an inner strength that transcended his frail physique. Watching her receding figure, he smiled wryly and summoned the system panel. Favorability, 30. Chen was somewhat surprised his goodwill towards Chen hadn't diminished at all. What he didn't know was that Xia's favorability rating had risen to 50 during the meal, but the series of actions he had just taken had caused the number to drop back to its original level. Because she is not a bound goddess, there are no rewards or notifications for changes in favorability. He will never know what she is thinking. In the afternoon, Chen went to Mixi Mall alone, determined to buy some new clothes. He had completely cleared his mind of all thoughts related to Xia. "I'm a person with a system in my own right, so I definitely can't let personal feelings hold me back." He recalled meeting a potential partner named Li Yanyan yesterday, who seemed to be a saleswoman at LV. He couldn't help but walk towards the LV store. Right now, he was relying entirely on the 5 million yuan tip from the young lady, and sooner or later he would run out of money. He secretly pondered that the goddesses in society were the best targets, as they belonged to different circles than the campus goddesses and were less likely to get caught up in a love triangle like he did at noon. Stepping into the LV boutique, the saleswoman, who was flirting with a man, turned around to greet someone who came in, her face still showing a hint of reproach she hadn't had time to hide. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton." Chen looked and saw that it was Li Yanyan. "Bind." However, an electronic voice in my mind said binding failed, and a panel appeared in front of my eyes. Name, Li Yanyan. Age, 28. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charm value, 82. Growth value, 4 exceeds standard. Favorability, 5. Does not meet binding standards. Are you kidding me? Yesterday it was 3 growth points, but today it's exceeded the limit? Chen was shocked and felt regretful, realizing he had missed out on a goddess, and Li Yanyan had also missed out on a chance to get rich quick. But I haven't done anything yet, so why is my favorability rating already negative? Upon seeing the newcomer's attire, Li Yanyan immediately thought to herself, where did this country bumpkin come from? He must have come to the wrong place. A fat man with big ears walked up and secretly grabbed her buttocks. "Ugh, there are guests here." The man glanced at Chen and said, "What kind of customer are you? A poor wretch trying to shop at LV?" Shenhua had been watching their every move. It seemed that this pig had taken advantage of the situation. Li Yanyan forced a professional fake smile. No matter what she was thinking, she had to maintain a good facade. This person didn't seem to be able to afford it, so I simply asked my colleague to show him around. Please come in, sir. I'll call another sales assistant for you. She called out to the inside, Yuan Yuan. Shenhua raised his voice, no need, the shop smells like pigs, it makes me nauseous. After saying that, he turned and left, deciding to look for a target in the shop next door. You even installed it? Can you even afford it? Keep your voice down. Even as Shenhua stepped out of the shop, he couldn't escape the man's crickets. For a moment, he wanted to rush in and buy everything, to slap the man in the face. On second thought, I realized that since I had spent the money, they were just getting a cut of my earnings. He resisted the urge to walk away, but caught a glimpse of a tall figure emerging from behind the counter. Chapter 1790 Points Goddess. The figure had a slender waist and long, straight legs comparable to a supermodel. She wore 6-centimeter high heels under black stockings, and her white shirt was stretched into an exaggerated curve at the chest, easily exuding a mature and sophisticated aura. With her jet black, medium-length hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, her features are bright and striking, her demeanor cool and aloof, exuding an air of languid elegance. In short, it can be summed up in one sentence: angelic face, devilish figure. Shenhua immediately thought of a Japanese actress from the last century, Natsukawa Yui. The feeling of love instantly overwhelmed me. System, score. Name, Jiang Yuan. Age, 29. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Charm value, 90. Growth value, 2. Favorability, 0. Meets binding standards. Charm value, 90. Her charm surpasses that of a young lady. Only one thought immediately filled his mind. I'm sorry, young lady, I want to eat at 100 different homes. Bind. Shenhua turned around and rushed into the LV store again, leaving Li Yanyan looking at him with suspicion. The man sneered, oh, trying to put on a show of wealth? Jiang Yuan, standing to the side, was very polite, smiling as she said, welcome to Louis Vuitton. They looked rather disgusting just now. Shenhua glanced at the man and walked straight to Jiang Yuan. Beautiful lady, could you please show me around and help me with some shopping? Damn, what are you pretending for? Don't just buy a t-shirt and leave. The man was shouting, so Li Yanyan quickly pulled him aside. Even luxury stores have no right to look down on their customers. What would happen if the store manager found out? Jiang Yuan greeted Shenhua as they went to the booth to make purchases. She had long disliked Li Yanyan's new boyfriend, Qin Shuang. This person had a sleazy appearance and used vulgar language. He had previously hinted to her that he could help her boost her sales performance. Jiang Yuan ignored him. She had many suitors, but she was a looks-obsessed person. Only handsome men could catch her eye, and rich men would be even better. She glanced furtively at the man beside her. Jiang Yuan's favorability +5, currently at 5. He has a decent foundation with a little grooming, he could be quite handsome. It would be even better if he wore head-to-toe LV. He's already gained favorability without even spending any money. Shenhua was very pleased. The system hadn't chosen the wrong person. It's easier to be a kept man if you're handsome. He looked at the t-shirts in the store, which were priced between 5,000 and 8,000 yuan, with some collaboration models costing over 20,000 yuan. Can this clothing provide bulletproof protection? Jiang Yuan smiled and agreed, if worldly views are a kind of bullet, then they can indeed be used to defend against them. Shenhua's eyes lit up. This woman also understood philosophy. She wasn't just a pretty face. Can I try them on? Of course, the fitting room is over here. When Shenhua changed into his new t-shirt, it did look much better than the 50 yuan t-shirt. He countered with a question from the tall, mature woman, what do you think? The gentleman has a good figure and looks good in everything he wears. Okay, I'll take all 3. The 3 t-shirts together cost a little over 30,000 yuan. Please help me choose a coat and pants as well. Jiang Yuan became more careful in her selection. She sized up Shenhua's height and picked out 3 coats and 3 pairs of pants. Shenhua tried it all, and his reflection in the mirror shone brightly with the help of money. You have such good taste, your boyfriend must look very handsome in your clothes. Sir, you're joking. I don't even know where my boyfriend is yet. Shenhua nodded slightly, realizing that his probing was unnecessary. Those who could be bound to the system must be single women. The system cultivates scumbags, not traitors. I'll take all of them. Do you need shoes? We've got a few new casual shoes. I'll take whatever you pick. I trust a beautiful woman's taste. Jiang Yuan's favorability plus 5, currently 10. These add up to over 200,000. Is he trying to pursue me? But he looks so young, could he still be a student? Ding. Goddess Jiang Yuan's favorability has reached 10. Reward, 1 attribute point. Shenhua chuckled to himself, I came here specifically to pursue you. Isn't a relationship between an older woman and a younger man more appealing? Beautiful lady, could you help me choose a suit and shirt? Jiang Yuan busied herself picking things out, and Li Yinyan and Qin Xuan, who were standing nearby, overheard their conversation. That man was dressed like a laborer, but he was surprisingly unskilled. Do you think he can afford it? He's just putting on an act now. He'll find an excuse to slip away as soon as it's time to pay. Qin Xuan's face trembled with bulging muscles, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan's S-shaped waistline, his mind filled with that graceful curve embedded in his own bulging beer belly. His eyes were filled with intense jealousy. He had bought things worth tens of thousands of yuan back then, but Jiang Yuan hadn't been so enthusiastic. He couldn't even invite her to dinner. In the end, he attributed the performance to Li Yinyan. That little vixen was quite sensible and took advantage of the situation. She really put in a lot of effort last night. However, compared to Jiang Yuan's alluring charm, it still pales in comparison. Handsome guy, you look really good in this outfit. It's formal yet casual, and you look very sunny. Jiang Yuan used a more affectionate term of address to flatter Shenhua. I'll listen to the pretty lady and go with this. Handsome guy, add a belt, this one would match perfectly. Shenhua revealed a meaningful smile, I won't buy a belt. I hope a pretty girl will give it to me in the future so she can keep me tied down. Was he implying something? Jiang Yuan tentatively said, handsome, next time you bring your girlfriend, I'll recommend this belt to her. I don't even know where my girlfriend is. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and a sense of anticipation welled up in her heart. Jiang Yuan's favorability plus 2, currently 12. No way, I actually met a rich, handsome guy with no girlfriend? Shenhua's smile deepened, could you help me pick out a women's handbag? I want to give it to the girl I like. Jiang Yuan turned around without changing her expression, frowning, it seems I was overthinking things. She dutifully picked out 2 bags, a round bag and a shoulder bag. Shenhua glanced at the price and said, that's a bit stingy. It should be more expensive. You think something costing 10,000 or 20,000 is too cheap? Jiang Yuan lowered his eyes slightly and realized, it seems that he wants to send a wealthy young lady who is a good match for him. That's true, he's handsome and rich, how could ordinary people like us possibly have a chance? She put aside her thoughts and selected 2 collaboration items that she liked. These 2 bags, one is playful, the other exudes maturity. Handsome, take a look, what style is the girl you're giving her, and which one suits her best? I can't imagine it. That girl has a similar vibe to you. Could you help me choose a style for her? About the same age as me, she was truly a great beauty. Jiang Yuan slung her bag over her shoulder as her thoughts drifted away. She was always very confident in her beauty and figure, but the girl he liked was just as beautiful as her and was from a wealthy family, so she had no advantage at all. Sigh, Jiang Yuan, what are you thinking about? The other party is just a customer, why are you making a fuss about it? She snapped out of her daze, quickly abandoned her unrealistic fantasies, and put the man back in the position of a customer. Sir, what do you think? It's so beautiful, not only the bag is beautiful, but the person is even more beautiful. Which one should we choose? I'll take them all. Jiang Yuan sincerely complimented, that girl is so lucky. It's a pity it wasn't me. Chapter 18 System Skill Point Allocation. The total price of this order reached more than 300,000 yuan, with the 2 women's bags alone costing 90,000 yuan. Jiang Yuan expects to earn nearly 10,000 yuan in commission, which is equivalent to half a month's salary. Sir, my name is Jiang Yuan. Let's add each other on WeChat. Feel free to contact me anytime next time you bring your girlfriend to the store. Jiang Yuan wished him to win the heart of his beloved soon. Shenhua was looking for an excuse to ask for her WeChat, but she took the initiative to give it to him. However, it's normal for saleswomen to develop a regular customer base, and it doesn't mean she's interested in him. He paid by card at the counter, carrying 7 or 8 shopping bags in his hands, and looked defiantly at the obese man. Qin Shuang's face turned ugly, and he spat out, "This guy is a real rich kid." Li Yanyan also felt a little regretful. Her new boyfriend, Qin Shuang, was a rich second-generation heir who had spent a lot of money at the store in the past 3 months. He had only managed to win her over yesterday. But this handsome guy spent 300,000 yuan in one go. If he had come a day earlier, he wouldn't have given himself to that lecherous Qin Shuang. "Beautiful sister." Chenhua called out to Zhang Yuan, who was tidying up her clothes. "Sir, what's wrong? Didn't you just call me handsome? Why are you being so distant now?" Zhang Yuan smiled, revealing 2 dimples. "Handsome, is there anything you're not satisfied with about the product? Thank you for helping me pick out clothes." Chenhua handed her 2 shopping bags containing a woman's handbag. "This is for you." Zhang Yuan's favorability plus 10, currently 22. "What does this mean? Are these 2 bags a gift for me?" Those around immediately understood, this kid had taken a liking to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan is so lucky. She just gave me 2 limited edition bags. Qin Shuang only gave me a basic one yesterday. Li Yanyan was so jealous. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. If she knew that Chenhua had his eye on her from the beginning, she would probably be kicking herself. Ding! Goddess Zhang Yuan's favorability has exceeded 20, reward, 1 attribute point. Chenhua smiled with satisfaction. The feedback he received was exactly what he expected. Zhang Yuan stared longingly at the 2 bags, but didn't reach out to take them. "Handsome, aren't these bags for the girl you like?" "The girl I like is right in front of me." Zhang Yuan's favorability plus 2, currently 24. Is this considered a formal pursuit? But this is our first time meeting, how can I accept such an expensive gift? Chenhua handed the 2 bags to the woman and said with a smile, "If you feel guilty, you can give me a gift next time." Zhang Yuan had a sudden inspiration. She gently placed the 2 bags on the counter, turned around and ran back to the shelf to grab something, then rushed back to the counter to pay with the employee discount. "This is for you." Host detected receiving a gift from the goddess, a Louis Vuitton damier men's belt, with a cashback of 45.2 million Chinese yuan. "This woman is great." Chenhua's smile went wild. She not only instantly understood my unspoken meaning, but also knew the importance of reciprocity. "Yesterday I was a millionaire, today I'm a multi-millionaire. This is incredible." Zhang Yuan's favorability plus 1, currently 25. He's so happy. "It's just something worth a few $1,000s, is it because I gave it to him?" Seeing the 2 of them beaming with joy, Qin Shuang felt both jealous and possessive, and suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. "Damn it! It's you bunch of idiots who are driving up the price of cryptocurrency." Now a multi-millionaire, Chenhua felt even more confident and retorted, "You poor wretch, trying to shop at LV?" The store fell silent instantly, and the 3 saleswomen exchanged glances. Qin Shuang is most annoyed when people say he's poor. He's always the one criticizing others, so he can't stand being mocked. You're treating a sales clerk who's already been used by everyone else like a treasure. You've disgraced your ancestors for 18 generations. This remark not only insulted Chenhua, but also made the 3 saleswomen present look unpleasant. Chenhua Qian suppressed his anger and said coldly, "What's wrong with a saleswoman? Isn't the woman next to you a saleswoman?" Qin Shuang glanced at Li Yanyan, "Her? I was just playing around. She's just throwing money at me and acting all high and mighty." Li Yanyan's face was extremely ugly. She knew that Qin Shuang didn't take her seriously, but she still wanted to have a relationship with him, instead of being treated as a plaything to be abused. Qin Shuang wasn't finished yet, and provocatively raised her chin at Zhang Yuan. "Believe it or not, I can throw 2 months' worth of my allowance at you, and Zhang Yuan, whom you've got your eye on, will still be kneeling and licking my boots like a dog." Zhang Yuan suddenly looked up, her eyes slightly red. Before she could speak, she heard Chenhua retort, "You bastard, you're more adept at spewing filth than the smoke rising from your father's grave." Zhang Yuan's favorability plus 5, currently at 30. He did it all for me. Ding! Goddess Zhang Yuan's favorability has reached 30. Reward, 1 attribute point. On the other side, Qin Shuang glared angrily, rolled up his sleeves, and yelled, "You fucking wanna die? Do you know who I am? Didn't your mother tell you?" Chenhua grinned, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "Does she even know which bastard you crawled out of some gutter?" Fuck your mother. Qin Xuan was completely enraged and lunged at him with a raised fist. System, add points. Strength, 611. Chen Hua poured all his attribute points into the strength column. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power coursing through every muscle, his tendons tightening like steel cables, and his once loose shirt stretched taut by the sudden expansion of his muscles. Fortunately, he was wearing long sleeves and trousers. Otherwise, with his body undergoing such a transformation in full view of everyone, he would definitely have been captured and subjected to human research. A crisp snap sounded. Qin Shuang's wild punch landed on Chen Hua's chest, but it felt like hitting a wooden stake. Chen Hua didn't move an inch, but instead slapped the other person across the face with such force that the other person fell to the ground. The phrase "not fighting back when being hit" is not in his vocabulary. I never backed down when I was broke, so I'm even less likely to tolerate these scumbags now. Keep cursing. He crouched down and grabbed Qin Shuang by the collar. Immediately, a pig-like scream echoed through the store, so loud that the LV store manager hurriedly ran out from the lounge. Young Master Qin. The female store manager was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a scene before. A VIP customer was being slapped like a dead dog in the store. Stop. Stop right now. The female shop manager screamed and stepped forward, but was stopped in her tracks by Chen Hua's glare. You're finished. Qin Xuan was dazed from the beating, but still stubbornly insisted, my cousin's husband's third aunt's nephew is Qin Weidong. Qin Weidong? Chen Hua paused in his movements. At this point, the person the other party brings up must be someone they rely on, but he has never heard of this name. The female store manager immediately reminded him, Qin Weidong is the 99th richest entrepreneur on the Tianjin wealth list. 99th place, that's still billions in assets. No wonder this bastard dares to be so arrogant, turns out he really has a powerful backer. But judging from that long list of relationships, Qin Xuan was just a distant relative, someone you could hardly even touch. After thinking quickly, Chen Hua slapped Qin Shuang again. I thought it was someone else, an old guy who's about to fall off the leaderboard, and you dare to bring that up? Chapter 19: The Beautiful Older Sister's Invitation. Everyone present was shocked. Who is this guy? How could he say that Qin Weidong is an old guy who was about to fall off the rankings? Chen Hua only released his grip when the other person stopped resisting, stood up, and said coldly, "Get lost. If you're not satisfied, tell Qin Weidong to pick a time, and my Chen family will fight to the bitter end." Chen Hua made it up off the cuff, since he figured he'd give himself an identity when he was out in the world anyway. The more arrogant he is, the more intimidating he becomes to his opponents. Qin Xuan covered her swollen right cheek and asked indistinctly, "Which Chen family are you from?" It seems there are quite a few people with the surname Chen on the list. Chen Hua guessed in his heart, but said aloud, "What do you think? Which other Chen family members are there in Tianjin City? Could it be?" Qin Shuang shuddered, staggered to his feet, and no longer had any thoughts of being violent. He walked a few steps toward the shop door in a daze, then turned back, took a deep breath, and bowed 90 degrees to Chen Hua. "Young Master Chen, I was so arrogant and disrespectful just now. I not only spoke rudely to you, but I also physically offended you. It was all my fault, and I'm so sorry." Not to mention everyone else present, even Chen Hua himself was stunned. What was going on? That wasn't all. Qin Shuang then turned to Zhang Yuan and slapped herself twice. "Miss Zhang, I was just being mean. Please don't take it to heart." Qin Shuang understood that she absolutely couldn't mess with the wrong people, and she didn't want to cause trouble for the Qin family. He wasn't a true second-generation rich kid, he just ran a small business under the protection of Qin Weidong. The Chen family mentioned by the person in front of them certainly had the ability to disregard Qin Weidong. Therefore, he immediately lowered his stance and apologized sincerely, hoping not to get into trouble. Zhang Yuan stood there, at a loss. This VIP customer, who was usually arrogant and domineering, was actually apologizing to a saleswoman like her. She looked at Chen Hua gratefully, noticing that the man's demeanor seemed different. Zhang Yuan's favorability +3, currently 33. Wait, that shirt made him look like an insurance salesman on the street, but now he looks like a walking clothes rack. Chen Hua maintained a stern expression, but the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He couldn't help but wonder, which Chen family was it that made people so wary? Looking at Qin Shuang's obsequious manner, he waved his hand like a rich young master in a TV drama. "Be more humble in the future, and don't abuse your power." Yes, I will definitely keep a low profile from now on." Qin Shuang responded repeatedly and slowly straightened up. Young Master Chen, may I be going now? Seeing Chen Hua wave him off, he slunk away. The female store manager stared at Chen Hua from head to toe in astonishment, then turned around and sharply questioned the three saleswomen. What exactly is going on here? This incident at the store today has completely humiliated Qin Shuang, our VIP customer. She will definitely not come back to patronize the store again, which will directly impact the store's performance. Zhang Yuan briefly recounted what had happened, emphasizing, Qin Shuang struck first. The store manager was about to vent his anger when Chen Hui interrupted him. How much did that guy spend in your store? She dared not offend the person in front of her. This was someone who even dared to hit Qin Shuang. The store manager cautiously replied, the total consumption over 2 years is approximately 1 million. Chen Hui looked at Zhang Yuan. Beautiful sister, pick out something worth $1 million, and I'll give it to you. Zhang Yuan opened her mouth into an O shape and waved her hands repeatedly. No, you've already helped me a lot, how could I let you spend more money? Zhang Yuan's favorability +2, currently 35. Really? 1 million? You dare to give it to me, but I dare not accept it. Chen Hua chuckled inwardly. What's 1 million? You just gave me 40 million. He thought for a moment, then turned to the dumbfounded store manager and said, I'm sorry for the trouble you caused today. How about this, each of you pick out a bag as a small token of my appreciation. The shop assistants were overjoyed. Even a store manager with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan wouldn't be willing to casually buy luxury handbags. This guy is definitely a rich kid, we must stick close to him. The store manager immediately grasped the situation and flattered, Young Master Chen, it's our honor. Why don't you hurry up and make your selection? Li Yanyan and another saleswoman went to choose bags excitedly, but Zhang Yuan stood still. She had already bought 2 bags, and now she was too embarrassed to choose any more. Yuan, what are you standing there for? Don't refuse young Master Chen's good intentions. Zhang Yuan was awakened by the store manager's look, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and pick out the cheapest style. We absolutely must not give Chen Hua the impression of being a gold digger. The store manager and others all chose the more expensive items, spending a total of 180,000 yuan. Chen swiped his card without blinking, and the store manager smiled broadly. Thank you, young Master Chen. We will record this order under Zhang Yuan's name. This is to do him a favor, hoping he'll come to the store more often in the future. Zhang Yuan quietly said to the store manager, I'd like to ask for a day off tomorrow and treat young Master Chen to a meal. Of course. The store manager was overjoyed. Yuan, you must keep this big customer in good condition. The higher the store's performance, the higher the store manager's bonus. She wished she could do it herself, but it was obvious to everyone that Chen Hua was after Zhang Yuan. It's worth noting that although Zhang Yuan is the prettiest woman in the store, her sales performance has always been mediocre because she has a reserved personality and never takes the initiative to maintain relationships with customers. The sun must have risen in the west today. Zhang Yuan walked up to Chen Hua, her eyes as bright as the moon. Young Master Chen, I still don't know your full name? I'll get you a VIP card. My name is Chen Hua, the fire and flame. My name is Zhang Yuan, the yuan in Tang Yuan glutinous rice ball. A moment later, Zhang Yuan handed over a card with both hands. Young Master Chen, this is your VIP card. Thanks. I should be thanking you. Zhang Yuan leaned forward slightly. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to invite you to dinner. It would be great if you could treat me to a meal. A smile flashed in Chen Hua's eyes. Since you invited me, I'll make time, even if I'm not available. See you tomorrow. After Chen Hua left, the 4 people in the shop immediately gathered together to gossip. Li Yanyan said with envy, Yuan, you're going to marry into a wealthy family. Zhang Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Don't talk nonsense, they probably just had a whim. Another saleswoman joked, isn't it obvious? Young Master Chen came here specifically to pursue you. You all know that those rich kids are just looking for something new. I don't want to be someone's short-term entertainment. Zhang Yuan's tone was somewhat sober. I don't think young Master Chen is that kind of person. He doesn't have the slightest bit of the airs of a rich kid. By the way, which Chen family's young master is he? All 3 of them turned their gazes toward the store manager. As a seasoned individual who has been in contact with high society circles for many years, the store manager is very familiar with the elite circles in Tianjin City. While they were discussing, the store manager was looking through the Tianjin wealth ranking and analyzing it on his fingers. Only 4 companies with the surname Chen are listed on the Tianjin Wealth Ranking. Those ranked 172nd can be excluded. She believes that the strength of these 2 companies does not match the confidence Chen Hua has shown. Chapter 20: The illegitimate son of the Chen family. Chen Guangzong, who is ranked 50th, does have 2 sons, but the one in the media photo is obviously not the one we just saw. Then only. The store manager suddenly widened his eyes. Chen Jianjun, the chairman of Jintian Construction, who was ranked 11th. Jintian Construction? The other 3 exclaimed in surprise that this local construction giant was very famous in Tiannan province, and that the Vientiane city where they were located was built by Jintian Construction. The rise of Jintian Construction was entirely due to the exceptional skills of its boss, Chen Jianjun, who managed to have connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. When it comes to the most prominent Chen family in Tianjin City, none other than theirs. The store manager asked in confusion, but Chen Jianjun only has 2 daughters, no sons. Zhang Yuan recalled that when Chen Hua came to the store earlier, he was dressed in cheap clothes and his behavior did not resemble that of a pampered rich kid. Could he be someone's illegitimate child? The store manager suddenly clapped his hands, remembering a certain secret of a wealthy family. That's it. There have been rumors for a long time that Chen Jianjun has an illegitimate child, which he has never acknowledged. The age matches, he should be in college right now. The women, one after another, pieced together a conclusion. Chen Hua is very likely Chen Jianjun's illegitimate son, who has only recently returned to the wealthy family. The women put their gossip skills to good use, and although the plot sounded like a melodramatic soap opera, it was surprisingly well connected and made a lot of sense. Yuan, Li Yanyan excitedly grabbed Zhang Yuan's hand. If you win him over, you'll be the young mistress of Jintian Construction. Zhang Yuan smiled and shook her head. It's not even close to being confirmed yet, who knows if he's just playing around. That's what she said, but her heart was involuntarily racing. Which beautiful woman doesn't dream of marrying into a wealthy family? Zhang Yuan understood that rich second-generation men only dated for fun, and in the end they would all choose a wealthy young lady of equal social standing to marry. However, a newcomer to a wealthy family like Chen Hua, lacking the spoiled habits often developed by second-generation rich kids, is likely to have a relatively clean private life and might even prioritize relationships. Thinking about this, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that maybe she really had a chance. Zhang Yuan's favorability +1, currently 36. Zhang Yuan's favorability +1, currently 37. Zhang Yuan's favorability +1, currently 38. That evening, Li Tianyu invited her roommates to dinner at Yabenzu. Wow, sweetie, I've wanted to come here for ages. Sweetie, you really didn't win the lottery? This is nothing, order whatever you like. Li Tianyu waved the gold card in her hand. Fang Qingqing asked, who gave you this card? My dearest brother. Cousin? Li Tianyu said smugly, it's my senior. He heard that I like Japanese food, so he casually recharged 100,000 yuan. 100,000? 100,000? Did I hear that right? Your brother is so rich. What do you mean by being rich? This is called spoiling your wife. Her roommate stared wide-eyed, while Su Qingyue's heart was in turmoil. It was Chen Hua? He actually deposited 100,000 yuan into Li Tianyu's account. Didn't she go to lunch with Zhang Qingyan? How did she get involved with Chen Hua again? Li Tianyu thoroughly enjoyed her roommate's astonishment. This was exactly the kind of feeling she wanted, being the center of attention. Fang Qingqing tentatively asked, sweetie, you've already called him brother, how far have things progressed between you two? A hint of awkwardness flashed across her face, just ordinary friends. Zhang Ran slammed the menu down on the table. If ordinary friends spend this much money, what about dating? She instantly wanted to dump her long-distance boyfriend who only knew how to offer empty words of comfort. Shen Xiang shook the girl's shoulders dramatically. Sweetie, he spent so much money on you, and you're not even willing to give him a chance to date? Li Tianyu was hit where it hurt and was furious. Was it because I didn't want to? Money can't blind Sweetie's eyes. Is your brother really that ugly? How could that be? He looks just like a celebrity. Li Tianyu immediately defended Chen Hua. Buzzing. The phone on the table lit up with the words, Princess Eldest. I need to take this call. Li Tianyu grabbed her phone and quickly walked out of the private room. At the end of the corridor, she took a deep breath before answering the call. Sis. Sweetie. A sickeningly sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Did that guy who drove the BMW we talked about ask you out later? Li Tianyu recalled a fish in the fish pond who wanted to take her to a hotel on the night of their date. She was so angry that she took a taxi back to her dormitory and blocked him on the way. Sis, I'm still in school. Silly girl. The older sister's voice suddenly rose. Do you know that Aunt Zhang's daughter found a man whose family owns a hotel, and the bride price was 300,000 yuan? Sis. Can you please stop saying these things all the time? My sister is all grown up now, we're not as close anymore. The older sister was about to cry, feeling wronged. I raised you all by myself with great difficulty, and you can't even say a few words to me? Li Tianyu's parents passed away when she was 2 years old, truly embodying the saying that an elder sister is like a mother. Li Tianyu was completely under her sister's thumb. You're so eloquent, you'll always be my favorite sister. Sai, your nephew is about to start international class, and I'm under so much pressure. Okay. I recently made some money from a part-time job and bought my nephew an iPad to send home. Tell him to study hard. Oh, my dear little sister. I knew you were thoughtful. But I still have to tell you a few things. If there are any suitable rich kids at school, you must seize the opportunity, and don't put on airs. The person opposite said earnestly, love in college is the purest. Those rich kids who have just graduated haven't been corrupted by society yet, so they are more sincere when it comes to relationships. If they go out into society, you can only have them as short-term playmates if you want to get to know them. I took care of you for the first half of my life, and I'll rely on you to take care of me for the second half. Li Tianyu gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, don't you have a son? How come it's my turn to raise him now? She replied verbally, I understand, sis. Remember, your beauty is your advantage, but you only have one chance. Men are obsessed with their first time, so you must seize the opportunity when it arises. Other older sisters tell their younger sisters to protect themselves, but you want to sell your sister. Protection? The other person sneered. Can protection feed us? If all I knew was how to protect myself, we'd both starve to death long ago. Li Tianyu said in a huff, I'm not saying anything more, I'm having dinner with my roommate. Click, the phone was hung up. Back at the dinner table, Li Tianyu was still affected by that phone call. Of course she wanted to find a rich second-generation heir, but she wanted even more a rich second-generation heir who knew how to respect her and truly loved her. The image of Chen Ho involuntarily appeared in my mind. Li Tianyu had a sudden inspiration and brought up a topic. Sisters, I have a really beautiful friend who's incredibly nice to a guy, well, materially. My friend's head is smitten, but whenever we talk about making it official, he acts like he doesn't know anything. Why do you think that is? Chapter 21 Campus Gossip. Zhang Ran bluntly exposed, Sister, isn't this sister you yourself? How is that possible? There's a man that sweetie can't charm? Chen Xiang smiled as she looked at Li Tianyu's tense jaw muscles, a gesture she made when she was feeling down. Looks like there really is one. Fan Qingqing bluntly asked, is this man your brother? Has Chen Huo and Li Tianyu officially started dating? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue had a bold guess. Could it be that Chen Huo already has a girlfriend and is only pursuing Li Tianyu as a change of pace? The more she thought about it, the more she realized it made sense. If Chen Huo was really that rich, his wife would definitely be a wealthy heiress from a similar social class. Right now, I'm just having an affair, we'll only have sex, and we'll never commit to anything. Yeah, you've had a lot of relationships, can you give Tian some advice? Shen Xiang's words interrupted Su Qingyue's thoughts. She offered a suggestion, which was unusual for her. I think it's normal. Maybe he's just a slow starter. You two only met yesterday, and it would be too fast to confirm your relationship today. Yeah? Li Tianyu was skeptical, but she desperately needed this explanation. Of course, Su Qingyue said with an innocent smile. Good men are all like that. Unlike those lustful scumbags who want to sleep with you after just one meeting. Isn't that your suitor who drives a BMW 1? Why does this little bitch have to bring up the most sensitive topics? Li Tianyu gritted her teeth in anger. After all the dishes were served, the sound of cameras clicking incessantly throughout the private room. Don't move, let me take one more panoramic shot. Zhang Ran held up her phone, exclaiming, if you don't post about such expensive food on your WeChat moments, it's like you're eating for nothing. Li Tianyu forced a smile and cooperatively raised her sake cup. She posted a few selfies on her WeChat moments, along with the gold card, and captioned it, a little moment of happiness with my girlfriends thanks to my brother for treating us. It's not just about wanting to garner envy, it's also about subtly wanting someone to see it. Holy crap, this is an amazing scoop. Chen Xiang pushed her phone to the center of the dining table, eager to share some gossip. Our university's campus forum is buzzing. Jinfu confessed his love for Satomi Ishihara in the street. What the heck? Aren't these two people completely unrelated? Everyone looked over, completely bewildered. In the photo, a tall, thin boy is holding the face of a petite girl, with the school's east gate clearly visible in the background. Although only her profile is shown, her face is very distinctive. Elder brother. Shan Hua. Li Tianyu and Su Qingyue recognized the man in the photo at a glance. The former quickly scrolled through the second photo, which showed Chen Hua holding a girl's hand. The girl's upturned face resembled that of Satomi Ishihara, and the innate nobility in her eyes and brows could not be concealed even in a candid photo. Looking at the stunning beauty of the woman in the photo, Fang Qingqing exclaimed, "Isn't that the school beauty, Morong Zhen?" Li Tianyu's ears were ringing, and her teeth sank deeply into her lower lip. The only daughter of the Morong group, a true rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned woman who was a hot topic on the campus forum for years. It turns out she's my brother's girlfriend. She glanced at the time mentioned in the post without thinking, yesterday. He confessed his feelings to the school beauty at noon, and then started flirting with me in the afternoon? This is like meeting a time management master. You scumbag. Why didn't God strike you dead? Li Tianyu had already cursed 1,000 times in her heart, but she still managed to force a standard gossip-eating smile on her face, afraid that others would notice something amiss. Her only consolation was that her roommates didn't know the man in the photo was the brother she was talking about, otherwise she would have been incredibly embarrassed. After all, in terms of looks and background, how can she compare to the school beauty? Oh no, just in terms of looks, she felt she was just as good. But no matter what, the thought of stealing the school beauty's boyfriend made her legs go weak. If it were one of the other school beauties, I might give it a try, but this girl is the eldest daughter of the Morong group. She wouldn't dare even if I gave her 10 times the courage. Humph, it's all that scumbag Chen Hua's fault. Even if you have money, you can't do this. I really want to arrest him and torture him severely. Su Qingyue took everything in, secretly laughing to herself. Sure enough, Chen Hua has a real girlfriend, and Li Tianyu is doomed this time. Scroll down. Chen Xiang then read out the details of the exposé. A student council member, suffering from chronic kidney deficiency, sought psychological comfort by having an affair with the school beauty's best friend. Eventually, the affair was exposed, and he was caught in bed with her. Just as the two were breaking up, a brute suddenly appeared and launched a forceful confession to the school beauty. Surprisingly, the school beauty was moved by the man, possibly physically, as he did indeed physically assault her, and immediately accepted his confession. This embellished post quickly gained popularity, with a surge in comments and a wide range of attention. I woke up and saw Jinfu and Satomi Ishihara dating. I'm going to sleep a little longer. Jinda is also getting better. Not only does it have its own Satomi Ishihara, but now another Jinfu has emerged. You're so foolish, school beauty. Aren't you afraid he'll give you a deliberate punch? You're so stupid. Upstairs. Try refusing the school beauty and see what happens. She'll be right there and then, face down and fall to the ground. Your focus is all off track. I just want to know who that student council member who cheated on his wife is. Sisters, you have to keep your eyes open and don't fall into a fire pit. One girl responded with righteous indignation, which resonated with many other girls. At 7 p.m., Chen Hua returned to his empty dormitory. He received a call from Yuan Feng, his voice urgent. Hey, De Huang. What's wrong, Fengzi? How could you be living off a woman behind your brother's back? Stop pretending. Your affair with the school beauty is trending on the forum. Ding dong. A message popped up on WeChat. Chen Hua clicked on the link Yuan Feng sent and continued listening to his rambling. I knew it. How did you suddenly become rich? Of all the things you could learn, why did you have to learn to be a kept man? The other person's tone became increasingly agitated. Do you know that every bite you eat comes at a price? Before Chen Hua could reply, a sharp female voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you done peeing? It's been taking so long. Yuan Feng was clearly startled and whispered, I'm hanging up, I have something to do. A series of hurried footsteps sounded. The phone call was clearly still going on. Chen Hua was engrossed in reading the gossip post when he heard the sound of eating coming from the other end of the phone. He was taken aback, a series of question marks flashing through his mind. Is Yuan Feng having a late-night snack so late? The sound sounds like someone slurping noodles. Let's get to work. The hostess who hosted the dinner seemed to have come to a realization. It's reasonable to get back to work after eating. Chenhua's mouth went dry as he listened. Was this the price Yuan Feng had mentioned for living off a woman? Is this a price to pay? Or is this a reward? Who is this person? He ate and took food himself, but was afraid that his brother would serve him a bowl. The voice on the other end of the phone became increasingly indecent, so Chenhua abruptly hung up. In a country where public ownership is the mainstay, one should not hear such private matters. However, the dormitory suddenly became hot, so he threw his phone on the bedside table and rushed into the bathroom. Cold water gushed from the showerhead, and Chenhua wiped the water droplets off his face, instantly becoming much more awake. Looking at myself in the mirror, my muscles bulged out, like a fitness athlete who had been working out for 5 or 6 years. It only added 6 points of strength, yet it had such an amazing effect. Li Tianyu's favorability 5, current level 27. Chapter 22, The Young Lady's Phone Number. Li Tianyu's favorability 5, current level 27. The system notification sound startled Chenhua. He stared at the numbers flashing on the virtual panel, his brow furrowed. Since it wasn't a face-to-face conversation, Chenhua didn't hear what the other person was thinking, but he understood after thinking about it. Oh no, that green tea girl must have seen the forum post. This series of reactions made Chen Huadong realize. Could Morongjin's intimate behavior yesterday have been a deliberate prank on him? Taking the initiative to hold his hand is ostensibly to save face for him, but in reality, it's to get revenge on him and cut off his chances of dating other girls. If he uses his title of school beauty's boyfriend to flirt with other goddesses, then the label of scumbag will be firmly stuck on his head. Sure enough, the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to lie. And the richer the woman, the more damn meddlesome she is. Chenhua, feeling annoyed, dried himself off and returned to his room, where WeChat notifications kept ringing. Is that scheming woman here to confront me? He swiped to see, and the dormitory group chat young Master Lu and his 4 protectors suddenly became active. Someone forwarded 2 photos from a forum post in a group chat. Teo Tianshui, at Liu Yuanhuo, what's going on? You won over the school beauty? Thunderous exclamation, holy crap. I must have gotten food poisoning from eating all that food I prepared. Stirring up the wind, you're so foolish, brother fire. Chenhua's lips twitched. How long had it been? Yuan Feng was already done? Young Master Lu, are you all vampires? You can be so nonchalant about history and blood, but you're in agony over love and sunshine? Ahua has successfully found a girlfriend, we should congratulate him. As soon as young Master Lu spoke, his roommates all congratulated him. Congratulations. Congratulations. Lu Chen, the young master of the dormitory, is a genuine rich and handsome man in the Chinese literature department. His family owns a chemical fiber company and his assets start at 9 figures. Young Master Lu, but Ahua, as your brother, I have to give you a few words of advice. An ordinary person can just marry the class beauty, there's no need to force yourself on the school beauty. Teo Tianshui, yes, you deserve good people, but not the best like the school beauty. Thunderous outburst, at young Master Lu, did you not open the picture? Young Master Lu, I haven't actually seen it yet. As you know, I'm not interested in other women. Thunderous remark, your company's major client. Young Master Lu, holy crap. Young Master Lu retracted the above message. Young Master Lu, wonderful. It's actually the eldest daughter of the Morong Group. Chenhua remembered that Lu Chen had mentioned in the dormitory that Morong Group was a major client of his family. Liu Yuanhuo, young Master Lu, do you have Morongjin's WeChat? Young Master Lu, what do you mean I don't have any? You don't? Teo Tianshui, you didn't? Shocked. The wind stirs, you don't have any? Humorous. Thunderous outburst, you didn't? Being cuckolded. Liu Yuanhuo, there's no such thing as a school beauty falling in love with a poor loser. It's just a fantasy I had before I collapsed from exhaustion from working part-time jobs. That's about it, Chenhua said, ignoring the system and giving a brief account of what happened between him and Morongjin. Young Master Lu, it seems you've been tricked by this young lady. Liu Yuanhuo, I think so too, so I want to find an opportunity to explain it to her. Teo Tianshui, young Master Lu, give Ahua a boost. Once he marries into the Morong family, all the raw materials will be made for your family evil laugh. Inciting the wind, don't help him, he can't handle being a kept man picks nose. Liu Yuanhuo, at Gudongfeng, get out of here. Young Master Lu, I don't have her on WeChat, and I don't know her. After a while of chatter in the group, Chen Ho received a private message from Lu Chen, containing a phone number ending in 6666. Young Master Lu, I got Morongjian's phone number from my sister. If she asks about its source, make up a plausible excuse. Chen Ho felt a warmth in his heart. This was why his brothers were willing to support young Master Lu. It wasn't just because he was rich, but because he genuinely helped when needed. Young Master Lu is wise, brave, and kind-hearted. Our dorm would have fallen apart long ago without you. Chen Ho showered him with compliments, and Lu Chen also wished him a speedy takeover of the Morong family. Returning to the main WeChat interface, Chen Ho entered the number in the search bar and an account with the nickname Morongjian is not a compound surname popped up, with a picture of Satomi Ishihara as its profile picture. He could tell at a glance that the photo was not of Morongjian himself, because the beauty mark at the corner of his eye was missing. She thought to herself, it seems she really likes Satomi Ishihara and is very proud of looking like her. Chen Ho clicked to add a friend, but the next second he saw a system message, unable to add via mobile number. TSK. Should we just call them directly? He now has 40 to 50 million yuan in his account as a system reward. Although it's nothing compared to the Morong Group's fortune, it gives him some confidence. So I dialed directly, beep, beep, beep. Just when he thought no one would answer, a distant yet sweet voice came from the other end. Who is it? Me, and your boyfriend who's trending on social media. You're going to die. The person on the other end asked with a surprised expression, where did you get my number? Chen Ho bluffed, I'm a rich second generation too, finding a number isn't difficult for me. There was a long silence. So, Morongjian slowly brought up the bet, you called because you've raised enough money? She'll have his child as long as Chen Hua's assets surpass those of the Morong Group. Now it was Chen Hua's turn to be silent. Where was he going to get 3 billion? He forced a smile and replied, not yet, but it's only a matter of time before we surpass your family. Trust me, the children you give birth to for me will have far better resources than you do now. Morongjian was so angry she almost laughed. Aside from the country, this was the first time someone had ever offered her a childbearing promise. Did you watch some porn? Your promises are so unrealistic. No, even when I'm not looking at it, it's still quite hard. Roll. She laughed and cursed, but there wasn't much real anger in her voice, it was more like she was too lazy to argue with him. You promised me a month, and I won't shortchange you by a single day, but don't even think about adding a day. Until then, don't waste my time. With a beep, the phone was disconnected. This young lady only allows herself to tell dirty jokes, but forbids me from responding. Chen Ho sighed helplessly and silently saved the phone number into his contacts. While I was making the call, the gossip that had been dominating the top spot on the Tianjin University forum could no longer be found online. Furthermore, posts with similar content were all returned to 404. Tan Hua, another key figure in the incident, used the power and connections of the student union to suppress the topic on the grounds of causing a negative impact. At midnight, the dormitory lights went out. Chen Hua made a note on his phone. Betting progress, 50 million 3 billion timeframe, 2 days 30 days. Today's cashback came from an LV belt gifted by the beautiful Jiang Yuan, plus a total purchase of around 700,000 yuan. With 50 million in savings and 700,000 in spending, this was something I never dared to dream of before. He had just put down his phone when the screen suddenly lit up. Senior, are you picking up your car tomorrow? Upon discovering that the message was from Li Tianyu, Chen Hua's temples throbbed. Are they here to demand an explanation? Chapter 23. This is a Xiaomi phone, not a Porsche. Chen Hua tapped his fingers on the screen. Still awake so late? Li Tianyu, can't sleep. The kitten looks aggrieved. Do you want me to go with you to pick up the car tomorrow? Chen Hua stared at the screen, his brows slightly furrowed. Something's not right. Although the little green tea's tone was still soft and sweet, she changed her nickname for herself from brother to senior, and a sense of low spirits was evident between the lines. She must have seen the forum post. But she deliberately didn't mention it, instead pretending nothing had happened, and even asked him to meet her the next day. Does he want to torture himself in front of everyone? Chen Hua hovered his fingertip above the screen, hesitating for a few seconds. Even if I explain now, she might not listen. Besides, he himself hasn't even figured out how to explain it. To call it an explanation would be more like a lie, since he couldn't possibly give up Morongjian for her sake. The car pickup process is quite troublesome, it'll be too tiring for you to run around with me. I'll take you for a drive another day. After sending the message, he immediately switched out of the chat, afraid that the other party would pester him again. The most important thing right now is tomorrow's date. Zhang Yuan is not a student at Tianjin University, so she probably won't see that post. Win her over first, then deal with Li Tianyu's problems slowly. Ding! The phone rang again. Shenhe looked down and saw that Li Tianyu had sent him a voice message. He hesitated for a moment, then clicked. Okay, then remember to take a picture and send it to me, Senior chuckles. The laughter was bittersweet. Shenhe's conscience was breaking. He felt he deserved to die. How could he treat such a good girl so badly? But it's okay, just keep cheating on a few more guys and your heart will harden naturally. On April 20th, the sky was clear and blue. In the morning, Shenhe arrived at the Xiaomi 4S store, paid nearly 600,000 yuan in full, and successfully picked up his Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. He stepped on the ignition, like turning on a high-tech toy. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.1 seconds, which is faster than many supercars. Beautiful lady, I'm coming to pick you up now, Shenhe sent a voice message. The dialog box immediately popped up with a reply, okay, I'll wait for you. Amidst the crowds at Gate A of Mixi, a striking figure in apricot-colored dress stood out. Zhang Yuan was dealing with a man wearing a Givenchy t-shirt. Hey beautiful, are you free? I'll take you for a drive. The man pressed the car key, and a bright yellow Porsche Panamera not far away immediately turned on its headlights. I'm waiting for a friend, Zhang Yuan politely declined. Her stunning looks have given her many advantages in life, but they have also attracted this kind of blatant advances. She was already used to it. Having enjoyed the advantages that beauty brought, she had no choice but to endure these unpleasant disturbances. What kind of friend is worth waiting here for? This is a Porsche, much more comfortable than a ride-hailing car. My friend's car is no worse than yours, Zhang Yuan retorted with a smile. Yesterday, Shenhe spent over 500,000 yuan at the store, so she was convinced that the car he drove must be expensive. Is he also a rich kid? The man's attitude became slightly more respectful. At this moment, Shenhe parked his car on the side of the road, rolled down the window, and called out. Elder sister. Is it a Porsche too? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked towards the SU7. This is your friend, the man asked mockingly. I thought he was a fellow car enthusiast, but it turns out he's a fake electric scooter. The modified hood with the hole in it looks pretty convincing. The man followed Zhang Yuan's footsteps and grinned as he advised, beautiful lady, don't be fooled by those fake rich kids. This is a Xiaomi car, only worth about 200,000 yuan. My Porsche is enough to buy 6 of his cars. Zhang Yuan's face stiffened, but she walked faster toward Xiaomi's car. He doesn't need a car to prove himself. She had witnessed Shenhe's strength firsthand, so she naturally wouldn't easily believe the slander from others. When Shenhe saw Zhang Yuan's overall outfit, he couldn't help but hold his breath. Holy crap, she's so good at it. Zhang Yuan wore a light apricot-colored off-the-shoulder dress. The light gauze fabric subtly revealed her perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Although the skirt hem ended at her ankles, it became semi-transparent in the sunlight, making her long, shapely legs appear and disappear. Even though nothing was shown, it seemed like everything was revealed. This subtle sexiness strikes the soul more directly than anything that is displayed in a direct and blatant manner. Chen Huomeng swallowed hard, quickly got out of the car to greet her, opened the passenger door of the SU7, and attentively helped this exquisite beauty into the car. His gaze sharpened as he noticed a man standing not far away who had originally been following Zhang Yuan. The man seemed familiar. Yesterday, the man at Tianjin University was also driving a Porsche, and was referred to as young Master Su by Li Yun, who had experienced 36 growths. Shenhe silently made a note of this face. You can't reason with a damn fool. Su Yaozu grinned at Shenhe with a provocative smile, and even after his prey disappeared, he smacked his lips and said, what a pity, I didn't get such a stunning beauty. The SU7 silently slid out of the parking space, the quietness of the electric engine creating a slightly awkward atmosphere inside the car. Shenhe glanced at the passenger seat. The woman's voluptuous figure was sunk deep into the seat, her round buttocks squeezed into a soft and full curve. TSK, this chair is luckier than me. Zhang Yuan was examining the vehicle's interior, feeling somewhat displeased. In a woman's eyes, the more luxurious the car a rich second-generation heir drives, the more he values his female companion. Zhang Yuan's favorability 1, currently 37. Why did they send a Xiaomi car to pick me up? Is she complaining that I don't drive a luxury car? Chen Hua's lips twitched, and he tried to soothe her. Well, you're the first passenger in the new car I picked up half an hour ago. Then I'm the first woman to sit in the passenger seat. Jiang Yuan's eyebrows gradually relaxed, and she smiled as she said, "It's much better looking than those luxury cars. You have great taste. If I hadn't been able to hear you, I would have almost been fooled by you." Chen Hua thought to himself, but said aloud, "I bought it to try it out." Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. Some rich kids like to try new things, such as these emerging electric vehicles. After all, in their eyes, buying a car is like buying groceries. Looks like I should buy a luxury car to show off. Chen Hua silently planned in his mind. It should be at least a car that is more expensive and more upscale than a Porsche, so that even if I run into a rich girl on the street, I will have more confidence to greet her. If you were driving a Xiaomi car and the young lady said something like, "It's a fake Porsche electric car," that would be awkward. A car is a symbol of status and power. Let alone saleswomen, the rich kids who have been wealthy since childhood value these superficial skills even more. It's their efficient way of screening people within their circle. The two drove to a Western restaurant, where melodious piano music flowed through the air. "Please don't mind, this is all I can afford." Chen Hua took the menu from Jiang Yuan and his eyes lit up. "Wow, it's the same Western food, but this is much more expensive than what little green tea paid for. A cup of coffee costs 188 yuan, and a piece of Australian T-bone steak costs 668 yuan. Although Jiang Yuan has a good income, she usually can't afford to eat here." "It's great, you keep an eye on it. Everything looks delicious to you." Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, "Then I'll watch more of this in the future." Chen Hua chuckled inwardly. Sure enough, rich people can spout nonsense without making anyone angry. Chapter 24. Accompany me to buy a Ferrari. During this meal, the two ate slowly and deliberately, exchanging a few words from time to time. Jiang Yuan has an elegant demeanor and gives people a mature and gentle feeling. With her, Chen Hua wasn't worried at all about the cashback skipping out like he had with the green tea girl before. "Young Master Chen, what does your family do?" Jiang Yuan picked up his teacup and asked casually. "Don't call me young Master Chen. I'm still in college." "It sounds really awkward." Jiang Yuan frowned slightly, carefully concealing a hint of disappointment. "Sure enough, I'm several years older than him. Men all like younger women, is he just playing around with me? Then how should I address you? How about I call you darling?" Chen Hua had never been in a relationship and knew nothing about dating skills, so he could only be direct. Jiang Yuan's favorability +1, currently 38. What does he mean by this? Is it a confession? Jiang Yuan laughed, "Dream on. You're handsome and rich, and now you want me to call you darling? You've got all the advantages." She skillfully avoided the direct hit, but her heart was racing uncontrollably. Chen Hua thought to himself, she's quite reserved. Come to think of it, with her beautiful appearance, how could she have only had 2 relationships if she weren't reserved? Taking advantage of the opportunity to go to the restroom, Jiang Yuan sensibly paid the bill. Detected that the goddess treated us to dinner, resulting in a cashback of 22.5 million huaxia coins. When Chen Hua received the bank notification that the money had been deposited, he was overjoyed, and his goodwill towards Jiang Yuan increased significantly. Jiang Yuan returned to the dining table, reapplied her lipstick, and her lips looked luscious and vibrant. Chen Hua asked, "Where do you want to go later?" "I'm free today, I'll leave it to you. Come with me to buy a Ferrari." "Huh?" Jiang Yuan didn't react for a moment. "A woman as beautiful as you deserves a Ferrari as the passenger seat. Besides, you have so many suitors. Next time we meet, I'm afraid Xiaomi won't be able to persuade them to back off." Chen Hua looked intently at the woman, wanting nothing more than to win her over as soon as possible. This woman earned over 60 million yuan in just 2 days. Calling her his lucky star is absolutely true. Moreover, she wasn't from Tianjin University, so she had no worries about her future. Jiang Yuan's favorability +1, currently 39. He must be Qin Jianjun's illegitimate son. He was only recently recognized. A genuine rich kid would already have luxury cars, there's no need for him to buy one now. She thought I was Qin Jianjun's illegitimate son? Chen Hua overheard Jiang Yuan's entire thought process just now. Last night, Chen Hua specifically checked the Chen family on the wealth list. Chen Jianjun's Jintian construction was ranked the highest, but he didn't expect that Qin Jianjun actually had an illegitimate son. This woman is quite good at guessing, which saves me the trouble of making up stories. Chen Hua secretly accepted this identity in his heart. Jiang Yuan's heart was pounding, but she couldn't help but smile. Even though she had fallen for Chen Hua, she couldn't lose her composure. She didn't want him to think she was too easy. She nodded slightly, feigning indifference, and said, "Okay, once you buy a Ferrari, I might consider it just sitting in the passenger seat." In the afternoon, Chen Hua drove Jiang Yuan to the Ferrari 4S store. As the two entered the 4S store, a beautiful woman in a business suit with a curvaceous figure greeted them. Bai Shui walked up to him and was slightly taken aback. "Jiang Yuan, what a coincidence." Jiang Yuan frowned, wondering how she had run into her here. The two were classmates at Tianjin Normal University. Both were beautiful and leaders of their respective cliques, so they inexplicably disliked each other. Later, Jiang Yuan became the school beauty, and Bai Shui was also hailed as the college beauty. The two were often compared, and their relationship became increasingly strained. They had little contact after graduation, and neither of them expected to run into each other here. Bai Shui's makeup was exquisite, her skin as white as snow, but her face revealed a harshness, which contrasted sharply with Jiang Yuan's bright and magnanimous temperament. Chen Hua habitually greeted the system rating, and Bai Shui's charm value was 84, but she had grown 12 times. After entering society, girls with a charm value of 80 or above rarely experience fewer than 3 growth cycles. Women like Jiang Yuan, who are both beautiful and have had few life changes, are truly rare. "Jiang Yuan, who is this handsome guy?" Bai Shui's gaze shifted between the two. "My friend, Mr. Chen," Jiang Yuan replied cautiously. Bai Shui sneered inwardly. Could they be just ordinary friends who came to buy a car together? Either the man is pursuing Jiang Yuan and wants to show off his strength in front of her. Either Jiang Yuan is hiding her true situation to hook up with rich guys. I bet that's your boyfriend. Did you make an appointment?" Jiang Yuan neither confirmed nor denied it, and Chen Hua replied, "No." "Then let me show you around. Yuan and I are old classmates." Bai Shui smiled insincerely, thinking that if she went forward, she could close a deal. If she went back, she could ruin Jiang Yuan's plans and maybe even see him make a fool of himself. Jiang Yuan was unwilling, but she couldn't save face, so she had to agree with a forced smile. There are fewer Ferraris on the street than Porsches because their starting price is ridiculously high. Bai Shui first introduced the Ferrari Roma, the entry-level sports car, to the two of them. The cheapest model costs 3 million yuan after all the paperwork. You should be very familiar with this Roma, right? When your ex-husband drove this car, all the girls in your class were extremely envious. Jiang Yuan's face stiffened. This bitch deliberately exposed my secrets. It is rumored that Jiang Yuan's ex-husband was a fake rich second generation, and he deceived her with all sorts of lies. After getting married, she discovered that her husband was a gambling addict who had gambled away all of their house and car. The marriage lasted only 3 months before ending in divorce. Bai Shui somehow got hold of this news and shared it in the class group chat, instantly turning the school beauty into a laughingstock. Jiang Yuan looked ashamed and secretly glanced at Chen Hua, whose face showed a look of surprise. Ex-husband? She was married. Chen Hua's heart skipped a beat. A young, mature woman. The thought made his heart pound even harder. That pounding heart took the initiative to defend Jiang Yuan. What does it matter if you've been married before? You can just get a divorce. You're looking for a sugar daddy, not a marriage partner. Besides, with the system around, you'll never have to think about getting married again. After figuring it out, Chen Hua felt much more relaxed and said with a generous smile, "Then I'll have to buy an even more expensive one. I can't let my sister suffer." Bai Shui was taken aback, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Is this pretty boy genuinely indifferent, or is he just saying it to coax Jiang Yuan in order to sleep with her? Chen Hua ignored her reaction and walked straight to the black SUV in the center of the showroom. His eyes lit up. This car looks good. It looks a lot like Xiaomi's upcoming YU7. A father like a son? That's a complete reversal of the natural order. Bai Shui almost burst out laughing. "Mr. Chen, this is our Ferrari Purosang. The off-brand you mentioned is simply not worthy of trying to infringe on our Ferrari's noble lineage. No name brand? I just drive a Xiaomi." Bai Shui couldn't help but burst out laughing. Driving a Xiaomi to buy a Ferrari? She was even more certain, another fake rich kid. What kind of men does Jiang Yuan date? Chapter 25, Paying the Full Price for a Ferrari. Jiang Yuan's eyebrows shot up. "Bai Shui, have you not received any training, or do you believe it's acceptable for a Ferrari dealership to openly mock its customers?" Bai Shui put on a professional fake smile. No, I just think Mr. Chen is really humorous, and you have great taste. You flatter me. Actually, I'm not that great, Chenhua said with a slight smile. Jiang Yuan was both angry and anxious. They were insulting you in various ways, and you were still laughing. Chenhua continued with a smile. Miss Bai, I won't take up any more of your time. You can go ahead and get busy. I can't afford a car that costs over $1 million anyway. Not buying? Jiang Yuan felt a pang of panic. This wasn't what she had expected. Now that things have come to this, shouldn't Chenhua give her a good slap in the face? Oh no, that bitch Snow White is definitely going to spread this everywhere again. It's alright. If you hadn't come, how would I have met my beloved Yuan Yuan? Bai Shui appeared calm on the surface, but inside she was overjoyed. So what if Jiang Yuan is prettier than me? She's just a natural magnet for scumbags. This pretty boy has no money but likes to act all high and might even be abusive. She looked at Chen Ho and pretended to remind him, Yuan Yuan, when our class has a reunion next month, you must bring Mr. Chen. He's so handsome, all the girls in the class will be envious of you. A few days ago, their class group chat started organizing a gathering, tentatively scheduled for next month. She wished Jiang Yuan would bring this idiot boyfriend along so that others could see the school beauty's standards for choosing a partner. Bai Shui feigned politeness, but her smugness was evident as she turned and left. Jiang Yuan's pretty face was as cold as frost, and she felt that her makeup was about to fall off. She ignored Chen Hua's meaningful glances and strode straight toward the door. Jiang Yuan's favorability 2, current level 37. If you can't afford it, don't say so. You had to bring me here to be humiliated. I'm so angry. Hearing her thoughts, Chen Hua grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms with a little force. Is my sister angry? Jiang Yuan struggled for a while but couldn't break free, and said irritably, no. As Chen Hua felt the woman's rounded curves, he couldn't help but glance down. A patch of snow-white skin highlights a sharp cleavage, with black lace peeking through. Jiang Yuan angrily pushed the man away, quickly covering her chest with both hands, cursing in her heart, ugh, you dog of a man. Ahem. Chen Hua coughed a few times to change the subject. Did your sister get married? Jiang Yuan lowered her head. I met the wrong person. Do you have children? Without. That's all. Chen Hua took Jiang Yuan's hand, showing through his actions that he didn't care. Come with me first. He looked around and spotted a young man with a worried expression. Zhang Bo is a newly hired salesperson who hasn't closed a single deal in 3 months and is currently making calls to potential clients. Chen Hua, holding Jiang Yuan's hand, walked up to Zhang Bo and said, let's buy a car. Zhang Bo looked up, his attitude respectful. The couple, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, were dressed in luxury goods and clearly high-quality customers. Hello, sir and madam. Which car model are you interested in? Let me introduce it to you. That one that looks like the Xiaomi YU7. Zhang Bo was taken aback. Sir, you mean the Ferrari Purosangue, right? Okay, please get in and experience it first. He opened the car door and led the two people to sit in the driver's seat and the passenger seat, respectively. With its 4-door, 4-seat layout, the front row offers ample space, and the driver enjoys a wide field of vision. Zhang Bo introduced the two. The Purosangue is our Ferrari brand's first SUV, combining supercar genes with practical needs in terms of sporty performance. It starts at 4.98 million yuan, and there are currently special offers available at the dealership. What do you think? Chen Hua asked Jiang Yuan. I don't know much about cars, but it looks pretty good. Jiang Yuan felt a little uneasy. 4.98 million, which is much more expensive than the sports car Roma. Chen Hua nodded, then this one will do. Sir, if you are interested, you can fill out the form first. Many configurations are optional. How long does it take to pick up your car? Depending on the selected configuration, it will take approximately 6 to 10 months. 6-10 months? By then, the opportunity will have passed. No cars available? Zhang Bo's eyes lit up. Our group happens to have a blue car in stock, but it's not in our store. If you want it, we can probably get it over within a week. Okay, I'll take that one. The one we chose had a higher configuration, and with the purchase tax, luxury car tax, insurance, etc., the final price would be around 6.5 million. Jiang Yuan gasped. 6.5 million. That's enough to buy 5 Porsche Panamera, right? Zhang Bo handed an iPad to the two people in the front row. It contained the configuration list of the car in stock. Chenhua glanced at it. What does sister think? I. Yes, from now on it will be your exclusive passenger seat, so I'll definitely make sure you like it. Zhang Yuan's favorability +3, currently at 40. My personal passenger seat? This is a 6.5 million yuan car, I can only dream of having something like this. Zhang Bo, not missing a beat, flattered her, saying, Madam, your boyfriend is so good to you. Chenhua received a reward notification of 1 attribute point, and was very satisfied. Zhang Yuan looked at it carefully for a while, her eyes filled with symbols of money. I think it's great, but, do you really want to buy it? Of course I'll buy it, otherwise how could I be worthy of my beautiful sister? When Chenhua bought the car, he consulted Zhang Yuan's opinion at every turn, which made her feel like the lady of the house. Zhang Yuan's favorability +2, currently 42. He genuinely likes me and respects me, unlike other rich kids. Zhang Bo kept smiling obsequiously, his face practically drooling with joy. In just half an hour, the car worth over 6 million yuan was sold. Mr. Chen, I'll prepare the car purchase contract right away. Is it for full payment or a loan? Full payment. Chenhua didn't even blink. There was 70 million in the card, and he had to pay in full. Zhang Yuan's favorability +2, currently 44. Full payment. Why is 6.5 million being treated like buying a 65,000 yuan piece of clothing in our store? In the bathroom, Bai Shui stared at the constantly refreshing congratulatory messages in the workgroup, a sense of unease creeping into her mind. There were hardly any customers in the showroom before I went to the restroom, but a big fish came in less than half an hour later. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have gone to the toilet. Bai Shui was very confident. With her beauty, if she had been there at the time, this deal would have been a sure thing for her. It's all Zhang Yuan's fault. She muttered under her breath. I wouldn't have left my post if it weren't for wanting to criticize her. Now look what's happened, Zhang Bo got a huge advantage for nothing. As Bai Shui walked out of the restroom, she glanced up and saw Zhang Yuan and Chenhua in the VIP room. Zhang Yuan, what are you still doing here? Chenhua spoke first. Miss Bai, where have you been? We've been looking for you for so long. Looking for me? Bai Shui asked, puzzled. Zhang Yuan now understood Chenhua's intention. He had deliberately acted as if he couldn't afford it in front of Bai Shui so that the sales revenue wouldn't be attributed to Bai Shui. My boyfriend just had a sudden urge and couldn't tear himself away from this purosang. She deliberately said, he liked it so much that I suggested I ask my dear friend Bai Shui to buy it for him. But I couldn't find you anywhere, so I had to place the order with your colleague. At this moment, Zhang Bo pushed open the door and entered, carrying a bag of documents, with utmost respect. Mr. Chen, Ms. Zhang, the contracts are all here. I'll call you again in a week when the car arrives in Purosang to pick it up. Thanks. Bai Shui's mind was buzzing, as if she had been slapped in the face. What? The 6.5 million yuan order is from Zhang Yuan's boyfriend. How could that be? Doesn't he drive a Xiaomi phone? Zhang Yuan's eyebrows twitched slightly as she looked at Bai Shui's shocked and jealous expression. Shui, I'm sorry about this. My boyfriend said that if the Ferrari drives well, he'll definitely ask you for help next time he buys a sports car. Okay. Bai Shui forced out a smile that looked more like a grimace. I'm so angry. That bitch, how did she manage to snag such a rich and handsome guy who doesn't even care that she's been married before? Seeing Zhang Yuan doing well is more painful for her than if she herself had eaten shit. She watched the two of them leave the 4S store laughing and joking, and immediately took out her phone. Suddenly I remembered the message I sent in the class group 10 minutes ago. Oh no, I can't take it back. Chapter 26. Are you really not bothered by my divorce? Zhang Yuan sat in the passenger seat of the SU-7 and unlocked her phone. That's when I realized that the class group chat, which was set to Do Not Disturb, had received more than a dozen extra messages. Bai Shui, I just ran into the most beautiful girl from Zhengda University. She was showing off a Ferrari with her boyfriend at our store. Chuckles. Zhang Ya, wow, is Zhang Yuan's boyfriend really that capable? Bai Shui, hilarious. Her boyfriend drove in a Xiaomi SU-7, and as soon as he walked in, he stared at the Purosang. I thought he was really going to buy it. But then he said the car looked a lot like a Xiaomi, so he was just there to admire it from afar. Covers mouth and laughs. Su Shanshan, ha, some people usually act so high and mighty, but they ended up with a pretentious show-off? Yang Rui, our school beauty standards have dropped since her divorce. Didn't she used to only ride in Porsches? Xian Zhaofeng, at Jiang Yuan, the school beauty, how about considering being my girlfriend? My brand new Range Rover, the passenger seat will always be reserved for you. Seduction. Chen Wenba, please stop joking around. Chen class monitor, you're so pitiful. You don't happen to have a crush on our school beauty, Jiang, do you? Wang Jiqiang, squad leader, stop protecting her. She might be crying in Xiaomi's car right now. Funny. Su Wan, at Bai Shui, are you a salesperson who grew up drinking Tiger Bomb? All you do is make sarcastic remarks. Where's your professionalism? Su Shanshan, oh, is the protective dog getting desperate? At Su Wan, you're so eager to please Jiang Yuan, does she pay you a salary? A woman's bad reputation often comes from men who cannot have her and women who are jealous of her. During her university years, Jiang Yuan rejected the advances of too many men, and many people gossiped behind her back that she was pretending to be aloof, while a small group led by Bai Shui and Su Shanshan sourly spread rumors that she was too picky. This time, she was spotted by Bai Shui at the Ferrari store with her new boyfriend, and the group chat instantly exploded. Many people were already waiting to see this aloof school beauty make a fool of herself. Most of the students remained silent, except for Su Wan, Jiang Yuan's roommate, who had been inseparable from her since freshman year and was never afraid of offending anyone. Seeing the sarcastic remarks and the group escalating, she immediately threw down her keyboard and started arguing back. Jiang Yuan glanced at it coldly a few times and typed out a reply. Thank you everyone for your concern. I just finished the formality. Smile. She took a picture of a corner of the car purchase contract and posted it in the group chat, which happened to reveal the contract amount. Zhangya, oh my god. 6.5 million in full? At Jiang Yuan, your boyfriend is something else. Su Wan, who was barking just now? Why isn't it barking anymore? Smiling. Su Shanshan, I always said Jiang Yuan has excellent taste. Starting a Xiaomi company is definitely a low-key move. Xian Zhaofeng, at Bai Shui, dragged the person who spread false information out and beat them to death. Wang Jiqiang, at Bai Shui, how jealous must you be of the school beauty to come up with this rumor? Yang Rui, Zhang, the school beauty, bring your boyfriend to the class reunion next month. Let us meet this big shot. Jiang Yuan, yes, smiles. Jiang Yuan laughed. She could tolerate the others, but she never expected Bai Shui's follower, Su Shanshan, to be so shameless as to switch sides so easily. As for Bai Shui, she didn't dare to show her face at all. It's still early, shall we go shopping? Chen Hua asked. Jiang Yuan readily agreed, and the two drove to Wanda Plaza, where she worked. You helped me choose a car, so as a thank you, I'll pay for whatever you like. Then I won't be polite. Jiang Yuan smiled, revealing two dimples. She felt there was nothing to be shy about letting her boyfriend pay the bill. Yes, she already considered Chen Hua her boyfriend in her heart. Jiang Yuan led Chen Hua into the Helena Rubinstein counter, a top-tier skincare brand under L'Oreal, which is always very expensive. Jiang Yuan had bought it twice before during a sale, but even the cheapest small bottle cost 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, which was far beyond what her salary could afford regularly. Welcome. The saleswoman greeted them warmly and recognized Jiang Yuan with her sharp eyes. Isn't that the saleswoman from the LV store upstairs? Looks like she's hooked up with a rich guy, or a young heartthrob. She glanced at the young man beside her, somewhat surprised. Sister, pick whatever you like, Chen Hua said. Wow, you can pick whatever you want, looks like you're rich. Upon hearing this tone, the salesperson immediately recommended high-end products. Miss, the black and white bandage cream is our store's star product, with the best anti-aging effects. The word anti-aging resonated deeply with Jiang Yuan. She estimated that she was 7 or 8 years older than Chen Hua. Although she took great care of herself, she was definitely not at an advantage compared to an 18-year-old girl. Then let's look at face creams. The salesperson enthusiastically promoted their product. We have a black and white bandage set that includes face cream, eye cream, and serum, a 2-in-1 anti-aging and repair product. How much? A set costs 12,000, which is a great deal. Buying one shouldn't be a problem, right? Jiang Yuan cast an inquiring glance at Chen Hua. Buy, take 10 sets. 10 sets, the salesperson repeated, afraid he might have misheard. After receiving a positive reply, they quickly placed the order, fearing that the client might change their mind. Jiang Yuan moved closer to Chen Hua and asked softly, do you think your sister is too old? Why did you buy so much? No way, it's just that ordinary skincare products don't do justice to your anti-aging magic. If you came to our school, people would definitely think that a new freshman beauty has arrived. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yuan was coaxed into smiling broadly. Zhang Yuan's favorability +2, currently 46. Is it finally my turn to find a handsome, rich, and considerate man? Chen Ho readily paid the bill. Hey beautiful, send me your address and I'll have someone deliver it directly to your home. The salesperson added Zhang Yuan on WeChat, saying, I'll contact you as soon as any new styles arrive in the store. Good. Zhang Yuan walked out of the store with Chen Hua, looking content, just like a young couple in love. This is the power of money. Chen Hua thought to himself, all he needed to do was express his feelings, and everything would fall into place. Formal confessions are unnecessary. Come on, it's my treat tonight. Zhang Yuanyu waved her hand. Chen Hua readily agreed, as he loved being a kept man. They had Western food for lunch, and then found a high-end Chinese restaurant in the square. Inside the private room, Zhang Yuan's 5 dishes were quickly served. Chen Hua estimated in his mind that this meal would cost 1,000 yuan, and the cashback would amount to 10 million yuan. This woman was incredibly generous when she treated us to a meal. Chen Hua cleared his throat. Sister, how are you going to address me from now on? Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback, and a look of shame appeared on her charming face. I'm 7 or 8 years older than you, and I've been divorced. Are you really not bothered by that? Who said I don't mind? Chen Hua paused, then, seeing the woman's eyes darken, quickly changed the subject. I regret that I wasn't born a few years earlier, that I met you sooner, and that I wasn't able to protect you properly. He was stunned for a moment as soon as he said it. These cheesy love words came out of his mouth so naturally. All right, my little boyfriend. Zhang Yuan poked his shoulder with her finger. You're not allowed to use your age as an excuse anymore. The room was filled with the scent of Zhang Yuan's perfume, which made Chen Hua's eyes glaze over, and he wanted to kiss her right then and there. You must protect me. Zhang Yuan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she felt a soft, warm touch on her lips. Chen Hua kissed her very lightly, as if testing her, his tongue carefully tracing the shape of her lips. Zhang Yuan instinctively began to respond, slightly parting her lips to guide the young man. Chapter 27. Is he still a virgin? The two reluctantly parted ways after the duration of one song. Zhang Yuan felt completely weak and soft, her forehead pressed against Chen Hua's chest. Zhang Yuan's favorability +2, currently 48. Even though it was a terrible kiss, it made my legs go weak. Chen Hua's mind went blank, and he unconsciously murmured, this is what a first kiss should be like. Subconsciously, I completely dismissed my previous fleeting encounter with that green tea girl. First kiss? Zhang Yuan's breath hitched. Her first reaction was, impossible. Do people still have first kisses these days? Are they the kind that automatically refresh every morning at midnight? Was that your first kiss? Meeting the woman's eager gaze, Chen Hua realized that he had just spoken his true feelings aloud. He nodded somewhat awkwardly. I need to practice more in the future. Yes, we should practice more. Zhang Yuan echoed, suppressing the smile on her face, and leaned against Chen Hua's chest as if she had no bones. She was overjoyed. He was still a virgin. Wouldn't I be his first woman? It is well known that men are most likely to remember their first woman. Zhang Yuan's favorability +2, currently at 50. While he's still innocent, I'll completely ensnare him, and become his last woman. Chen Hua received a notification that Zhang Yuan's favorability had reached 50 and he had gained 1 attribute point, which made him sigh with emotion. Having lived for 21 years, I am probably the first woman whose favorability rating towards herself reaches 50. After the break, Zhang Yuan cupped Chen Hua's face in her hands, they looked at each other, and she leaned close to him. Another song featuring a kiss. This time, Chen Hua seemed to have a breakthrough, his hands roaming restlessly over the soft, supple body. The sheer fabric was a bit of a hindrance, hindering his enjoyment of the delicate touch. His hand lingered at the neckline for a moment before tentatively slipping inside the soft fabric. Zhang Yuan's breathing became more rapid, as if in silent consent. As her fingertips brushed against her skin, she couldn't help but tremble slightly, and an alluring blush rose on her fair skin. Humanity's most primal desires exploded in their minds. Sister. Chen Hua's voice was hoarse. Call her Yuan Yuan. She gasped for breath, trying to correct herself, but succumbed when he kissed her again. Men's instincts are innate and always self-taught. Just as Chen Hua was about to enjoy the children's food after conquering many places, Zhang Yuan immediately pushed him away. No, it's too fast. We only met yesterday, and this is how it is today? She couldn't accept it. Jiang Yuan lowered her head, straightening the hem of her clothes, her cheeks still flushed, her heart filled with conflict. She's already been married, so it's not that she's reluctant to give up her body, but she feels that if things develop too quickly between two people, she's afraid that once she gets the other person, they won't cherish them. Even if you have to give yourself up, you should do it slowly and gradually. Today he kissed her where he was supposed to, and touched her where he shouldn't have, completely exceeding her expectations. Wait a minute. Chenho wanted to ask if they were still going to shop later. I need to go home soon. Jiang Yuan assumed they were going to a hotel later and answered immediately. She secretly observed Chenhua's reaction. She was afraid that her straightforward rejection would spoil his mood. To her relief, Chenhua's expression remained calm. Okay, I'll take you. Chenhua smiled knowingly. Although he hadn't eaten any, he had at least measured the heavy granary with his own hands. He currently holds the advantage, so there's no need to force him from the outset, lest it backfire. After all, he still needs to build up his popularity. Jiang Yuan's favorability +1, currently 51. He knows how to control himself. Unlike those lecherous rich kids. Chenhua heard the woman's thoughts and felt that he had heard these words somewhere before. He drove Jiang Yuan to her rented studio apartment building. Jiang Yuan unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned forward, and gave Chenhua a light kiss. Honey, be careful on the road. Yuan, get some rest. Chenhua replied gently. The new nickname made the woman's face relax more before. Being called sister always reminded her that she was not young anymore. Jiang Yuan returned to her apartment and immediately video chatted with her best friends. Guess what happened today? She briefly recounted what had happened in the past 2 days. He also speculated that Chenhua might be the illegitimate son of Chen Jianjun, chairman of Jintian Construction. Su-wan, her best friend, teased, "My school beauty, are you on your way to marrying into a wealthy family?" Jiang Yuan hugged the cushion to her chest, unable to hide the shyness between her brows. We only officially became a couple today, it's still nothing. Tell me the truth, another close friend, Zhang Li, said with a mischievous grin, you two didn't do that? Do you think I'm that kind of casual person? Zhang Li counted on her fingers, he spent over 200,000 yuan on you, on bags and cosmetics. If it were me, I would have already washed up and pounced on him. Pa! You little slut! Sister, I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. If you don't pounce, plenty of others will. Su-wan agreed, this kind of tall, rich, and handsome guy is definitely in high demand, you need to keep an eye on him. A sense of unease rose in Jiang Yuan's heart. Was she supposed to offer herself up today? She was well aware of her advantages. Her full, rounded figure was more alluring than that of a young girl, and paired with her captivating face, what man wouldn't be tempted? But rich and handsome men are never short of beautiful women, so why did Chenhua choose to be interested in him? Does it make you look old? Or does it make you look like you've been married before? If Chenhua insists on taking her to a hotel tonight, she will likely find it difficult to refuse. She recalled that the restraint in his eyes at the time certainly didn't seem like that of a seasoned lover. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered and said, "Oh right, he's still a virgin." Impossible, the two best friends exclaimed in unison. Chenhua returned to his dormitory, only to find it empty. Without a doubt, Yuan Feng is living off a woman and won't be coming back tonight. Jiang Yuan had previously sent a message, "Darling, message me when you arrive." Chenhua Gang had just let Jiang Yuan know he was safe when there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, a thin boy wearing a faded t-shirt with gray stains stood outside. Su Yang? Brother Hua. Su Yang grinned, but his eyes darted around. I heard you snagged the school beauty? Awesome. Su Yang was 2 years ahead of Chen Huaxiao in the Chinese literature department, but his family background was even worse than Chen Huaxiao's. Chen Hua is a one-man family with no worries about food, while Chen Hua is a college student from a remote mountain village who also has to take care of his younger siblings. The two frequently exchanged information and did part-time jobs together. Did you come all this way just to congratulate me? Chen Hua led Su Yang into the house. I thought to myself, this guy usually doesn't care about worldly affairs, why is he suddenly interested in gossip? Ah, right. Su Yang suddenly raised his voice, there's another good news, a company in the east of the city is hiring night delivery workers, 500 yuan for 3 hours. You're the first person I thought of, Brother Hua. If it were the old Chen Hua, he would definitely have rushed to do it. He's not tempted at all right now. I'm working on my thesis, you should find someone else. Su Yang then noticed that Chen Hua was wearing a full LV outfit, and he was completely stunned. Is this for real? When did he become so rich? Su Yang touched the back of his neck and said, Brother Hua, it's just that it's hard to find someone at the last minute. It won't take up too much of your time. We'll only work for 3 hours tonight. 3 hours for 500? They used to fight tooth and nail for this kind of good deal. With such a high price, I'll help you find someone. Chen Hua deliberately took out his phone slowly and found a part-time job group. As long as a message is posted in the group, even if it's just 500 yuan for one night, there are plenty of people willing to do it. No. Su Yang immediately stopped him. He touched the back of his neck again. I've got it. There's another fellow villager I can ask. I'm off now, Brother Hua. Chen Hua narrowed his eyes. He knew that Su Yang would touch the back of his neck whenever he was nervous, and he did the same when he cheated on the final exam. Is this kid up to something? Chapter 28. I am a member of the Chen family. Chen Hua called out to him, Su Yang, how are your younger siblings doing in school? It's alright. Come on, let's give them some nourishment. Without saying a word, Chen Hua transferred 10,000 yuan via WeChat. Su Yang's phone beeped, and his pupils constricted when he saw the amount. Brother Hua, you're being kept by the school beauty? I was born into a wealthy family. I was just experiencing life before, Chen Hua casually made up. Su Yang's face turned bright red. He gripped his phone tightly and slammed his fist into his thigh. Brother Hua, I'm so sorry. Someone offered me 5,000 to trick you into delivering goods. What kind of goods? I don't know the specifics, but I'm guessing it's tobacco smuggling. They just told me to take you there, and that was it. Chen Hua's eyes turned cold. Was someone trying to frame him? He wasn't surprised, because he had indeed offended quite a few people in the past 2 days. Do you know who's behind this? I don't know, Su Yang shook his head, but they've guaranteed you'll agree to deliver this time. Because, all the part-time jobs that cooperate with the school have received notices saying that you're dishonest, Brother Hua. Chen Hua immediately understood that the other party had first cut off his part-time job opportunities, then offered him a high salary lure, and when he was desperate and took the bait, they caught him red-handed. At best, they will be disciplined by the school. At worst, they will be expelled or even have a criminal record. There is probably only one person who could find out his own background and has the means and motive to do so. Tan Hua, the vice president of the student union. He asked Su Yang, who contacted you? One of Brother Dao's men. Who is Brother Dao? In the underworld of Changnan district, Brother Dao's strength ranks among the top 3. He owns several bars in the university town and takes on low-level jobs on the side. Let's go take a look. University town, flower and bird bar. Inside the back office, the air was thick with smoke, the aroma of whiskey mingling with the scent of women's perfume. Brother Dao stroked his shiny bald head, his rough fingers tracing the large, wavy hair of the woman in his arms. 2 henchmen were playing drinking games on the table behind them, with bottles of liquor tilting all over the place. Bang! The door was kicked open. Chen Hua barged in, his arms twisted behind his back, with Su Yang close behind. The 2 henchmen immediately stood up and stood guard on either side of the bald man. Boss! Boss! He? Dao Gun narrowed his triangular eyes, glanced past his shouting underlings, and carefully examined the 2 newcomers. Brother! Brother Dao pushed away the woman clinging to him and dismissed his henchman as he stood up. The henchman, now freed from his restraints, immediately ran to Brother Dao's ear and whispered, he looks like Chen Hua. He had seen Chen Hua's student ID photo, and the person in front of him looked very similar to the one in the photo. Chen Hua heard this, but neither confirmed nor denied it. He pulled out a chair and sat down at the table. Who I am is not important. What is important is how much Tan Hua gave you to abandon a batch of goods to set up this scheme. The underling blurted out, those cigarettes are only worth a few dollars, young Master Tan paid 20. Shut up. Brother Dao slapped his underling across the face. Turning his head, a smile had already spread across his face. Young man, don't listen to this idiot's nonsense. What Tan Hua or Li Hua? We're just legitimate businessmen. 200,000. Tan Hua spent 200,000 yuan just to fix himself up? These rich young masters are really generous. Chen Hua then said, it's okay if you don't admit it. Since you're in this line of work, I can also provide the funds. He glanced at the QR code for the flower and bird bar on the table, scanned it with a beep, and said, "I'll pay 10 times the amount to help me deal with manhwa. Merchant's account has been credited with 1 million renminbi. Due to the limit, the maximum transfer amount is 1 million yuan at a time." Two notification sounds rang out in succession, and Chen Hua transferred out two sums of money, each worth millions. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, followed by gasps of shock. Su Yang's pupils dilated. This strength greatly shocked him. He knew Chen Hua had suddenly become rich, but he didn't expect him to be this rich. Dao Ji's head instantly became shiny with oil. The other party came in less than 5 minutes ago and threw 2 million over, completely disregarding the value of money. Who is this person? In the dirty work line of work, the worst thing you can do is mess with someone you absolutely cannot mess with. His men had checked Chen Hua's background. The other person was just a thin, poor student, an orphan from another province, with no background whatsoever, and it was really hard to connect him with the tall, wealthy man in front of him, who was covered in luxury goods. Brother Dao asked respectfully, "Brother, which family's young master are you?" Chen Hua raised his chin slightly. Tanhua's family is only ranked 62nd on the wealth list. You can ask around about the ranking of my Chen family. Since we've already used the Chen family's name, let's take advantage of them. I do indeed share the surname Chen. Which Chen family? Which other Chen family is in Tianjin? Dao Ji's first thought was Chen Jianjun of Jintian Construction, who ranked 11th on the wealth list. But Chen Jianjun only has a daughter. Wait a minute. Chen Jianjun's hometown is the same place as this kid's. He asked cautiously, "Which member of the Chen family are you? Who do you think I could be?" After calming down, Brother Dao secretly observed the man's features and build. He had long heard that Chen Jianjun had an illegitimate son in his hometown who was now in college. The child's mother had passed away long ago, but strangely, the Chen family had never considered taking the child back. Considering the passing of Chen Jianjun's wife last month, could it be that the young master is about to be recognized by his ancestors? Brother Dao hesitated. "If you were from the Chen family, I would definitely give you face, and I would return all the money to the person who instigated this. But this is just empty talk." Chen Hua chuckled lightly. He was familiar with this method. It was all about proving his identity. But he couldn't prove it, since he wasn't one at all. However, you can show off your strength and see if you can intimidate the other party. How much does this bar cost? Is my pocket money enough to buy it? Chen Hua unfolded his phone screen, revealing a bank account balance of 70 million yuan. 70 million. Dao Ji's forehead was covered in sweat. He had met the rich second generation on the wealth list before. For example, Tanhua only had 1 million yuan in pocket money a month, but this person in front of him could actually take out 70 million yuan in cash flow at once. It's not an asset, it's cash. Moreover, the nonchalant attitude with which he casually said he wanted to buy his bar was definitely the kind of demeanor one would have only when they were very confident. Could this person really be? Chen Hua lowered his body and whispered, "I haven't officially gone back yet, and the old man can't provide any other resources. He just said there's enough money. If you think this money isn't enough to buy your bar, I'll have him transfer some more right away." Dao Ge was shocked again. How much money did old Chen prepare for this young master to squander? Was he trying to make up for his lack of fatherly love? Jintian Construction has been deeply rooted in the engineering field for many years and has ties to organized crime. If you offend them, you'll never have a good life again. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. He jumped up and poured the wine himself. "Young Master Tan. Bah. We'll cancel the deal with Tanhua right away. We were just doing things for money before, so please don't hold it against us, young Master Chen." Dao Ge directly admitted that Tanhua had instigated it, which could be considered as doing him a favor. That really fooled me. Chen Hua raised his eyes. 2 million, is that enough for you to deal with Tanhua? Chapter 29 The Familiar Bunny. Dao Ge thought to himself that the feud between these two rich kids was quite deep, and the one in front of him was even thinking of getting revenge. It's estimated that Tanhua doesn't know the other party's true identity, yet he's really bitten off more than he can chew. Although both families made it onto the wealth list, the difference between the Tan family's 62nd place and the Chen family's 11th place is not just a number, but a gap of several social classes. Brother Dao smiled obsequiously and waved his hand, saying, "We are legitimate businesses, and we only dare to use such low-level tricks. If we had known it was just a power struggle among your second-generation elites, we would never have dared to get involved. These second-generation rich kids may not be all-powerful, but they at least have complex connections and influence in Tianjin City.
It's best not to offend any of them who are involved in the gray industry.
Brother Dao turned around and shouted sharply, "Are you still standing there? Hand over the Supreme VIP card." The wavy-haired beauty quickly brought over a black card.
Young Master Chen, thank you for thinking so highly of our little bar.
Dao Ge said modestly, subtly praising him. Everyone knows that Flower and Bird Bar is the largest and most expensive bar in the southern part of the city.
I took the liberty of recharging this card with 2.4 million yuan.
You are welcome to visit any time.
If there is any inadequacy in the hospitality provided by the staff, please contact me directly.
Dao Ge respectfully handed Chen Hua his VIP card and business card. This is my business card.
If you ever need anything that you can't do yourself, feel free to contact me anytime.
Okay, I'll be your friend. My father always says that the most important thing in life is to know your limits.
Chen Hua said in a pretentious manner, Brother Dao must understand that my identity cannot be known to others.
Brother Dao nodded and bowed. Yes, everyone here is one of us, we will definitely keep our mouths shut.
Chen Hua understood that the other party respected him not only because he was rich, but also because of his fabricated background.
It is Jintian Construction, a well-known company on the wealth list, and the Chen family, which ranks 11th with assets of over 20 billion.
In this society, being good at fighting is useless, and having money alone is not enough. Having a strong background is what really matters.
He'll just borrow the Chen family's background for now. Brother Dao personally escorted Chen Hua and the other man out of the office. Young Master Chen, there's no time like the present, why don't you come up and have a seat?
Next time, Chen Hua refused decisively. He was too lazy to bother with anything today, but he could come to the bar later and see if there were any goddesses who met his standards. Although it's like panning for gold and shit. His gaze swept across the corridor, and he paused slightly in his steps. On both sides of the corridor, a row of girls stood neatly.
Each of them was dressed in sexy bunny girl outfits, with tall figures and long legs in black stockings.
Even though they wore bunny girl masks that partially covered their faces, you could tell from their exposed chins and lips that their looks were above average.
Brother Dao gave a wink, and his underlings quickly stepped forward. Young Master Chen, these are the new atmosphere building team we just recruited today, and there are also college students from nearby. Atmosphere group?
Chen Hua's lips twitched.
To put it bluntly, it's just about accompanying guests to drink, chat, play games, and getting sexually harassed.
The so-called college students are probably just a gimmick to attract customers.
His gaze swept across the area, and a prejudice arose in his heart, dispelling his intention to have the system rate him.
Everyone knows that girls who work as hostesses in bars have low growth potential.
In the instant I looked away, I caught a glimpse of the last figure out of the corner of my eye.
The girl wore a rabbit ear headband, and her thin chin was visible beneath a white mask. She had slender shoulders, a narrow waist, and a full chest, and she was clutching the hem of her skirt tightly as she shrank into the shadows. Chen Hua raised an eyebrow. The slender yet delicate figure seemed strangely familiar.
System, score. Does not meet binding standards.
A row of information is displayed, and the system provides the answer. Chen Hua's eyes widened suddenly. Brother Dao, help me set up a stage.
Alright, young Master Chen, I'll arrange the best booth for you right away.
You. Chen Hua pointed at the last bunny girl, you're going to serve drinks. In her panic, the girl twisted her high heels and almost fell to the ground.
He recognized me. The henchman looked at the last, exceptionally thin girl and complimented her.
Young Master Chen has a sharp eye.
You've chosen the only real college student here.
He felt a mix of emotions. He wouldn't have chosen this person if they weren't an alumnus.
The group was led to private room S08 on the second floor.
The entire venue was ridiculously spacious. A dozen people could easily have a party there. The Flower and Bird Bar is divided into 5 sections, S, A, B, C, and D. The minimum spending requirement for section S starts at 30,000 yuan.
S08 is the best viewpoint in the entire bar.
Chen Hua looked around and surveyed the entire first floor, taking in all sorts of gleaming hemispheres of various sizes.
Wow, that's spectacular, but...
Chen Hua glanced at the bunny girl beside him. Out of the corner of his eye, none of them could compare to her.
The bunny girl is pulling at her neckline, trying to cover more of her breasts.
Young Master Chen, please feel free to ask the waiter, Zhang, if you need anything.
Brother Dao personally presented 2 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne and an exquisite fruit platter, offered Chen Hua a toast separately, and then tactfully left. He knew that Chen Hua was quite interested in that bunny girl, and that his presence here would only be an eyesore.
Shenhua picked up his wineglass, took a sip of the ace of spades, and almost spat it out.
It tastes absolutely awful. It's like swill that's been sitting around for a month. Is this guy giving away the cheapest liquor in the store?
Marketing assistant Zhang walked up with a big smile and handed over the drinks menu with both hands.
Young Master Chen, do you need me to introduce the drinks? Just name the most expensive one.
Shenhua thought to himself, surely expensive wine can't taste worse than this swill.
Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up. This was a big client.
No wonder the boss treated him with such respect. Our most expensive drink is the Royal Supreme Dragon, at 128,888 per set. We also have a Supreme Seafood set menu, at 68,888.
What do you think? One of each, please.
Shenhua pulled out a black card and slammed it on the table. The card contained 2.4 million yuan.
Zhang was overjoyed. He was really going to strike it rich tonight.
With these 2 packages, I'll definitely get my commission of over 10,000 yuan.
He glanced at the timid bunny girl next to Chenhua. She was obviously new. Could she serve our sugar daddy well? Young Master Chen, how about we find a few more beautiful women to keep you company while you drink?
You pick one for him, make sure it's high quality, Chenhua said, pointing at Su Yang.
Su Yang was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. Brother Hua, should I go back first? Since you've come all this way, it's my treat.
A row of bunny girls filed in, while the others waited patiently to be chosen.
Anya, who was in the lead, took the liberty of riding on Chenhua's lap.
Anya had just heard from Zhang that a big shot had come to S08 and ordered 2 VIP sets, so she volunteered to lead the team. She took off her bunny girl mask, revealing a tech-savvy internet celebrity face brimming with ambition, her 36D breasts almost touching Chenhua's chin. A woman with fiery red lips breathed into his ear, "Boss, you're so handsome.
Let me stay and keep you company. My tongue can dance."
She was full of confidence, believing herself to be one of the most beautiful women in the atmosphere building team, and also incredibly daring, so no man could resist her. The bunny girl who had been captured by Chenhua earlier was terrified. She's so sexy.
I just want to do a part-time job. Do I really need to do this? Chapter 30, Falling in Love with You at First Sight.
Chenhua scanned Anya with the system and found that her growth value was indeed frighteningly high. I'm afraid I'll get sick from this woman getting so close.
He pushed the lump of silicone away with disdain. I don't need it. Su Yang, you choose a few.
This was Su Yang's first time at a bar, and he had never seen such a scene of beautiful women before. He swallowed hard and chose a pure and innocent-looking one.
One, just one will do. Young Master Chen, please have your drink first. I'll go arrange a set meal for you. Zhang, being sensible, led the others away. Stepping outside, Anya said angrily, "Don't you like sexy girls? What are you pretending to be innocent for in a bar?"
Chenhua turned to look at the bunny girl standing beside him, who didn't dare to sit down, and felt a mix of emotions. How did she end up here?
First day working as a hostess? The response from behind the mask was soft, First? The first guest? That's good. He secretly rejoiced, then patted his thigh.
The bunny girl let out a very faint whisper.
Sit on my lap. No, that won't do. Then sit next to me.
The bunny girl clenched her fingers and hesitated for a while before slowly sitting down beside him. The moment she sat down, a hot hand wrapped around her slender waist. She was immediately pulled into Chenhua's arms, her delicate body tensing instantly.
That waist is so tiny. I feel like I could pinch it with both hands.
Chenhua was greatly surprised, thinking of her height and weight, 1.66 meters tall, but only 84 kilograms.
But why would someone have such a magnanimous heart? She was in no way inferior to Anya from before. Moreover, it's all natural. This doesn't make sense. He withdrew his greedy gaze and asked with a hint of pity, "Are you ready?" The bunny girl deliberately concealed her tone, and asked in a soft, sweet voice, "What, are you getting ready?"
Chenhua's hand slid from the girl's waist to her thigh, his fingertips touching the edge of her stockings, caressing a small section of exposed skin.
Like this, preparing to be taken advantage of by guests.
The girl's upper body froze instantly, while her long legs trembled uncontrollably. If it weren't in a bar, and if he weren't acting as a client and hostess, Chenhua would never have dared to treat her like that. If this happened outside, she would definitely point her finger at him and yell at him, and he might even get slapped a few times. But now, she didn't resist. His heart was filled with mixed feelings just now, and now he was overwhelmed with emotions, both excited and distressed. But the hand continued its movement, stubbornly reaching under the skirt and moving towards the restricted area.
He wanted to test just how far she went. No, no.
Two icy little hands pressed down firmly on that unruly, perverted hand, with astonishing force. Shenhua used a lot of force to pull his hand back. Look, you can't earn money by serving drinks.
Those old men. They're even worse than me. I can drink.
The bunny girl stood up, grabbed an open bottle of Ace of Spades, and chugged it down. Gurgle, gurgle. Amber liquid flowed down her neck, forming a small puddle on her collarbone. Shenhua stared in disbelief, and when he snatched the bottle, it was already empty.
So fierce. Cough cough, this tastes awful.
The bunny girl coughed for a moment, but remained unfazed, as if she were drinking water. Shenhua scolded him with a mixture of concern and remorse. What if you get drunk drinking like that?
I can't get drunk.
She wiped her mouth and explained softly that it was precisely because she was naturally immune to alcohol that she thought of working as a hostess to earn money.
Shenhua gleaned a crucial piece of information. Are you short of money? The girl's fingers were intertwined and twisted into a knot. My grandma needs surgery, which costs 300,000 yuan. If we can't raise the money, she will die. Where are your parents? Mom and dad?
They never cared about me when I was little. My grandma raised me.
A sick grandmother, heartless parents, a spoiled younger sister, and a broken woman. If I don't save her, who will?
Shenhua exclaimed, this is definitely the template for a tragic heroine.
But why couldn't your mother have given birth to make you prettier?
Become the system-bound goddess, and I'll spend all my money on you.
Wait, that's not right. Shenhua suddenly realized, why should I care about the system? She just can't give me a cashback, but that doesn't stop me from spending money on her. I earned this money by living off her, so I can spend it on whoever I want.
Shenhua pulled the girl down to sit, placed his hand on her back, and felt the bony texture under his fingertips.
He was stunned. How could someone be both skinny and voluptuous at the same time? Now is not the time to think about this.
He said earnestly, I'll pay for the surgery.
His eyes, hidden behind the mask, suddenly widened. Why? Shenhua was stunned again. What are you saying now? I'm giving you money, not robbing you. If he had to give a reason, he calmly said, because I fell in love with you at first sight. Is that enough? The bunny girl looked up in surprise. What do you want to do?
Shenhua said seriously, I didn't mean anything by it.
Why wouldn't you take the money? I can't accept it. If you don't want my money, are you really going to let those lecherous old men take advantage of you? That's my business. Can you accept that? I can.
Shenhua was furious and suddenly reached out and removed the woman's mask.
I cannot accept this, Xia Air. The air froze instantly. He really recognized me.
Xia Air froze in astonishment, then buried her face deeply in her knees. You've mistaken me for someone else. Shenhua remained silent. I might admit my mistake, but the system won't.
Name, Xia Air. Age, 22. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Charm value, 75 not up to standard. Growth value, 0 perfect. Favorability, 40. Does not meet binding standards. Affection level increased. What does perfect mean?
Shenhua discovered the information he had missed earlier, but now was not the time to study it. After several minutes of stalemate, the girl still did not raise her head.
Shenhua jokingly advised, you want to be self-reliant, and I'm willing to pay, so wouldn't it be better for me to benefit alone? He boldly pinched her buttocks. Not the dry, hard feel of his dreams.
Su Yang was drinking with the beautiful woman next to him, but his eyes kept being fixed on Shenhua.
He was curious about what Huagu and that girl were talking about.
The music was so loud it gave me a headache, but those two were chatting away so enthusiastically.
Oh my god, why are they getting handsy?
Su Yang quickly turned his head and met the flirtatious eyes of the hostess. The beautiful woman parted her red lips slightly, her sweet perfume wafting as she leaned closer. Boss, you can hug me like this too. She grabbed his hand and pulled it around her waist, her movements so skillful that it made his heart ache.
Amit ba.
Su Yang closed his eyes and silently recited in his heart.
Wake up, Su Yang. You're not a rich kid, you absolutely can't let yourself be corrupted by these sugar-coated bullets.
Su Yang firmly remembered that he had no money and was not worthy of enjoying such a luxurious life. This time, Brother Hui is treating.
What if I get addicted to this kind of extravagant lifestyle? However, if we could cling to Brother Hui's coattails.
Su Yang was still lost in thought when he opened his eyes and saw the hostess, surprisingly, keeping her eyes closed and leaning in to kiss him. Startled, he jumped up from the sofa. In booth S06, for greasy-faced men clinked glasses, the air thick with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes.
Mr. Zhang, let me toast you.
Linda, a 38-year-old hostess, smiled and raised her glass towards Zhang Jinbiao, who was in the center. Zhang Jinbiao pulled her onto his lap and pinched her round buttocks without any hesitation with his rough hands. Linda's smile remained unchanged. She was already numb to this level of groping. This big shot always asks her to book a table whenever he comes, and he always orders the little dragon set meal.
What's a little discount for him? Just toasting is so boring. Zhang Jinbiao grinned, showing off his big yellow teeth. I like it when you feed me with your mouth.
Linda took a swig of liquor, closed her eyes, and pressed her lips against him. Zhang Jinbiao licked his lips. Wine fed by a beautiful woman is truly fragrant. Mr. Zhang, you're so naughty, always taking advantage of others, Linda said coquettishly.
What, you don't like me being bad? I love it so much. How about you take me to do something else tonight? Linda had tried it before.
Mr. Zhang was generous and the time was short. If you could get through those few minutes, you would earn more than you would in several days of drinking with him.
To everyone's surprise, Zhang Jinbiao waved his hand and said, I'm tired of all you hostesses, they're boring. I heard we've got a new batch, including students from Tianjin University? Call them over to keep me company.
A young man with dyed yellow hair chimed in, our boss wants to play around with female college students tonight.
Linda forced a smile.
Among the newcomers, there was indeed one genuine college student. Mr. Zhang, I don't know if that college student has gone on stage yet.
Shall I go and look for him for you? Chapter 31 Xia Air Forced.
In the bathroom, Xia Air leaned against the sink with both hands. I felt completely drained of energy, and my heart was pounding uncontrollably. His mind was filled with what Shenhua had just said.
Is it really love at first sight?
Xia Air murmured softly, then shook her head.
Hasn't he already officially announced his relationship with the school beauty? She, who never cared about campus gossip, couldn't help but peek over last night when she heard her roommates discussing the guy who looks like Jinfu. The photo of Chen Hua and Morongjin holding hands on the forum made her experience the feeling of her heart skipping a beat for the first time. Was it because he was rich that he was able to win over the school beauty? Do you only get rich after winning over the school beauty?
What surprised her even more than becoming rich overnight was that Chen Huoming was a skinny young man when they had lunch yesterday, but now he had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and bulging muscles. When he was holding me just now, I could clearly feel the muscles in his arms, as well as the lines of his chest and abdominal muscles.
This is definitely not something money can do. Does he have some kind of superpower?
You're here.
A greeting interrupted Xia Air's thoughts. Linda smiled, feeling incredibly lucky.
She had searched everywhere but couldn't find a college student, and just happened to run into one while she was using the restroom.
Hello, Sister Lin.
Xia Air forced a smile and recognized the atmosphere team leader she had met during the interview.
Come, let me introduce you to a guest. Linda didn't even bother to go to the toilet. She grabbed Xia Air's wrist and pulled her out. Sister Lin, I have a guest.
Xia Air spoke softer and softer, and her discomfort was evident when she said the word guest.
Those who are just ordinary people shouldn't go. I'll find someone to fill in for you.
I'm the big spender of this bar. Seeing Xia Air clinging tightly to the doorframe and refusing to move, Linda was secretly surprised at where this thin body got such strength.
She lowered her voice and said, Aren't you in a hurry for money?
Come to my place for a drink, it'll be more effective than 10 drinks at other stations. Xia Air bit her lip and struggled for a moment, but still moved her feet.
Okay, but I'll only drink alcohol.
As soon as Xia Air entered booth S06, she was frozen in place by 4 pairs of malicious gazes. These guys had large tattoos covering their arms and necks. They were clearly gangsters. Especially the burly middle-aged man, whose gaze was malicious, as if he wanted to strip her naked.
Linda pushed Xia Air forward, like displaying a product. Mr. Zhang, these are the college students who just arrived today.
Zhang Jinbiao grinned, his fat face bulging with satisfaction.
Wow, you look so student-like, you even have acne. He is just too skinny, the blonde-haired henchman interjected. I'm afraid you'll find it uncomfortable, boss. This is top notch. Lean yet plump, rough yet refined.
Zhang Jinbiao patted his beer belly and lewdly said, I'll have to drink a few more cups of nutritious drinks tonight. Xia Er felt a churning in her stomach and turned to leave.
Hey! Linda quickly grabbed her. Don't you know the rules? I said, I'm only drinking. Drinking is great.
Zhang Jinbiao poured a full glass of ace of spades.
After you finish this glass, 500 yuan is yours.
Xia Er didn't hesitate, grabbed the glass and downed it in one gulp. No need for money, this one's on me. She held the glass upside down in the air to indicate that not a drop was left.
There are guests waiting in S08, please excuse me.
Xia Er deliberately gave out Chun Hua's booth number, understanding the principle of borrowing someone else's power. Looking at the space and decorations, she knew that S08 was a level above S06.
These thugs should be wary of people who can afford to dine in the top-tier VIP lounges, right? Zhang Jinbiao's expression changed slightly. S08 was the boss card of the Flower and Bird Bar. He only orders boss cards when entertaining his most important guests. Linda, who was standing nearby, panicked as well. You were in S08 before?
She originally thought the girl was just sitting on some platform. If she had known it was someone with a boss card, she would never have dared to snatch them here. Sure enough, she stopped stopping the girl from leaving.
Wait. Zhang Jinbiao chuckled and said, if S08 can handle things, why can't I?
The girl's personality and temperament aroused his desire to conquer her.
It's quite interesting that a chaste and virtuous woman has appeared in a bar. Linda advised, Mr. Zhang, there's an order to things. She's at S08 first, so let her go there.
The customers there seem to be quite influential.
Just because you opened a boss card doesn't mean you're powerful?
It's still a minimum spend of 30,000, and it's not like I've never opened a boss card before.
Zhang Jinbiao looked at Xia Er with a sinister gaze. You must stay here with me today.
He had some money and connections, and people in the underworld respectfully called him Brother Biao. He's friends with the bar owner, Brother Dao. He's not afraid of causing trouble, and most people wouldn't dare mess with him. He winked at the blonde-haired man, who rushed forward and grabbed Xia Er's wrist.
Stop pretending to be high and mighty. You're lucky our boss has taken a liking to you. Let go.
Xia Er slapped him across the face.
Damn it.
Huang Mao roared in anger and was about to retaliate, but Zhang Jinbiao stopped him.
How tasteless is it to hit a woman? Zhang Jinbiao leered as he approached.
Little sister, spend the night with your uncle, and I'll give you this much. He held up a greasy finger.
10,000 yuan, that should be enough for your living expenses for half a year, right?
Having seen countless people, he could tell at a glance that the girl came from a poor background. Such a person could easily win her over by first enticing her with money and then coercing her. Suddenly, Xia Er, who had been silent, raised her leg and kicked the other person's fat belly with all her might. Zhang Jinbiao screamed and staggered backward, and his two henchmen immediately pounced on him and held him down tightly.
Damn, so stubborn? Is he still a virgin? The lustful light in Zhang Jinbiao's eyes surged violently. He couldn't wait to pounce on her.
Linda quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. Mr. Zhang, I'll find you other beautiful women.
You can't force her if she doesn't want to.
Zhang Jinbiao shoved her away. Get out of here.
Ah Huang, you can have this old woman.
The blonde-haired guy grabbed her and said, Sister Lin, let's do our own thing.
Help.
Help. Xia Er's mouth was covered by a waxy yellow hand. The man's breath, reeking of alcohol, was close to her ear as he threatened, You'd better let me have my way, or I'll have my brothers gang rape you. In an instant, the deafening music stopped abruptly. The sudden scene brought everyone in the private room to a halt.
Why did it suddenly go silent? Is the sound system broken? Could it be a surprise inspection by the cops?
Several of the underlings spoke up one after another, and Zhang Jinbiao, a regular at the bar, realized something. The bar lobby fell silent, and many people who didn't understand what was going on started shouting and cursing. Suddenly, a passionate shout-out erupted throughout the venue.
All eyes are on me.
Thank you S08 Chen Xiao for selecting the Royal Supreme Dragon set and the Supreme Seafood set.
Wishing the boss abundant wealth and joy.
May everything go smoothly and may the god of wealth bring you good fortune. May you, my brother, never lack love in this life, and may you never lack people to share your love with. The people in the bar screamed. This was the first time this month that someone had ordered the Royal Supreme Dragon.
Holy crap, that explains why it suddenly went silent. Turns out a big shot ordered the Royal Supreme Dragon set. That must be worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. A whole car was just wasted on alcohol. This is the first time I've heard the Supreme Divine Dragon's blessing, it's so extravagant. Someone who can be so extravagant, how could they lack love or people? Does anyone know which family this young Master Chen is from in Tianjin? Everyone's attention was drawn to a group of sexy bunny girls, holding up glowing spade lampstands, and circling the entire bar. An atmosphere of extravagance and debauchery permeated the entire venue. Many people, especially some women, turned their gazes towards So8. However, the huge booth was completely empty. As the music started again, Zhang Jinbiao came to his senses. He realized that he had just ordered the set meal from booth S08. He looked at the girl in front of him, who was being held back by two henchmen and was still kicking and resisting. His fat twitched. So8 really had some skill. Had he gotten himself into trouble? Bang! The door was kicked open suddenly. Chapter 32: Cracking the Old Man's Head. Chenhua led Su Yang and stormed in aggressively. What kind of old beast is in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Who the hell are you? Huang Mao was furious and charged at Chenhua. How dare two mere people be so arrogant? Chenhua reacted quickly, grabbing the outstretched fingers of the blonde-haired man and snapping them upwards. Click! The finger instantly twisted into a bizarre L shape. A piercing scream echoed throughout the private room. Just as the two henchmen who were originally restraining Xia Er were about to step forward, Zhang Jinbiao raised his hand to stop them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xia Er broke free and darted behind Chenhua. Zhang Jinbiao stared wide-eyed, looking the handsome young man up and down. This should be the real S08. But he hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, thinking that she was just a hostess, not some respectable woman. At worst, they can just let the other party order a few more girls and put it on their tab. Zhang Jinbiao poured a full glass of foreign liquor and pushed it onto the table. Young man, what's your name? The henchman said, Big brother, don't be afraid of him. There are only two of them. Zhang Jinbiao's face twitched. Did I say I was scared? Wasn't I talking to him with a smile on my face? Chenhua stepped forward, reaching for the table, but precisely avoided the wine glass. He grabbed an empty beer bottle and smashed it over the middle-aged man's head. Talk to your mother. Bang! Glass shards flew everywhere, and blood gushed from Zhang Jinbiao's right temple. Fuck you! Don't move! Su Yan reacted quickly, stepping forward to block Chenhua's side and brandishing a fruit knife. His clumsy movements, though seemingly awkward, revealed a fierce edge, forcing his two underlings to retreat. He deliberately took this knife from the booth, just in case something unexpected happened. Want to try it? Go ahead and give it a shot. Chenhua stared at the middle-aged man with a sinister look in his eyes. Zhang Jinbiao's eyelids twitched violently. Didn't you strike first? What the hell is this? I offered him a toast, and he cracked my skull open? His years of experience told him that this kind of madman was either a reckless fool with nothing to lose and no fear of those in shoes. They are either powerful and influential young masters who dare to cause trouble, but are also good at settling it. Both are formidable, but the latter is more troublesome. Despite the excruciating pain in his head, Zhang Jinbiao gritted his teeth and said, Young man, it was wrong of me to snatch him. Let's each take a step back. Before he could finish speaking, a second beer bottle exploded on his head. Refund you. I didn't do anything wrong, why did I ask you to do that? Chenhua said viciously. Damn it. You're asking for it. Zhang Jinbiao flew into a rage. Even if he was wrong first, he shouldn't be humiliated like this. If we can tolerate this, how will we ever get by in the future? Two henchmen rushed forward at the same time, and one of them wrestled with Su Yang, fighting over the fruit knife. The other person had just rushed in front of Chenhua when he was slammed into the wall by a powerful flying kick. Zhang Jinbiao had indeed made a name for himself. His 200-pound body was no mere decoration, and he was able to hold his own against Chenhua in a contest of strength. The two gripped each other tightly, their bulging veins and trembling arms unable to gain the upper hand. Linda, who was hiding in the corner, seized the opportunity and fled through the door. Fights do happen in bars, but people of status and position like these two usually don't resort to violence. For a conflict of this magnitude, you must go to the boss immediately. The moment the door opened, Xia Er did not run away. She took a deep breath, grabbed a wine bottle with both hands, and charged forward with a look of utter desperation. Bang!
The third muffled thud. Zhang Jinbiao was so shocked by the bottle that he saw stars and collapsed onto the sofa.
Was his head going to be in a fight with the bottle tonight?
Chen was breath-hitched.
This girl is really fearless.
She's not afraid of killing someone with such a thick liquor bottle.
You.
He opened his mouth, then swallowed back.
She's so cool.
In the blink of an eye, the door opened. Brother Dao rushed in with a team of security guards, followed closely by staff carrying first aid kits.
Boss Dao. You've come at the perfect time.
Zhang Jinbiao wiped the blood from his face, his anger barely contained. I'll skin this little beast alive today.
But then Brother Dao quickly stepped forward and personally helped Chen Hua up. Young Master Chen, are you alright?
Zhang Jinbiao's heart skipped a beat. This kid has a powerful background. Dao Gu glanced at Zhang Jinbiao's blood-soaked head, and his respect for Chen Hua grew even stronger. That ruthlessness is typical of Chen Jianjun's son. Back then, Chen Jianjun, an outsider, started from scratch in Tianjin City, rising from a construction foreman to a construction tycoon, all thanks to his ruthlessness. However, this also posed a problem for him, as Zhang Jinbiao was a brother in the underworld and often came to his bar to support him.
Chen Hua's background is definitely not something to be trifled with.
After much thought, the only thing I could do was try to smooth things over and resolve the issue, making a big problem a small one and a small one nothing at all.
Brother Dao cleared his throat, setting the tone for the incident. This was indeed your fault, trying to steal someone from my territory?
Yes, what I did was dishonest.
But Brother Dao. Zhang Jinbiao clutched his bruised head. Is it worth it for a whore?
No sooner had he finished speaking than another bottle exploded on his head.
The entire private room fell eerily silent.
Zhang Jinbiao was completely stunned, and everyone present was dumbfounded. This young man actually dared to lay a hand on Brother Dao right in front of him. He showed absolutely no respect. Chen Hua shook the wine stains off his hands.
She's my woman.
Xia Er gave a wry smile, his heart filled with mixed feelings.
Did he have too many women? The school beauty of Tianjin, the girl with the tea-like demeanor yesterday, and now it's me again?
Brother Dao winked, apologized to young Master Chen and his wife.
This attitude is already very clear.
Zhang Jinbiao's face was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with disbelief.
You want me to apologize?
I was the one who got hit just now, and right in front of you, Boss Dao.
An apology alone is not enough.
Chen Hua glanced at the 7 or 8 empty beer bottles left on the table and said, these bottles have to be smashed on his head before this matter is over. Zhang Jinbiao looked at Dao Gu in alarm, only to see that the latter did not object. Young Master Chen, this happened in my bar. It was due to my mismanagement, so I'm here to handle it personally. There are specific customs associated with breaking a wine bottle on your head.
If you master the strength in your hand, you can both break the bottle and control the force.
It's better than Chen Hua being reckless and smashing things repeatedly. Seeing that Chen Hua did not object, Brother Dao picked up an empty bottle.
Brother Biao, I'm sorry to offend you.
Even Brother Dao was afraid of this guy.
Realizing he'd kicked a hornet's nest, Zhang Jinbiao took a deep breath and lowered his head. Bang! Each time a bottle exploded, it was accompanied by Zhang Jinbiao's apology. Young Master Chen, young madam, I was blind to your greatness, please be lenient.
Chen Hua didn't look up until all the empty beer bottles had shattered.
Walk. He took Xia Er and drove off.
Su Yang put away the fruit knife and followed after them, still feeling lingering fear. Although I knew before that Brother Hua wasn't afraid of trouble, this is just too arrogant.
Chapter 33. If he can see it through, I'll like it.
Inside the S03 cassette slot.
Why did the music stop?
Several well-dressed girls looked up in unison.
Morongjin swirled his wineglass and said calmly, someone's about to show off. The next second, the DJ's explosive shouts resounded throughout the venue. All eyes are on me.
Thank you S08 Chen Xiao for selecting the Royal Supreme Dragon set and the Supreme Seafood set.
Wishing the boss abundant wealth and joy.
May everything go smoothly and may the God of wealth bring you good fortune. May you, my brother, never lack love in this life, and may you never lack companions in this world.
Wow!
The Royal Supreme Divine Dragon set.
My roommates immediately erupted in excitement. My dear young lady, why don't you open one too? Let's make it grand for each other. What are you opening? We haven't even finished the wine we stored last time.
Morongjin thought to himself, rolling his eyes and muttering.
Do I need it? Am I the kind of person who's always looking for someone to take advantage of? Ha, of course you don't lack it. How about we go check out S08? Xinyao suggested. What if he's a handsome guy? Let's see if he's just looking for love or someone.
Morongjin rolled his eyes. Don't act like you can't live without a man.
TCH, Xinyao deliberately drew out her tone. Someone keeps changing partners, how could they understand the suffering of us single dogs? That's right, it's even trending on campus now. The other roommates chimed in.
Watch your mouths, or you'll be trying to steal my Chanel bag next time. They all knew that although their roommate had the capricious temperament typical of rich heiresses, she was essentially a very nice person and could take a joke. Recalling the day we first met, this young lady laid down a whole host of rules as soon as she walked in. The air conditioner temperature had to be set to her specified temperature, of course. She had installed the air conditioner beforehand. Other rules include not being allowed to make phone calls after 11 p.m. except for herself, and having priority access to the bathroom, etc. Before anyone could express their dissatisfaction, she took out a set of the latest Apple phones and stuffed them into their hands one by one. Not only that, she also contracted out all the daily necessities in the dormitory, using only high-end brands. In reality, she often goes home to stay, and spends the least amount of time in the dormitory. During her university years, she would often take everyone out for food, drinks, and entertainment, and she was very generous with her money. Like this time, I brought everyone to the bar for some fun again. Xinyao asked curiously, do you like that Jinfu face or not? Morongjin gave a light head, thinking, what's there to like or dislike about a poor boy? She understood from a young age that as the only daughter of the Morong family, her marriage was never something she could decide for herself. In order to expand the family business, it is necessary to find a suitable marriage partner. Just like her previous relationship with Tan Hua, it was also arranged by the elders of both families. Her biggest wish is that, since she can only look for someone from the second generation of wealthy families, she should try her best to find someone handsome and to her liking.
No money or power? Sorry, even if you have a Jinfu face, or even a Yenzu face or a Changwu face, it won't work. Rather than explaining these complicated details to her roommates, Morongjin preferred to drive with a whoosh-whoosh sound. She raised her chin. Do you like him or not? If he can answer yes or no, then I'll like him. Wow!
The girls burst into laughter.
Is Miss complaining that I'm too short? How will you know if you can go all the way if you don't try? That's so dirty, I don't understand what you're saying.
There was a commotion inside the private room. A pretty girl rushed in. Something terrible has happened.
There's a fight next door. It's over a hostess.
Morongjin scoffed dismissively, that's all men are good for. I heard he's a customer from S08, seems to be a young man.
Is it the one we just ordered, the Royal Supreme? Xinyao's eyes lit up. Miss, take us to see it. Go yourselves if you want to go, Morongjin said listlessly.
Xinyao tugged at her sleeve pitifully, without your support, how could we dare to do this?
That's true.
Someone who can order so ostentatiously in a bar and still dare to cause trouble is definitely not an ordinary person. When a few ordinary college students passed by, their imposing manner diminished.
Morongjin is different.
She is a true socialite who grew up in the top social circles.
With her around, she has never lost in terms of aura. Moreover, Morong Group is a long-established and powerful enterprise. Everyone in Tianjin City knows it. Morongjin suddenly stood up, and Xinyao's face lit up with joy. Shall we go now? I'm going to smoke. Do you want to inhale secondhand smoke? In Morongjin's eyes, a Royal Supreme Dragon was nothing at all. Any nouveau riche with a little spare cash can grit their teeth and put on a show.
This thing can't accurately assess the other party's capabilities, so she's too lazy to get involved.
And a man who fights over a hostess. She rolled her eyes and said with a look of disgust, what good stuff could it be?
Morongjin walked out of the private room, lit a women's cigarette, and headed towards the smoking area. As you walk along, most of the booths in Section S are empty, with only a few scattered customers. Through the glass door of the smoking area, the faint sounds of two men arguing could be heard.
One is bald, and the other is also bald.
No, Morongjin looked closely and saw that the other one had his head wrapped in bandages. She recognized the real bald man at a glance. It was Brother Dao, the bar owner. The middle-aged man, whose body was wrapped in bandages, stomped his feet excitedly, his voice rising several decibels.
Boss Dao, I can't swallow this. Look at me. That kid. Brother Dao raised his voice as well. I told you, you can't afford to mess with that guy, and neither can I. Fine, fine. I admit I can't afford to mess with him because I'm not good enough. But you have to tell me, what's his background? Brother, I promised them I couldn't tell. You can't cause me any trouble. Can you give me a hint? I guessed it myself, it's none of your business. Alright, come here. Daogu put his arm around Zhang Zhenbiao's shoulder and pulled him to a corner, completely unaware that a woman was secretly standing behind him. I'll just tell you two things. First, his surname is Chen, you know that. Secondly, if you offend him, your company's dump trucks won't be able to enter any construction sites in Tianjin City tomorrow. His family is the head of this industry. Now you understand, right? Hiss. Zhang Zhenbia gasped, his shocked expression culminating in 3 words, I don't understand. Daogu stared at him silently. He'd been fucking dumbfounded. Figure it out yourself. Just as Daogu was about to turn around, he caught a glimpse of someone standing behind him. With nowhere to hide, Morongjin stepped gracefully out from the shadows. Boss Dao, it's been a long time. Daogu recognized the pretty face at a glance, and immediately put on a smile. So it's Miss Morong who has graced us with her presence. How has your father been lately? He appeared calm on the surface, but his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she overheard our conversation? Thank you for your concern, Boss Dao. My dad is in good health, he's just too busy. Morongjin smiled, pretending nothing had happened, and started chatting with the other party. Boss Dao, your business is really booming. I just saw a distinguished guest come into the bar and ordered the top-of-the-line set meal. After exchanging pleasantries, Morongjin returned to the bathroom and touched up her makeup. She pondered the words she had overheard. Was there another Chen family in Tianjin City, a family in the engineering industry? He must be ranked 11th on the wealth list, Chen Jianjun, chairman of Jintian Construction. Morongjin smiled confidently. The answer was obvious. It has long been rumored in Tianjin's wealthy circles that Chen Jianjun has an illegitimate son from his hometown who was studying at Tianjin University, and his identity is well hidden. The guest in S08 is probably Chen Jianjun's illegitimate son. This person is worth befriending. In the past, Morongjin might not have even considered befriending him. Yesterday, after her family learned that she had fallen out with Tan Hua, they started arranging to introduce her to other wealthy young men. Looking at the photos, they were all either ugly or looked weak. Not one of them was pleasing to the eye. Of course, she was unwilling. She dated Tan Hua not only because of his family background, but also because she was attracted to his handsome appearance. Although her family didn't say it explicitly, she could guess that the company must have encountered some difficulties and urgently needed to form a marriage alliance with a powerful figure. Otherwise, why would they have even cut her allowance? Back to S03 card slot. Let's go meet that handsome guy from S08. You changed your mind? Xin Yao asked curiously. Who said that someone who fights for a hostess couldn't be a good person? Fighting? Morongjin corrected, that's called acting bravely for a just cause. Chapter 34, A Mountain of Debts to Pay Off? On the other side, inside the S08 cassette, Shenhe looked at the more than 20 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne and several bottles of foreign liquor whose names he couldn't even recognize on the table, and felt a chill run down his spine. This top-tier beverage set is even worse than the Ace of Spades, which is like swill. Another seafood set on the table, featuring king crab, lobster, oysters, and other seafood, looked vibrant and appetizing. Eat them all. Shenhe invited Xia Er and Su Yang to start eating, showing no trace of the fierceness he had displayed earlier when fighting with others. Xia Er lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. Shenhe suddenly asked, if you're short of money, why didn't you borrow it from me yesterday? He found it strange, because yesterday at lunchtime he had casually slipped her a restaurant gift card worth 100,000 yuan, clearly showing that he was not short of money at all. A mere 300,000 yuan, if she just asked, I'd give it to her for free, let alone lend it to her. Xia Er raised her head and forced a smile. Yes, I had already decided to borrow money from him after yesterday's meal. Why didn't you say it in the end? It's all because of that pretty girl with the first love face. They have an unusual relationship. It's not that I can't accept his help, but in what capacity should I do it? If they are boyfriend and girlfriend, or two people who have a tacit understanding and mutual affection, then of course they can. But Chen Huoming was clearly entangled with other girls, yet he still asked for help under these circumstances. The relationship that will inevitably be established in the end is unequal a lover? A mistress? Or even a fourth mistress? She had just fallen for a boy for the first time, yet she ended up in such a miserable situation. She refused. But now, are there any other options?
After struggling for a moment, Xia Er seemed to have finally made up her mind, and raised her head to say, I will not stay here to drink with you anymore. This nonsensical answer brought a look of relief to Chunhua's face, but the next second he typed a big question mark. Give me 300,000, and I'll be yours. Xia Er's pretty face instantly turned as red as if it were about to bleed. She hardened her heart, accepting lovers, mistresses, or even playthings.
1 year. Just 1 year. What do you mean?
Shenhua's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his wine glass to take a tactical sip of water.
What do you mean? Didn't you just say I was your woman? Didn't you like me?
Xia Er was in a state of confusion, staring straight at him.
I'm willing to stay with you. Chen-Huo almost choked on his drink.
He thought to himself that she had only said she wanted to take advantage of him, but her accompanying gave him the illusion of being deeply and superficially in a way that was actually quite suggestive.
Are you serious about this kind of companionship?
Before he could finish speaking, Xia Er interrupted him crisply.
300,000 yuan, even if you sold me, I wouldn't be worth that much.
The only way I can think of to repay this debt is this body.
Good grief. So you don't want to pay me back? No, you're planning to pay off a mountain of debt. A mountain of debt?
Shenhua's lips twitched, thinking to himself that he had never asked her to pay it back. His money comes from thin air. A mere 300,000 yuan is just charity for him. Shenhua, understanding the situation, said, No, you shouldn't do anything.
This well-intentioned gesture stunned Xia Er's ears. He doesn't want himself. You don't like me?
Xia Er was filled with shock and confusion.
If he didn't like her, why would he help her like this?
He even rushed into the private room for his own sake. In fact, she always thought that Shenhua had feelings for her that went beyond friendship.
Was I just imagining things, or do they look down on themselves after they become rich?
Yesterday, during the interview for the atmosphere building team, the interviewer even said she was quite pretty.
Today was her first time wearing makeup.
Layers of foundation covered up her acne scars, which also made her realize her own beauty again.
But the glamorous makeup for bars was clearly not something she could pull off. It's not that I don't like you, but this matter.
Shenhuan answered instinctively, and the girl's ears instantly burned.
Did he admit that he likes me? I won't compete with her for a title. I can leave any time after I've repaid your kindness. Ha!
Shenhua's brain went blank when he heard this nonsensical remark.
He looked completely bewildered. Her?
Explain yourself clearly.
Who is she? A green tea bitch? Jiang Yuan?
No, she had never met Jiang Yuan.
Campus Belle. I saw your official announcement. That doesn't count.
Shenhua gritted his teeth.
Damn it, the young lady really is here to ruin my love life.
With the title of boyfriend of the school beauty, I'm afraid I'll never have a chance with any of the pretty girls on campus again.
Xia Er's eyes lit up, then vanished in an instant. So, are you looking down on me?
She despises herself because she worked as a hostess. Before Chenhua could answer, she said earnestly, This is my first time.
Yes, I believe this is your first time accompanying someone for drinks, Chenhua echoed.
No, it's my first time, Xia Er added, head down.
I've never had a boyfriend before.
Of course I know it's your first time.
Hey!
Shenhua stopped repeating himself and realized that she was referring to this first time. Although he already knew from the system, it felt strange to hear her say it for the first time.
It's a bit like a business transaction, a feeling of self-recommendation. Then why don't you want me to repay you?
Xia Er's question was light, yet it felt like a heavy hammer blow.
No. I didn't say no. But you're being way too eager.
Chenhua was completely dumbfounded.
Had this girl gone mad? You insist on selling yourself to get me to sleep with you, don't you?
What I mean is, Chenhua tried to keep his tone calm, I'm helping you willingly, without any ulterior motives or needing anything in return. Now it was Xia Er's turn to be stunned. She was no longer the kind of little girl who harbored fantasies.
From childhood to adulthood, she received either naked malice or well-intentioned but ulterior motives.
She never believed in two things, free lunches and selfless giving. But now, with both of them in front of her, she doesn't know how to face them.
Xia Er's eyes reddened slightly as she slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Chenhua. Thank you. Hey, no, it's not you. I feel like we're from different generations. Chenhua was both amused and exasperated.
He gently took her small hand and sat her down, letting out a slight sigh of relief. He knew he was not as noble as he claimed.
From the moment I first saw Xia Er, an unprecedented possessiveness struck my heart.
Even after becoming friends with her, I dreamed about her several times.
Chen Ho wouldn't mind this kind of monetary transaction if it were anyone else, but not her.
Although Xia Er is not the system's bound goddess, she is the white moonlight in my heart. It was a ray of light during my impoverished times, and also a reflection of another version of myself.
Would anyone buy the light in their life with a price tag and then squander it? At least, he won't.
Even if he wanted it, he hoped for a mutual and natural union with her. At that moment, Chen Hua transferred money to the bank card provided by Xia Er.
500,000? Xia Er was utterly astonished as she looked at the payment notification on her phone. The surgery fee is only 300,000. Give the extra money to our grandma. What the hell am I saying?
Chen Hua quickly corrected himself. I meant, give your grandma some extra nutrition. After the surgery, she must take good care of her body and make sure she doesn't develop any chronic illnesses.
This is quite a coincidence.
He discovered that if Xia Er was the goddess bound to the system, he couldn't directly give her money.
The system stipulates that no cash transfers or other monetary transactions can be made with any goddess.
This is understandable. The system is afraid that the host and the goddess will engage in a cycle of scamming subsidies by exchanging money and gifts.
Chapter 35. The young lady arrives.
Inside the booth, Su Yang strained his ears, intermittently gathering intelligence. To focus on gossip, he even sent away the bunny girl next to him.
Su Yang clicked his tongue inwardly. Was Brother Ho planning to keep a mistress? Didn't the school beauty just make an official announcement? Isn't he afraid of being discovered by the school beauty? Ring ring ring.
The cell phone rang abruptly.
Chen Hua answered the phone. It was Dao Ji's voice. Young Master Chun, there's something I need to tell you.
Dao Ge carefully considered his words, not daring to mention that Morongjin might have overheard his conversation with Zhang Zhendiao. It was said that this young lady happened to be at the bar tonight and showed unusual interest in the guests in VIP room S08, even going so far as to ask him for information. Don't worry, I didn't say a word more than necessary, not even my name. Brother Dao confidently assured him, but then hesitated. It's just that young lady has many connections. What if she figured it out herself? In his words, Brother Dao was both reminding Chen Hua and disclaiming any involvement. He has followed all the rules, so if his identity is exposed, it won't be his fault.
I understand, thank you, Brother Dao.
Chen Hua hung up the phone, his expression changing slightly.
The young lady was here too?
Just then, there was a knock on the door. Looking up at the doorway, a pretty figure appears through the small window in the door.
Holy crap! Could it be such a coincidence?
After a short wait, the door to booth S08 opened.
Su Yang stepped aside and said, "Please come in."
Having received permission, the 5 beauties entered one after another. Su Yang froze when he saw who it was, Morongjin, the school beauty.
Was she here to arrest Chen Hua? Morongjin was surprised for a moment. Such a large booth only had 3 people.
She glanced up at the man seated in the main seat. He was richly dressed and possessed an extraordinary air, but she was wearing a bunny girl mask on her face.
Is he trying to die?
He's playing such a twisted game.
Morongjin's favorability 3, current level 3.
Morongjin rolled her eyes inwardly, but her pretty face revealed a fake smile typical of socialites.
We're from booth S03. Young Master Chen was very generous earlier, so he brought the ladies here to broaden their horizons. You don't mind, do you?
Upon hearing the young lady's thoughts for the first time, Chen Hua hurriedly stood up to greet her, his announcer-like voice emanating from beneath his mask.
Welcome, ladies. We were just worried that we didn't have enough people to make it lively enough. This guy's voice is so fake. Morongjin's favorability 1, current level 4. How did I step on another landmine?
This young lady has too many tricks up her sleeve. Chen Hua immediately withdrew his outstretched hand, afraid of further reducing her favorability.
No wonder he was in such a hurry to put on the mask.
Xia Er quickly understood, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, and she quietly moved to the outside of the sofa, making room for Chen Hua in the seat next to her. Meeting Morongjin in this setting made her feel a little uneasy. After all, in her heart, this school beauty was Chen Hua's real girlfriend.
Is this the hostess I snatched from another private room? She's quite sensible.
Morongjin glanced meaningfully at the girl who offered her seat. She sat down discreetly to Chen Hua's right, maintaining a perfectly appropriate distance. We are all senior students at Tianjin University, about to graduate, so we came here to get together.
My name is Morongjin, and these four are my roommates, Xinyao, Ningshui. Morongjin introduced them to Chen Hua one by one.
Chen Hua glanced at them. Her four roommates were all pretty girls, around 70 points, while Xinyao was exactly 80 points. Of course, he had no intention of getting involved. Even if I'm starving, I wouldn't dare to eat the grass near the young lady's nest. His gaze returned to the young lady who was so close at hand, and he looked her up and down openly. Yeah, I'm getting intoxicated by the feeling of being in love. Although she has a flat figure, with Ishihara Satomi's face and her temperament, who cares about her figure?
What a coincidence, we're also from Tianjin University, and we're even in the same year. This is Su Young, a junior in his second year. Chen Hua didn't bother to introduce Xia Er's outfit. Oh my god, they're alumni.
Morongjin feigned surprise and widened his eyes, while several girls echoed with exclamations of wow, what a coincidence.
Yes, it's such a coincidence.
Chen Hua smiled and agreed, but in his heart he was thinking, this acting is too deliberate.
How about we have a drink together?
Morongjin suggested that this be considered an introduction for the two groups to get to know each other. When everyone clinked glasses, Xia Er hesitated, picking up her glass and then putting it down again, looking conflicted. She shook her head inwardly. They were celebrating as alumni, while she was just a hostess.
Clink.
The wineglass in my hand made a soft sound. After toasting with everyone, Chen Hua leaned over and gently touched her glass.
This small movement did not escape Morongjin's notice.
This guy clearly has no experience with women, he's so considerate to a hostess.
Morongjin's favorability +2, currently 2. However,
Morongjin's gaze shifted to the girl with her head bowed and eyes lowered. This hostess is quite shrewd. The way she looked at us just now, she acted so pitifully, making it seem like we were isolating her. Ha, she's putting on an act as if it's her first time working as a hostess.
Wow, so much seafood. Morongjin's roommates swallowed hard, but looked at Chen Hua cautiously, waiting for their master to speak.
Chen Hua offered chopsticks, saying, try them all, I was worried we wouldn't be able to finish them. The girls weren't shy at all, they ate with great relish.
Morongjin rolled his eyes, please, are you all reincarnated gluttons? You're just embarrassing me.
Then, she broke the silence with a light smile, young Master Chen, we feel so bad if we just take advantage of your things.
As if receiving a secret signal, Xinyao immediately put down her chopsticks and took out a bottle of Ace of Spades champagne with pink and gold packaging from her bag.
This pink and gold packaged bottle is clearly more upscale than the regular version. It's only right to reciprocate, please try the wine I brought. Morongjin poured 3 cups, keeping one for himself and pushing the other 2 to the 2 men's table. Even Chen Hua's underlings were not spared, which not only showed that they were very polite, but also subtly won people over.
Beautiful lady, would you like a drink?
Caught off guard by Morongjin's abrupt question, Xia Er hurriedly waved her hand, no.
No need.
Chen Hua took a small sip, and it still tasted like that familiar swill.
It's a bit better than the regular Ace of Spades, it's not as rancid.
Detected that the goddess treated everyone to drinks, resulting in a cashback of 88.88 million huaxia coins.
The system's voice suddenly rang out. Holy crap! 88.88 million?
Chen Hua had completely forgotten about this incident, and this unexpected surprise made him so excited that he almost jumped up. This cashback offer exceeds the sum of all previous cashback offers. This officially made him a billionaire. Seeing the barely concealed excitement on Chen Hua's lips, Morongjin smiled and asked,
what does young Master Chen think of the taste?
It's delicious, so delicious. Chen Hua smiled sincerely, thinking to himself, even swill you give me would taste good. Heh, she must have just been taken in by the Chen family, she's never had a good meal since she was little.
Morongjin's favorability +2, currently 0.
Morongjin covered his mouth and chuckled.
This kind of innocent rich second generation was 1 in a million, and the easiest to train.
I just don't know if the face under his mask is handsome or not. Hearing the other person's thoughts, Chen Hua suddenly realized, so she mistook me for the Chen family's illegitimate son. The next second, he suddenly realized how to live off this rich girl.
My previous appearance was so low class that it didn't even catch Morongjin's eye, and I was practically out of the running.
Now, he has the image of a handsome, rich, and successful man, and is even rumored to have a mysterious background as an illegitimate son of a wealthy family. Using this identity to contact her will naturally pique her interest.
Chapter $36 Million Watches. Morongjin took the initiative to use interesting anecdotes from school as a topic to gradually find out the other party's identity information. To everyone's surprise, Chen Hua was very discreet, not even revealing his department or major. There is one thing that the two sides are quite in sync about. No one mentioned yesterday's hottest gossip on the campus forum, the official announcement between Jin Fu and Ishihara Satomi. Morongjin nudged Shinyao's elbow, and the latter, understanding, smiled and spoke. Young Master Chen, why are you always wearing a mask? Is it because you're too handsome and afraid we'll have our eyes on you? Chen Hua laughed it off. I just wanted to keep some mystery for all you ladies. We are so curious, Shinyao blinked exaggeratedly. Young Master Chen must have an extraordinary identity, which is why he is trying to cover his tracks. How about this, once we're more familiar with each other, I'll be completely honest with you. Hearing the man's reply, Morongjin nodded slightly. Her first time was just to make friends, and she had already achieved her goal. Chen Hua was wondering how to demonstrate his strength when he caught a glimpse of the wristwatch on Morongjin's right hand and a brilliant idea struck him. Young miss, you, he blurted out. Morongjin was taken aback. What did you call me? Oops, I've gotten used to saying it. Chen Hua realized he was in trouble and quickly tried to smooth things over. I just heard Shinyao and the others call you that, so I just followed suit. But actually, I recognized you at first glance. You're the eldest daughter of the Morong group. Young Master Chen, you're too kind. I didn't even know which family's young master you were from. When the woman asked a question she already knew the answer to, Chen Hua abruptly changed the subject. We'll talk about it later. Your watch looks pretty nice, where did you buy it? Morongjin raised his wrist generously. This cheap item of mine, a Cartier, is only 200,000. He unintentionally flaunted his wealth again. Morongjin's roommates shook their heads in envy. Chen Hua said earnestly, I'm thinking of buying a watch. Do you have any recommendations? Coincidentally, I have a relative who owns a comprehensive watch store and represents several top watch brands. As Morongjin introduced the user, she found a user on her phone and opened their moments. Take a look and see if there's anyone you like. Chen Hua took the other person's phone and started browsing. He looked quickly, mainly focusing on the prices. He's just showing off he doesn't actually like watches. This one is good, I'll take it. Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740G, 1.6 million. Chen Hua knew nothing about watches, only that Patek Philippe was known as the king of watches, which should be most suitable for a playboy like him. Shinyao shook the young lady's arm, conveying her excitement. Look, she's definitely a rich second generation. Morongjin's favorability +2, currently 2. The choice is good, showing some taste, but the person lacks experience and seems like a nouveau riche. She praises my taste while simultaneously belittling me as a nouveau riche. What is she trying to do? Chen Hua's heart sank upon hearing this. This worldly young lady was truly difficult to please. Morongjin patiently explained, Young Master Chen, these limited editions require personal information verification. Even if you have the money, you can't buy them the first time. For a new customer like you, you'd have to wait in line for a year. Are you kidding me? Buy a watch and wait a year? So you really did buy a watch last year? Chen Hua's lips twitched slightly as he pressed, Miss, you're an expert, do you have any way to buy one quickly? Morongjin smiled slightly, having already anticipated his question. She secretly guessed that the man's act of concealing his identity meant that Chen Jianjun didn't want to reveal the identity of his illegitimate son yet. Although he had given him a lot of money, he hadn't given him a social status commensurate with it. With such a clean background, even if he were extremely wealthy, he would not pass the qualification review for the bank's capital verification. Without a legitimate job and a stable source of income, how could Patek Philippe possibly sell him a limited edition watch? Now I can do him a favor. Morongjin suggested, if you don't mind, I can place an order for you in the name of the Morong family, and the goods are expected to arrive within a week. That's great, it's settled then. The two finalized the matter in just a few words. Morongjin naturally took out his phone. Let's exchange contact information. Good. Chen Hua was about to give her the number when he suddenly remembered that he had called her before. Wouldn't reporting this expose us? He quickly changed his mind. Let's add each other on WeChat. Come on, I'll scan your QR code. After successfully adding him as a friend, Chen Hua was glad that he never posted on his WeChat moments and would not reveal any personal information. Xinyao's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer. Young Master Chen, I wonder if I have the honor? She knew in her heart that Morongjin was just expanding his network of contacts and didn't necessarily have any special feelings for men.
This young lady has very high standards. If the man under the mask is ugly, she won't be able to stand him.
But I don't care about being ugly or not. If I can win over this rich second generation, wouldn't that help her expand her network? Okay, add them all. Shenyao was overjoyed and praised, Liu Yuanhuo, what a powerful username.
Chen Hua thought to himself, this is the first time I've ever seen someone compliment my online name.
Is this how rich people are treated? No matter what you do or say, others will always find a reason to flatter you. Morongjin tapped on his phone screen. Young Master Chen, what's your full name? I'll make a note of it.
Chen Hua was stumped by the question and subconsciously looked at Xia Er. It was as if that girl could give him a sense of security. I made up a sentence on the spot, Chen Xia, the Xia of summer.
Xia Er, who was standing in the corner, was taken aback when she heard this. Why did you drag me into this? Am I part of your game too? Shenyao seized the opportunity to praise him. What a great name. It's like a blazing summer sun. Young Master Chen looks like a passionate person. Morongjin typed a note. Young Master Chen, I will let you know when the goods arrive.
Chen Hua stared at the woman's near-perfect face and said, please help me choose a women's watch, something young and fashionable.
Which little girl is this meant to be given to? Morongjin frowned slightly and asked, what's the budget? More than 1 million. Morongjin was taken aback.
It was normal for him to wear a $1 million watch, and he would give others $1 million watches as gifts.
Even when pursuing a girl, this is an excessive amount of money.
Suddenly, she felt that her 200,000 yuan Cartier didn't seem so appealing anymore.
What a fool with so much money. But it's none of my business, I'll just have to help him pick some out. Morongjin's favorability +2, currently 4.
Chen Hua found it amusing to himself.
How could it not be your business? Let's see how much goodwill this watch can garner when it's on your wrist. Besides, I gave you a generous gift, shouldn't you reciprocate? He. Morongjin carefully selected several options and finally gave his advice. How about this one?
Cartier Creative Gemstone Collection HPI 01061, priced at 1.3 million. Chen Hua looked at the wristwatch in the picture. It was made of gold, diamonds, and gemstones. It was practically a jewelry box on his wrist.
Young miss has excellent taste, this is the one. I'll send you the watch shop manager's WeChat contact. You can pay a deposit first. No need, I'll give it to you. I only trust the eldest daughter of the Morong family. After a brief struggle, he transferred 500,000 yuan as a deposit to Morongjin. Chapter 37 Xia Er's thoughts. The atmosphere in the private room gradually cooled down.
Chen Hua's gaze unconsciously drifted to Xia Er in the corner, and he noticed that the girl was secretly watching him. The moment their eyes met, Xia Er hurriedly looked away, pretending nothing had happened.
Young Master Chen.
Morongjin suddenly called out, his voice tinged with a hint of languor. Chen Hua withdrew his gaze and looked at the radiant young lady beside him. Strangely, she didn't seem so captivating at that moment.
What's wrong, miss? Morongjin glanced at his watch. It's getting late, we should head back. Okay, let's get together another day.
Chen Hua looked at the young lady's 4 roommates. Ladies, there are still 10 bottles of Ace of Spades here, you can divide them up.
The 4 young women's eyes lit up. An unopened bottle of Ace of Spades could be returned to the bar for 3,000 yuan.
Many hostesses operate this way, they please customers to get free drinks, which they then take directly to the back office to cash out.
This is blatantly throwing money at them.
Morongjin reminded him, you can save it to your card and drink it next time.
No need, we can order it next time. What a sucker. Morongjin's favorability +1, currently 5.
Chen Hua chuckled to himself. This young lady was internally criticizing him, but her favorability towards him was quietly increasing.
Is this a sign of disdain or a lack of disdain? Thank you, young Master Chen. I'm already looking forward to seeing you again. The girls, each clutching the Ace of Spades, bid farewell to Chen Hua. Morongjin walked in front. Young Master Chen, we'll be going now.
She couldn't connect the man in front of her with the poor boy who confessed his love to her the day before yesterday. She only remembered that the poor boy had a strong face, and had long forgotten everything else.
Xia Er, who was standing nearby, also noticed this.
Morongjin didn't recognize that the masked man was Chen Hua at all. This couple, who officially announced their relationship, are like strangers. They don't know each other at all, and they hadn't even added each other on WeChat before.
What exactly is their relationship?
At midnight, Shenhua called a designated driver to drive the three of them back to school in an SU-7. After dropping Xia Er off at the girls' dormitory, the girl changed back into her plain school uniform at a bar. Shenhua and she got out of the car together, and the two walked a few steps side by side. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to contact me. Xia Er nodded, a self-deprecating smile playing on her lips. Owing one debt is still owing one debt, owing two debts is still owing one debt, so there's no harm in having more debts. She said earnestly, I will pay you back. As for how to repay it, she'll think about it some more. As the night breeze blew by, Shenhua suddenly grabbed the girl's hand. Xia Er was stunned for a moment, then stared straight at him. After spending time together tonight, with hugs and embraces, she's completely used to this little bit of physical contact. The two stared at each other silently. Xia Er's breath hitched slightly, and she unconsciously pursed her lips.
Are they going to start charging interest now?
This was my first kiss. While she was lost in thought, Shenhua pulled out a pack of cigarettes and slapped it into her hand.
For me?
Xia Er looked puzzled. It's for the dorm supervisor, otherwise she won't open the door for you. He learned this from young Master Lu. Sometimes when he played until very late, a pack of good cigarettes was far better than begging and pleading.
Oh.
Xia Er gripped the cigarette tightly, turned and walked into the dark dormitory building, feeling neither relieved nor disappointed. My thoughts echoed in the empty hallway with the sound of my footsteps. She knew she liked Shenhua. She liked him at first sight when they met. I liked him when he was poor, and now that he's rich, I like him even more. His money could easily solve her predicament, but it also made his world crowded. Like now, it seems he has several women, or rather, several romantic interests.
So what does he think of himself? Is it an old acquaintance whom I casually gave away, or one of the options I can flirt with?
Xia Er swiped open her phone, and a series of messages popped up on the Xianyu app. A prepaid card with a value of 120,000 NTD was listed for urgent sale at 80,000 NTD, attracting many inquiries. She replied to each one, sorry, it's sold. Now that she has the money for the surgery, she wants to keep this card for herself.
Why was I thinking about those things?
Xia Er cursed himself for being spineless. In the face of life, emotions are never the most important thing.
Isn't it great to have food and drink now? Not far from the boys' dormitory, the designated driver smoothly parked the car.
Handsome guy, please give me a 5-star review. Thank you for your hard work, master. The designated driver politely said goodbye, and Shenhua paid the fare on the app and then tipped him an extra 200 yuan. There's nothing else to it, it's simply that I'm rich and can do whatever I want.
Shenhua walked ahead and transferred 50,000 yuan to Su Yang. Brother Hua, what are you doing?
Su Yang was shocked when he saw the transfer information.
Could it be hush money for him? You don't need to give me any money.
I won't tell anyone about your identity or what happened tonight. Shenhua patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, this is your reward.
You helped me fight tonight, didn't you?
He was sincerely grateful to Su Yang for not backing down when he was in a tough fight, and even for resorting to violence. The other party was just a poor student, so this was a huge risk. Shenhua knew that his family was poor, so giving him money was the best reward.
Brother Hua, Su Yang, there's something I'd like you to find out for me.
In Shenhua's eyes, this junior was not only down to earth and hard-working, but more importantly, trustworthy.
Brother Hua, just tell me. I'll do what I can, and I'll find a way to do what I can't.
Shenhua smiled, patted Su Yang on the shoulder, and the two discussed in hushed tones in front of the building for a moment. He already had a plan in mind. Since Tan Hua had set a trap for him, he had to return the favor. Half an hour later, Shenhua knocked loudly on the door, and after a while, a figure came out. Why are you back so late? The dormitory supervisor yawned and muttered at the two of them.
Sorry, something came up.
Shenhua said with a smile, quickly offering a cigarette. The ant glanced at the young man and thought, wow, he's quite sensible. He returned to his empty dorm room, took a quick shower, and lay down on his bed.
Make a note on your phone.
Performance agreement progress, 161,003 billion timeframe, 3 days 30 days.
Today's harvest was simply amazing. Yuan treated everyone to meals twice and gave them over 30 million yuan in cashback.
As expected of a young lady, she spent 88.88 million in one go, instantly elevating herself into the ranks of billionaires. Today's performance target has been exceeded.
In addition, Shenhua decided to save the 2 attribute points he got from Zhang Yuan. He opened WeChat to process the backlog of messages.
Zhang Yuan was already asleep. He had replied to her goodnight from the bar. The green tea girl sent him several messages, all asking him to meet her the next day.
Senior, let's meet tomorrow. There are some things I'd like to discuss with you in person. I'll be waiting for you at Yabenzu at 12:30 p.m.
Her distant tone and self-imposed arrangements reveal that she has made up her mind about something.
TSK, is he trying to confront me?
Chen-Ho was still thinking of avoiding the issue for as long as possible, so he typed back, "No time." The system issued a series of warnings immediately after the message was sent.
Li Tianyu's favorability 1, current level 26. Li Tianyu's favorability 1, currently 25. Still awake? Li Tianyu's favorability 1, current level 24. The alarm has been sounded. Chapter 38, Negotiating with the Little Green Tea.
Since they weren't face to face, Chen-Ho couldn't read Li Tianyu's true feelings.
He quickly deleted his previous "I'm busy" and retyped, "Okay. See you at noon."
After sending this message, the notification sound finally stopped.
Sigh, it's really pathetic to have such a disgraceful harem.
First he was tricked by the young lady, then he was questioned by his unrequited love, and tomorrow he has to go to the tea garden to put out a fire.
Chen-Ho sighed. There was nothing he could do about it after all, he was a kept man.
In the girls' dormitory, Li Tianyu was feeling troubled. She was wide awake, her mind filled with thoughts of whether Chen-Ho and the school beauty were really lovers.
If that's the case, why did he still ask me to refuse Zhang Qingyan? Why is he keeping me hanging on like this when he already has a girlfriend?
Thinking back to how Zhang Qingyan didn't back down after being rejected by her, but instead became more determined after the setback, she realized that he was not only not discouraged, but also more courageous. On WeChat, he kept showering her with sweet words and even increased the bargaining chips in his pursuit. Zhang Qingyan promised that as long as Li Tianyu agreed to be his girlfriend, he would cover all her expenses.
Li Tianyu was tempted.
Since Chen-Ho already had a girlfriend, this backup option became the best choice at the moment. Therefore, she was eager to find Chen-Ho and get to the bottom of things. After receiving a reply that the other party was too busy, this sense of detachment gradually eroded the goodwill she had felt for them.
No time, huh? Fine, then let's not talk about it. I'll just agree to go with Zhang Qingyan.
Her mood only calmed down a little after the other party agreed to meet tomorrow.
Li Tianyu typed out a long message, wanting to immediately question Chen-Ho.
As she calmed down, she deleted those words and pretended that she had fallen asleep.
Just wait one more night, and we'll have the answer by noon tomorrow.
If Chen-Ho really gets together with the school beauty, then I might as well let Zhang Qingyan have him. April 21st, Monday, cloudy. At 11 a.m., Chen-Ho was washing his face in the bathroom when he heard the door close.
Is Fengzi back?
He wiped his face and came out, where he saw a figure curled up on a bed. Yuan Feng lay on his back, his shoes still on, his legs dangling over the edge of the bed.
Chen-Ho kicked the bed frame with his foot. Were you fooling around with Chen Shining again last night?
The person on the bed remained motionless.
Yuan Feng's face was frighteningly pale, and the stray hairs on his forehead were soaked with sweat and stuck to his skin. Holy crap, has he been completely drained?
Chen-Ho reached out and touched Yuan Feng's forehead. It was burning hot.
Yuan Feng raised his eyelids and muttered, "It might be inflamed." Where is it inflamed? You're playing with such fancy techniques.
Chen-Ho's gaze involuntarily drifted downwards, noticing that Yuan Feng had added a row of earrings to each of his ears.
Brother Hua, do you have any medicine? The voice was extremely weak.
Chen-Ho swallowed his question about the earring, turned around and rummaged through drawers and cabinets, finding a few antipyretics and anti-inflammatory pills.
Yuan Feng swallowed the pill and closed his eyes. I'm going to take a nap. Chen-Ho drew the curtains tightly shut. I'm going out to eat. Do you want me to bring lunch? Need not.
As Chen-Ho walked to the door, Yuan Feng's weak voice came from behind him again. Don't you go and live off a woman.
His lips twitched. He was burning up like this, and he still had the mind to bring this up? TSK, what did Chen Shining do to him to make him so resistant to being a kept man?
Li Tianyu arrived at the Japanese restaurant half an hour early and specially chose the same couple's table that Chen Hua had sat at last time. After ordering, she scrolled through her phone, waiting for time to pass.
Young Master Chen, this way please. The female manager's obsequious voice rang out.
Li Tianyu stood up gracefully, partly to greet him, and partly to draw Chen Hua's attention to her beauty. Today, she meticulously replicated Bae Susie's outfit, tucking the hem of her white shirt into a high-waisted mini skirt, letting her long, freshly curled hair fall over her chest, and using light makeup to create a pure yet subtly alluring first love vibe. Her white legs under the short skirt, paired with high heels, brought her 7 centimeters closer to Chen Hua. This will surely seduce him. However, when she saw Chen Hua, she was stunned, despite her desire to captivate him.
Li Tianyu's favorability +2, currently 26. He's gotten more handsome. Chen Hua was dressed in the latest LV collection, his posture upright and heroic, completely devoid of his former shabby air. The person is still the same, but the overall demeanor is completely different. Li Tianyu looked surprised, and her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she's probably fallen in love with him. Otherwise, how could beauty is in the eye of the beholder and he become more and more pleasing to the eye the more one looks at him? Chen Hua walked up to her and said, "Don't just stand there like an idiot, sit down." The waiter came forward to serve the dishes, secretly glancing at the 2 guests. She clearly remembered that the 2 of them had each brought their partners to eat here the day before yesterday, and this handsome guy had even recharged 100,000 yuan. How come they've made plans together now? Do rich people always spend money like this? After all the dishes were served and the waiter bowed and withdrew, the 2 began to talk. Chen Hua joked, "Are you missing me because you're asking me out so often?" Li Tianyu deliberately adopted a distant attitude. "Senior, please have some self-respect and get straight to the point." She felt empty inside and couldn't wait to know the answer. Chen Hua feigned ignorance. "What's wrong? Why is our little green tea so anxious? Can I be as green tea as you?" Li Tianyu slammed down her chopsticks, her voice tinged with resentment. "Can't we just relax? What if your girlfriend sees us on a date here? She'll inevitably misunderstand you, and then it'll all be my fault. Can you please stop being so sarcastic?" Chen Hua muttered to himself, then feigned confusion. "Are you kidding me? I don't have a girlfriend." Although he only confirmed his relationship with Yuan yesterday, it doesn't stop him from blatantly lying now. Humph. What a scoundrel, he's quite the actor. Li Tianyu pulled out her phone and shoved it in front of his face. "Look who this is." Looking at the handsome man and beautiful woman holding hands on the screen, Chen Hua couldn't help but sigh. "This candid angle is amazing, it makes me and the young lady look like we're in an idol drama." But now was not the time to revel in his moment. He coughed lightly, determined to maintain his act. "Isn't that Jinfu and Satomi Ishihara? They're here at Tianjin University filming a movie? Stop pretending. It's clearly you and the school beauty." Li Tianyu slammed her phone on the table in anger. If Chen Hua had just honestly admitted it, that would have been fine, but he had to act so unseriously, which annoyed her so much that she wanted to pounce on him and bite him a couple of times. "Actually," Chen Hua put down his chopsticks, carefully choosing his words, "she and I were just going through the motions, who knew we'd be photographed like this?" Li Tianyu asked with a hint of disbelief, "You 2 aren't dating?" "Of course not," Chen Hua replied confidently. After all, it was the truth. The manipulative girl, recalling her previous rejection by him, suddenly blurted out, "You rejected her? What kind of thought process is this?" Chen Hua's lips twitched. Could it be that my image in her mind is too lofty, and she actually thought that I rejected Morongjun? TSK. Quite the opposite. He took an awkward sip of water. Li Tianyu's expression suddenly changed, then her eyes dimmed. So that's how it is. After being rejected when he confessed his feelings to her in the morning, Chen Hua started flirting with her in the afternoon. So I was just a backup option. However, as long as the backup can take over, what does it matter? The official announcement text for her WeChat Moments post had already formed in her mind. Jinfu and Bae Susie, the Korean style is more adorable. Yes. Not only should it be officially announced, but it should be made public so that we can also make the campus headlines. Chapter 39, 50,000x cashback. Brother. Li Tianyu switched back to her affectionate address. How about we get together? Faced with Li Tianyu's second declaration of affection, Chen Hua was momentarily speechless, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. This subtle expression did not escape the other person's notice. Her jaw muscles tightened, forcing a smile. Brother still wants to pursue the school beauty? Chen Hua raised his glass to drink water, and when faced with a question he didn't want to answer, he usually remained silent. Li Tianyu's favorability 3, current level 23. I've practically offered myself up, and he's still thinking about pursuing Morongjun. It makes me look so pathetic.
Enraged, Li Tianyu grabbed her chopsticks and stabbed the salmon, leaving it riddled with holes. Shenhua silently picked up the sushi, still without saying a word. The girl suddenly blurted out, "Brother, Zhang Qingyan is still pursuing me.
I should say yes to him." "Are you serious?" Shenhua raised an eyebrow.
"Of course, he is generous and considerate to me, and most importantly, he is very devoted to me."
Li Tianyu gave Shenhua a meaningful look. "I want to give him a chance to try."
Shenhua sneered inwardly, this little green tea BTCH doesn't get a single cashback except for farming attribute points, and now she's deliberately provoking him.
He won't tolerate it. Wishing you a long and happy marriage. Li Tianyu's face stiffened.
She had thought Shenhua would be jealous, but his reaction was so indifferent.
Well, I also wish you to win the heart of your beauty soon.
Li Tianyu picked up her teacup and forced a sweet smile as if her expression had changed.
From now on, I'll be your sister.
Her manipulative mindset took over again. Since we can't be lovers, I'll just find a rich second-generation brother.
At least on birthdays and holidays, I can still receive a gift in my sister's name.
Shenhua was generous, and she couldn't bear to give up that benefit.
Yeah, she wants a simp, and she wants a brother too. It's so satisfying to receive 2 gifts.
Shenhua didn't touch his glass, and said coldly, "Don't contact me again in the future. If your boyfriend sees us on a date, he'll inevitably misunderstand you."
That bastard.
Li Tianyu silently put down her chopsticks and took out a dark green velvet gift box from her shoulder bag.
"Brother, this is for you." "Gift?" Little green tea has finally figured it out.
Shenhua's eyes lit up as he quickly snatched the box and opened it to find a small, oval-shaped black object. If it weren't for the tag saying car air freshener, he really wouldn't have recognized what it was. Shenhua felt a surge of relief, knowing that he was going to pick up his car, so she specially sent him a car air freshener.
That shows they put their heart into it.
Seeing his excited expression, Li Tianyu was secretly delighted.
She didn't give the gift for no reason, she had already planned ahead.
Originally, Shenhua was worried that after dating Zhang Qingyan, he would take the opportunity to get back the Apple family bucket he had given her before.
Now that she has returned the gift, he can't possibly ask for it back, can he? The system notification will sound at an appropriate time.
Host detected receiving a gift from the goddess Dipti car air freshener, cashback of 19.9 million huaxia coins.
Shenhua was shocked. This little gadget costs 1,990 yuan? That little green tea is really going all out.
He examined it carefully and found an invoice in the box for 398 yuan.
Li Tianyu deliberately put this in there.
She knew men didn't understand aromatherapy and was afraid Shenhua would think she had picked out a cheap, low-quality product.
398 yuan is her living expenses for a week.
Shenhua stared at the numbers on the invoice, his mind full of questions. How could 398 yuan result in a cashback of 19.9 million yuan?
Goddess Li Tianyu is a virgin, triggering a cashback reward of 50,000 times. What? There's such a difference between goddesses? The system even knows that original, unopened products are more valuable. He looked Li Tianyu across from him up and down.
This was hardly a younger sister.
This is a walking money printing machine. Its cashback efficiency is 5 times that of other goddesses. Moreover, she is currently the only original goddess, and we absolutely cannot let anyone else unpack her.
Sweet feather, he said, taking her hand tenderly.
Actually, I really like you. If you try harder, maybe we can be together. Li Tianyu almost laughed in anger. Could 398 yuan really make him change his mind? This rhetoric clearly shows that she wants to continue using him as a backup option.
It makes you feel that if you just try a little harder, he will accept her.
In the end, it turned out that it was always just a little bit off.
She knew this tactic all too well, because that's how she dealt with her backup options. No matter how hard some backup options try, they can never become the official ones.
Shenhua continued his brainwashing. There's no chance between me and Mississippi.
You have fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs.
You definitely have a chance to beat her. Could he surpass Morong Jun?
Li Tianyu gritted her teeth in anger, counting on her fingers. How can a girl from our small county compare to a rich heiress? She's beautiful, has a good family background, and is a master of manipulation. Even if I take good care of you, I'm afraid that if she beckons to you, you'll run over and lick her like a lapdog.
How can she curse like that?
Shenhua's lips twitched, but his focus shifted elsewhere.
How did you know she's good at tea ceremony?
Li Tianyu gritted her teeth. You keep calling yourself miss, but she scolded you like a dog.
Isn't that skillful? Chen Hua's face darkened. Was it possible that miss was just a nickname? It's like calling you a little green tea. Sigh, it seems you didn't love me that much either. Chen Hua sighed and shook his head. Li Tianyu was full of question marks. We've only known each other for a few days. How can you say you love me? But as soon as she opened her eyes, she dared to say, brother, I love you to death, but I don't want to be a fish in a fish pond. To love someone is to be willing to give everything. Chen Hua continued his brainwashing. Can't you just put up with this for me, for your beloved brother, and wait for me to change my mind? Shah. What kind of scumbag quotes are these? I refuse. Li Tianyu said firmly. So there's no room for negotiation? Humph, unless we talk, the kind of official announcement, then forget about it. Li Tianyu was afraid that Chen Hua would pretend to coax her while treating her as a secret lover, and that she would end up losing both her money and her lover. Therefore, an official announcement is her top priority. Morongjin is the daughter of a huge conglomerate. She could have any man she wanted. She wouldn't steal someone else's boyfriend, would she? Negotiations have reached a stalemate. Chen Hua unleashed his trump card, launching a financial offensive. Sweet feather, what are your dreams? Yes, I want to be a wealthy socialite. Li Tianyu made no attempt to hide it, displaying a kind of underwhelming beauty, but you don't give me a chance. Chen Hua smiled and shook his head. Why are all these pretty girls so eager to marry into wealthy families? There are only a small number of wealthy families, and beauty alone is not enough. He knew that Li Tianyu simply wanted to live a life of luxury, and this money could provide that. But directly sending money would trigger a system warning, so Chen Hua thought about buying something for the little green tea girl to keep her calm. How about we buy a car? Can you drive? No, Li Tianyu shook her head. Wealthy women all have drivers, so learning to drive doesn't align with my dreams. You son of a bitch. Chen Hua cursed inwardly, choosing to increase his bet. To marry into a wealthy family, you first need to have a door. He paused for a moment, then said, how about I buy you an apartment? Chapter 40 The 5 Million House. Buy an apartment? Li Tianyu's chopsticks clattered onto the table. She comes from a county under Tianjin City and had long dreamed of settling down in the city. She knew the housing prices in Tianjin City well. Even a 3-bedroom apartment in a slightly out-of-the-way location would cost 2 million yuan. This price is even after the housing market has been sluggish for the past 2 years and prices have dropped. Li Tianyu's favorability +2, currently 25. Is this for real? Will the house be registered in my name? Chen Hua thought that his offer to buy her a house would boost her favorability, but it turned out to be just a symbolic increase. The gift seemed too heavy, startling her into disbelief. Brother, don't talk in your sleep while eating. I'm serious. But there's a condition, you're not allowed to date during university. You have to wait for me. Upon hearing the terms, the naive Li Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. Who wouldn't agree to get a house for free in just 2 years? She knew that good things don't just fall from the sky and land on her head. But she had to bend down slightly to pick up the pie in front of her. This perfectly reasonable price made her feel that it was real and believable. Brother, actually, I was just trying to make you angry. Even if we don't buy a house, I'm willing to wait for you. Don't try that on me. Chen Hua was amused by Li Tianyu's change of expression. After dinner, let's go look at apartments. Half an hour later, the Xiaomi SU7 stopped in front of the sales office of Jinkexafu. Chen Hua wasn't a local, so he specifically searched for information while eating, which is the best residential building in the university town? This is the top recommendation for many people, and it's a fully furnished apartment, so we drove straight here. After getting off the bus, Li Tianyu's eyes lit up, and she unconsciously revealed a look of surprise. I thought Chen Hua might be buying himself a house in a remote location, but I didn't expect him to come here directly. She had heard of Jinka Academy before. It was a newly built upscale residential area in the university town, with convenient transportation and surrounded by schools. It only took 15 minutes to walk from here to Tianjin University. If price were not a factor, professors and teachers at the university would consider this development their top choice for buying a home. This must be expensive. Li Tianyu stared blankly at the sales office. Let's go. Chen Hua nudged her shoulder and invited her to walk into the sales office together. As soon as I entered, a beautiful saleswoman greeted me. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, do you have an appointment?
Chen Hua sized up the beautiful saleswoman in front of him. Her makeup was exquisite, her eyes were smiling, and she had shed her girlish naivete, presenting herself as a typical urban beauty. She is indeed good-looking. He summoned the system and glanced at it. Chen Yun, age 33, charm value 79, growth value 7.
Although he didn't meet the binding criteria, he didn't care anymore.
He was here to do serious business, not to choose a goddess.
No, this is my first time here.
Chen Yun is a seasoned salesperson with a sharp eye. She can tell whether someone is wealthy just by glancing at them from head to toe and observing their expression and eyes. Ordinary wage earners can look at houses here. It's not that they can't go in, but if they do, they'll either feel excited or awkward. The young man and woman who just entered the store looked extremely well matched.
The man is tall and handsome, dressed head to toe in LV, and his female companion is an exceptionally beautiful woman.
The woman's appearance often reflects the man's strength.
Chen Yun concluded that this was a rich second-generation heir bringing his girlfriend to buy a house for their wedding. Then let me introduce you.
What is your surname, sir?
List. Mr. Chen, we're from the same clan.
Chen Yun led the two to the VIP room and politely poured them tea.
Do you have a preferred apartment layout?
She took out 2 promotional brochures and handed them to the two of them, saying, "Our development has 3 apartment types, 80 square meters, 120 square meters, and 160 square meters. Li Tianyu was shocked when she saw the average price of 30,000 yuan written on the promotional materials. Even the smallest apartment costs 2.4 million.
Let's look at the 160 centimeters one. Hearing what Chen Hua said, she was even more shocked. 160 square meters costs 4.8 million. He's going to buy it for me? Mr. Chen, the sand table model is over here.
Chen Hua waved his hand, "Take us directly to the model room." Shen Yun's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected to see the model room so soon. This shows that the man was very confident and that he was almost certain to close the deal. Shen Yun led the two to the 160 square meter model apartment, which was more spacious than they had imagined. With an area of 160 square meters, 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, it would be perfect as a wedding home.
Chen Yun introduced each room one by one. What do you think?
Chen Hua asked the little green tea beside him.
Li Tianyu exclaimed ah, and came back to her senses.
Okay, that's good. She was at a loss for words. Living in this big house was something Li Tianyu had dreamed of since she was a child. Her home in the county town is only 70 square meters with 2 bedrooms. She sleeps with her divorced sister, and the other room is for her nephew.
Chen Hua nodded. 1 bedroom is too small. You can remove the bed and turn it into a walk-in closet.
And the walk-in closet she had always dreamed of. Li Tianyu seemed to see a wonderful future ahead of her.
Chen Huochao, the salesperson, said, "This is the apartment layout."
Mr. Chen, we still have a few 160 square meter units left.
The best one is on the 15th floor, an east-facing unit with the best lighting in view.
You can see several nearby universities from your home.
This is the set. This set is a bit pricey.
The salesperson meant that 30,000 was just the average price, and that particular unit was priced above the average.
Let's discuss the price.
Chen Hua usually haggles, but this time he just talked about it casually. Because it's so easy to make money by being a kept man, the cashback from that green tea girl was enough to buy 4 sets. The final price was negotiated down to 5 million yuan, including the house, parking space, maintenance fund, deed tax, and other fees.
Chen Yun was secretly delighted. This young master was not short of money, and haggling was just a formality. Mr. Chen, are we signing the contract today? Right now. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Li Tianyu's favorability plus 5, currently 30. A 5 million yuan house bought in less than half an hour? Back in the VIP room, Li Tianyu was still in a daze. Mr. Chen, please sign. Shen Yin handed the pen to the man, but Chen Hua did not take it. Sweet feather, sign it. Should I sign it?
I've paid in full, you can sign now. Chen Hua was afraid she still had some concerns.
Full payment, done. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu couldn't help but confirm again and again, "Brother, do we really not need to add your name to the household registration?" "No need, this is for you." Li Tianyu's favorability plus 10, currently 40. Ah! I love him to death. How can he be so good to me?
These heartfelt words stirred Chen Hua's heart. This little green tea, quite a contrast indeed.
Ding! Goddess Li Tianyu's favorability has exceeded 40, reward, 1 attribute point.
Chen Yun said with genuine envy, "Beautiful lady, your husband loves you so much." Li Tianyu signed the document with trembling hands, blushing as she said, My brother and I aren't married yet." Chen Yun was genuinely surprised.
A boyfriend and girlfriend giving each other a house? Weren't they afraid of wasting their time? They might even end up in court if they broke up.
Chen Hua had no intention of playing any tricks, since the money for the house purchase came from Li Tianyu. He told the girl, "We'll go to the notary office later and get a voluntary gift agreement."
"No need, I trust my brother." Li Tianyu's favorability +5, currently 45. He would never lie to me. What is there to lie about? It's just this body, isn't it? If he really wanted to lie, he could easily fool me with some sweet talk. Li Tianyu was so moved she almost cried, convinced that she had found true love. If giving someone a 5 million yuan house isn't true love, then what is?
Ultimately, the green tea girl is still a naive and innocent girl who is well protected by the school.
Her methods are only good for manipulating naive students.
If she were to encounter someone with ulterior motives, she might be sold out and still be counting the money for them.
Chapter 41. Why did she suddenly unleash such a powerful move?
Chen Hua suddenly realized something. Even the little green tea girl probably couldn't afford to pay the property management fee. Li Tianyu could afford to pay, but Chen Hua wouldn't let her spend the money.
After spending this money, where will I find the savings to buy myself a gift?
I'll pay the property management fee for a year now.
Li Tianyu's favorability +2, currently 47.
He even considered such a small detail for me. How could he not love me?
Okay, Mr. Chen.
This scene made Chen Yun incredibly envious. This man was so affectionate. Over the years working at the sales office, she has seen far too many couples turn against each other over the woman's desire to have her name added to the property deed. But this man in front of her actually gave the entire house to the woman voluntarily. She recalled how her husband had taken it all for granted when she signed the prenuptial agreement.
Sigh, it's true that different people have different fates. If she weren't already married, she would have wanted to compete with a younger man for this man. Wait a minute, so what if you're married? Being a mistress isn't so bad, is it? Which of these rich kids doesn't cheat on their girlfriends? Maybe he just likes mature women?
After all, many young customers are absolutely infatuated with her.
With this in mind, Chen Yun decided to give it a try.
As Li Tianyu was signing the purchase contract and other documents, Chen Hua suddenly felt a woman's toe gently rubbing against his calf. He subconsciously looked across at her, and Chen Yun not only didn't flinch, but instead met his gaze with a slight smile. And the beautiful feet under the table climbed directly onto his thighs.
Wow! These feet are quite moist. No.
Chen Hua steadied himself and stood up, using the act of stretching as an excuse.
They didn't give the other party any chance to continue flirting.
Chen Yun was somewhat surprised. She believed that she was quite attractive and had a mature and charming temperament. Even though she was not as youthful and beautiful as his female companion, she still had her own unique charm. How could the other person not be tempted by such a delicious treat that was practically offered to them? To be honest, Chen Hua is definitely not a gentleman. The main reason he was able to control himself was that he had figured things out. He has his own system, so he can find any kind of woman in the future.
This female salesperson seduced him because she was after his money.
But the other party can't become a bound goddess, so there's no way to get cash back. It will only make him spend money.
Besides, she's a married woman.
The system even stipulates that he can only be bound to single goddesses, showing a strong sense of morality.
He didn't want to impulsively fall into such a meaningless, fleeting affair. Moreover, even for the mature woman type, this saleswoman is nowhere near as good as Zhang Yuan's long-legged, sophisticated lady. It took half an hour to finally complete all the procedures.
Ms. Li, congratulations on becoming a homeowner at Jinka Academy.
Chen Yun handed a black briefcase to Li Tianyu.
The box contained the instruction manuals for all the equipment in the house. It also contained the keys to the security door and the bedroom door.
The security door is equipped with a combination lock, so you don't need a key. Chen Yun watched the young couple disappear from her sight from afar and sighed deeply.
I never imagined that there really are men in this world who don't cheat on their partners. There's a reason why Jinka Academy, despite its relatively high price, is still a hot seller. It's not only fully furnished, but also comes with all the necessary appliances and furniture, making it truly move-in ready. Although the appliances and furniture were given as a gift, they were all brand name products. There's no need to change it at all, and Li Tianyu didn't even think about changing it. It's even better than the one she uses at home. The two stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, gazing at Tianjin University not far away. I finally got a 5 million yuan house, located in a prime area of the southern part of the city, where I can see the university town just by opening the curtains. Li Tianyu seemed dazed, as if she were in a dream. In an instant, as if she had made a decision, she turned and left the living room. Shenhua didn't pay attention. He was lost in his own thoughts. Unexpectedly, the first house I bought was a gift to someone else. I don't even have a place to live yet. However, with hundreds of millions in cash flow, if they see a house they like in the future, they can just buy it directly. Brother, come here for a second. Li Tianyu's voice came from the master bedroom. What's wrong? Shenhua entered the bedroom, and the first thing he saw was a clean and tidy large bed. Huh? Why is there a sheet on this bed? Just as he was wondering, a figure jumped into his arms. Li Tianyu wrapped her arms around him and pressed her entire body against him. Shenhua was a little confused. What was going on? Sweet Feather, what are you doing? He guessed it must be because of this house. After all, no amount of gifts could compare to the impact of a house. But everything happened so suddenly. Not to mention Shenhua was caught off guard. An hour ago, Li Tianyu would never have imagined that she would offer herself to him. In fact, she made up her mind in those few seconds of looking at the scenery. Her sister always taught her to seize this one and only opportunity to snag a rich second-generation heir. She herself dreamed of living the life of a rich lady, and Shenhua could make her dream come true. Moreover, this is an opportunity to beat Morongjin to it. With the opportunity right in front of her, she decisively went all in. Completely seduced Shenhua and become his woman. 5 million is a lot, but becoming his woman will definitely bring you much more. Brother, I love you. Li Tianyu bit her lower lip, looking pitiful and touching. I know I'm a bit of a tea-bum, but I swear, I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't have tattoos, and, this is my first time, I'm really a good girl. I've always hoped to meet someone who truly cares for me, and finally I've met you. Now I want to give myself to you. Shenhua was dumbfounded. No, why did she suddenly unleash such a powerful move? Li Tianyu tiptoed and kissed him. Their lips met, and her tongue voluntarily slipped inside. Hiss. Shenhua responded instinctively, their breaths mingling as they easily fell onto the bed. Panting, Li Tianyu straddled him, her fingers trembling as she unbuttoned her shirt, revealing inch by inch of her snow-white skin. Holy crap! Shenhua, a virgin, had never seen anything like this before. He felt a headache coming on, especially his lower body. The price increase is painful. He cried out in his heart, System, if I take her virginity, will I still get a 50,000-fold return? Host, you're dreaming. Losing your virginity automatically reduces you to a regular reward sigh. Holy crap! This is ridiculous. You can look, but you can't eat. His head got even bigger, both of them were bigger. Is the 50,000x cashback more important, or is solving my inflamed prostate problem more important? In short, do you want money or people? While weighing the options, Shenhua thought of something. If we take her, she'll surely force us to resign. How am I supposed to pursue the young lady now? Even if the side quests are great, we can't let the main storyline collapse. After a fierce internal struggle, Shenhua suddenly jolted awake, gritted his teeth, and pushed her away. Ouch! Li Tianyu fell off the bed. Shenhua rushed into the bathroom and splashed cold water hard on his face, completely regaining control of his body from Xiao Tu. That was close. I almost messed up. He took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart before walking out. Li Tianyu sat on the edge of the bed, her clothes slightly disheveled, her expression blank and lost. Sweetie, are you all right? She looked up, her eyes slightly red. Brother, have you ever quit drugs? Or am I just not attractive enough? Chapter 42 Forced Demolition of Fish Pond. The two of them were just a hair's breadth away from galloping off, but Shenhua managed to hold back. This made Li Tianyu doubt her own charm. Logically speaking, if it were any other man in this situation, he would have stripped her naked by now. I didn't quit drugs, I was just terrified of being poor. Shenhua admired himself for being able to resist eating the meat that was right in front of him. Although she didn't get to eat it, Li Tianyu's action significantly elevated her status. After all, Shenhua also had his own preferences among the goddesses. The one who gave more, the more he liked her. The little green tea girl used to offer the least cashback, but today she was willing to give up her first time, which won Chen Hua's favor. This time, it's his own fault for being so useless he chose to prioritize economic development over money and women. Chen Hua went over to comfort her. Tianyu, you are the most precious girl in my heart, and you deserve all the love and respect in this world. I don't want you to wrong yourself like this, nor do I want to hurt you without any official status. While spouting nonsense, he carefully fastened the buttons she had undone, one by one. Thankfully, I was wearing a bra under my shirt. If I had been naked, I'm not sure I could have controlled myself. Shen Hua knew his own character. Li Tianyu's favorability +3, currently 50. So I really hold such a place in his heart. I knew it. No ordinary man could resist my advances, he must truly love me. Ding. Goddess Li Tianyu's favorability has reached 50. Reward, 1 attribute point. Chen Hua smiled bitterly to himself. These women just like to talk about money with ordinary people, but talk about feelings with rich people. Brother, I've thought it through. Go after Morong Jun. I'll wait for you to change your mind. Don't even mention 2 years, I'll wait even 10 years. Chen Hua was stunned. Li Tianyu in front of him looked sincere, and her eyes were full of love. She didn't seem to be saying these things reluctantly because of the house. Could it be because our affection level has reached 50, and she has really fallen in love with me? Chen Hua tentatively asked, have you ever thought about a way that would allow me to have the best of both worlds, so that I can love Morong Jin and also love you? Brother! What kind of person do you take him for? Li Tianyu said angrily, I can accept being a backup option, but I will never accept being a lover. I was just kidding. Chen Hua chuckled awkwardly, but in his heart he thought, it's probably because the favorability rating isn't high enough. Maybe if I raise it to 80 or 100, she'll accept it. From this perspective, it seems possible to enjoy the blessings of having both women on one side and the other on the other. As long as you raise the favorability of all the goddesses to a certain key point, they will fall deeply in love with you, unable to extricate themselves, and devoted to you until death. By then, even if they become aware of each other's existence, they will still be unable to leave each other. Thinking of this, Chen Hua unconsciously curled up the corners of his mouth. Life is getting more and more unpredictable. Since you're willing to wait for me, I can tell you in advance. He thought about it and realized that some rules had to be established. Whether it's Zhang Qingyan or any other man, I don't want you to have anything to do with them, understand? You can leave the car undriven for now, but you must lock it. I understand, brother. You just want to demolish my fish pond, right? Li Tianyu replied frankly. She was perfectly willing to abide by this rule. Apart from Zhang Qingyan, the other fish in her pond were just ornamental fish, purely providing some emotional value, and also just getting some milk tea and snacks on weekdays and receiving some insignificant gifts during holidays. Now that she's got a house for free, she doesn't even want Zhang Qingyan's paltry sums anymore. So, the fish pond was demolished, and there's nothing to regret. Even if she doesn't end up with Chen Hua, with her beauty, she can easily rebuild the fish pond if she wants to raise fish again. As she spoke, Li Tianyu took out her phone and, in front of Chen Hua, began deleting WeChat friends. First, there's Zhang Qingyan. He blocked and deleted me without even a word. Then, without any hesitation, he deleted more than 20 contacts in a row. Chen Hua, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. Wow. You really have a lot of fish. Some of them are just simps, I don't really pay attention to them, Li Tianyu explained. It's all to prove my loyalty to you, brother. I've deleted all the guys who have feelings for me. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. She taught these people a lesson with her actions. Those who fawn over others will end up with nothing. She handed her phone to Chen Hua. Brother, would you like to check this for me? See if there are any fish that have slipped through the net? Chen Hua smiled with satisfaction. No need, I appreciate your sincerity. The two then took the purchase contract to the notary office. Despite Li Tianyu saying there's no need for such trouble, Chen Hua still insisted on having the property gift notarized. He knew perfectly well whether the girl truly wanted it or not. What girl wouldn't want a clear guarantee? Li Tianyu's favorability +3, currently 53. My brother seems to have read my mind and continues to give me a sense of security in this way. He's so good to me, I would never be unfaithful. Such a touching gesture only increased his favorability by 3 points. Chen Hua pondered to himself, the higher the number, the harder it is to increase. After finishing his business, he declined Li Tianyu's suggestion to have dinner together, but the manipulative woman then offered to treat him to a meal at a bookstore. I clearly used the card he gave me, so the cashback couldn't be triggered at all. I might as well skip the meal. On the other hand, Chen Hua vaguely sensed that Jiang Yuan had been somewhat neglected today. We only officially became a couple yesterday, and she texted me today. I replied rather perfunctorily, so I decided to go to the store to see her later.
Do you want to go home or back to school? He asked Li Tianyu, who was in the passenger seat. Brother, are you really not going to eat together? No, I have plans with my roommate.
Shenhua made an excuse, only to remember that there was a sick person in the dormitory.
Okay, then I'll go back to school too. The Xiaomi SU7 was parked on the street opposite the girls' dormitory. Brother, I'm leaving. Li Tianyu unbuckled her seatbelt. Bye-bye. Is that all? Otherwise what?
Shenhua asked, somewhat puzzled.
Brother, I have something to tell you in private. Li Tianyu waved to him.
Shenhua leaned his face closer. Li Tianyu leaned down and kissed his lips.
You're not going to do it?
Shenhua asked, looking surprised. The word lover was never uttered. What he meant was that he didn't have a proper title for her.
Li Tianyu didn't care at all. You haven't won over Morongjin yet, have you? What's wrong with me, as your younger sister, giving my older brother a little treat?
Upon hearing this, Shenhua's brain felt like it was going to overheat.
He couldn't refute it, nor did he want to. How could he refute something that made him feel good?
To be honest, ever since he lost his first kiss, he's been thinking about kissing all the time.
Well, that was too fast. Let's do it again.
Seeing that the other person still seemed unsatisfied, Li Tianyu smiled and took the initiative to get closer to him again. Shenhua only let go of her mouth after she had been eating for a minute.
One word, awesome.
Li Tianyu said shyly, once you and Morongjin are really together, I will take the initiative to keep my distance and be a good sister who is on good terms with her sister-in-law.
Chen Huoqing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. With a sister like this, what more could a husband ask for? Let's go. Li Tianyu smiled innocently as she got off the bus carrying a tote bag.
His eyes were full of smugness. Chen Hua's enthusiasm just now must have been due to his addiction to kissing.
She's not one to take advantage of his white hair.
Once he gets used to the benefits, he won't care who Morongjin is. On another street in the distance, Su Qingyue saw her roommate get out of a bright yellow car.
Li Tianyu? Chapter 43. He actually gave her a house. Skipped class all afternoon. Who did you go on a date with?
Su Qingyue quickened her pace and immediately recognized the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra, which cost at least 500,000 yuan. With her tomboyish personality, she knows everything about the cars that guys like.
Shan Hua. This celebrity's face is very recognizable. Su Qingyue recognized the car owner from afar and rushed up the road.
Chen Hua sat in the driver's seat, sending WeChat messages. Seeing Yuan Feng's reply, "I'm much better now," he decided not to go back to his dorm and instead drove directly to Jiang Yuan's place.
Hey! Handsome guy.
A charming and beautiful face suddenly appeared from the car window. Chen Hua looked up and immediately recognized the person in front of him.
Su Qingyue. She's even prettier in person than in photos. The woman before me exuded a seductive charm that no photograph could capture. We meet again. The first time I saw you in the cafeteria, I was completely smitten. I finally got your WeChat, but you've stopped reading and replying. Before Chen Hua could even greet her, he was stunned by her rapid-fire remarks. Then he blurted out, "Haha, hello." The system was immediately scanned again at the person in front of them. Name, Su Qingyue. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charm value, 85. Growth value, 4 exceeds standard. Favorability, 15. Does not meet binding standards. It just didn't work. Chen Hua sighed inwardly.
He had ignored her before because her growth value had exceeded the standard.
When I first saw the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra, I was wondering who had such good taste. I never expected it to be the most handsome guy in the Chinese literature department.
Su Qingyue leaned against the car window with a smile. "Oh, it's my fault for being so clumsy with words."
"I think you're the school heartthrob. So familiar with me."
Chen Hua smiled back, feeling no aversion to this attempt to get close to him.
After all, she praised my taste and called me the school heartthrob. There are probably only a handful of cars like yours in the entire Tianjin city. It's way cooler than those ubiquitous BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, and Porsches. Won't you invite me up for a ride? Look, she even knows my car. Chen Hua's smile deepened. However, he politely declined, saying, "Excuse me, miss, I have something to do right away. Just call me Qingyue." Su Qingyue brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and said with a regretful expression, "I won't bother you if you're busy, but could you grant me a small request?" This trick always worked for her. Very few guys would refuse her a second time after rejecting her once. "What's up? Don't neglect me on WeChat." "Okay, let's talk next time." Chen Huan nodded and smiled. As he started the car, he thought, doesn't this vixen ever read the campus forum? Don't you know I'm the school beauty's boyfriend? It seems that the deleted post didn't have as much influence as we thought. Watching the Xiaomi SU7 disappear in a flash, Su Qingyue slowly suppressed her smile. This Chen Hua is indeed extraordinary. She just noticed his limited edition LV outfit, which must cost at least 100,000 yuan. No wonder Li Tianyu dared to get involved with him. Logically speaking, she wouldn't dare to steal Miss Moron's boyfriend even if she had 100 times the courage. Su Qingyue returned to her dormitory, only to find it empty except for the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. "Oh ho, you took a shower as soon as you got back." She smiled knowingly and quietly closed the door. A bulging tote bag stood on Li Tianyu's bed, catching her attention. "What good stuff did you get this time?" Su Qingyue walked over curiously and quietly opened the bag. "I didn't see the designer handbag I had imagined, but I did find 2 thick stacks of documents." She glanced into the bathroom. Li Tianyu probably wouldn't be out anytime soon. He boldly pulled the documents out of the bag and began to read them. "A housing purchase contract for Jinka Academy?" Su Qingyue's eyes widened. 5 million. The homeowner is Li Tianyu? She almost cried out. She knew Li Tianyu's family situation very well. They definitely couldn't afford that much money. He impatiently flipped to the second set of documents, a voluntary donation agreement stamped by a notary office. The recipient is Li Tianyu, and the giver is Chen Hua. He actually gave her a house. Is Chen Hua keeping Li Tianyu as a mistress? The sound of water in the bathroom suddenly stopped. Su Qingyue hurriedly stacked the 2 stacks of documents neatly and put them back in her bag. He quickly lay down on his bed, outwardly calm but inwardly a storm raging. Chen Hua's economic strength far exceeded her expectations. He had only known Li Tianyu for 4 days when he bought her a house. Jealousy and joy welled up inside me. I was jealous that such a good thing happened to my roommate, but I was also happy that I might have a chance to. Since Chen Hua dared to keep Li Tianyu as a mistress behind Morongzhen's back, it shows that he has both the desire and the courage to do so. She figured that her style didn't clash with Morongzhen's or Li Tianyu's. Men always like to try new things, right? So what if I support another one? Li Tianyu came out wrapped in her pajamas and immediately saw Su Qingyue lying slumped over. "Why are you back?" "I skipped class too, I just got in," Su Qingyue replied with a smile. "Oh." Li Tianyu walked quietly to her bed, picked up her tote bag, and locked it in the closet. Su Qingyue understood perfectly well that her roommate definitely didn't want others to know about this. Regardless of the circumstances, being kept by a sugar daddy is extremely damaging to a woman's reputation. Su Qingyue sat up and asked, "Sweetie, how are things going with your brother lately?" Li Tianyu was taken aback. "That's good. That's good. Although we always bicker, I still consider you my best friend from the bottom of my heart. I hope you're doing well, and I hope we sisters can all be doing well." Strange, why is she being so friendly to me like this, which is completely out of character? Li Tianyu thought to herself, but said aloud. "Yes. Yeah, I've always considered you my best friend. We should both be well. Whether you're okay or not, I'll definitely be okay." Li Tianyu smiled especially sincerely as she thought of that apartment. Su Qingyue smiled in agreement, her round, alluring eyes narrowing. "Yes, when I finally win over Chen Hua, I'll need your help, senior." She guessed that a rich and handsome man like Chen Hua must have more than 1 or 2 women around him, and that it was only right for the sisters to work together to maintain their positions. Mixi Mall, LV Boutique. Zhang Yuan absent-mindedly tidied the shelves, occasionally glancing at her phone. Yuan, are we waiting for news from young Master Chun?" Saleswoman Li Yan noticed something was off immediately. What, you didn't contact him first?" "I've contacted them." Zhang Yuan gave a wry smile. In the past, it was always the men who took the initiative to contact her, sending messages non-stop early in the morning. When did it become her turn to take the initiative?
This morning and at noon, she sent messages to Chenhua, but he replied slowly, only saying that he was in class.
She's a college graduate too. Don't college students just play on their phones during class?
Yuan, these rich kids are really extravagant.
Don't be fooled by their sweet talk.
Li Yanyan used her own experience to illustrate how Qin Shuang had deceived her before, and how he changed his attitude after getting her.
Zhang Yuan didn't want to hear any of this right now. Chenhua isn't that kind of person. Li Yanyan put on an I know look and asked cheekily, "Have you two done that yet?" "Go away, do you think I'm that kind of person?" I am, alright? If you won't go up, let me go up.
I'll be your younger sister and serve you.
Dream.
Zhang Yuan spat, I wouldn't share such a good man with anyone else. Chapter 44 Thoughtful Zhang Yuan returns to the top of the list. As the two were talking, a handsome figure walked into the store. Zhang Yuan excitedly went to greet him, and when she reached him, she could only utter one sentence, "Young Master Chen."
Yuan, why are you turning your back on me after just one day? Chenhua teased.
Zhang Yuan said shyly, "Darling." She felt a little embarrassed to call a boy who was 7 or 8 years younger than her darling in front of her colleagues.
It feels like an eagle catching a chick. Li Yanyan and another saleswoman approached with a smile. "Young Master Chen, you have no idea how much Yuan misses you."
Yes, she's practically turned into a waiting for husband stone. Chenhua was busy with the little green tea incident today, and knowing that he had neglected Zhang Yuan, he rushed over to try and win her favor.
It was just dinner time, and he asked, Yuan, want to have dinner together tonight?
I'm working the night shift today, and I won't get off work until 9:30.
Shouldn't we eat something too? I brought my own lunch. The saleswomen would take turns going to the back lounge for a quick meal when there were no customers. You made this yourself? Then I'd like to try it. You guys go ahead and eat. We'll keep an eye on the restaurant, Li Yanyan said sensibly.
Guests are not allowed in the staff lounge, but this patron gave each of them a bag the day before yesterday.
Let alone helping with this small matter, Li Yanyan would be willing to do something outrageous. Zhang Yuan led Chenhua to the lounge and put the lunchbox into the microwave to heat it up. While waiting, she asked, "Honey, are you very busy today? You haven't contacted me much."
He swallowed his words halfway through, not wanting to appear as if he were offering himself up.
"Busy, I'm in class."
Chenhua's eyes darted around.
What could a college student be busy with?
He added, "Actually, I'm also busy with my startup."
Starting a business? Are you planning to start a company? Zhang Yuan nodded thoughtfully.
It must be that old Master Chen gave him the money so he could get some training. She realized that many second-generation rich kids do this first, as a kind of test before inheriting the family business. Losing money in entrepreneurship is not a big deal. These wealthy families can afford to lose money, mainly because they accumulate experience. Chenhua echoed her words, yes, I've been contacting clients all day. Yes, his business is living off women. There's no more profitable business than that. Being tied to a goddess means being the biggest client. Accompanying a green tea BTCH today is like accompanying a client.
Honey, I don't know anything about business, but good luck. Is it all just empty words to cheer you on?
Chenhua leaned closer and closed his eyes. Zhang Yuan glanced at the door and saw that no one was outside, then gently kissed him. The kiss quickly became passionate, and Chenhua's hands also became restless.
You're so annoying.
Zhang Yuan pushed him away, her eyes full of seductive charm. With a capable wife like you, I'm sure I'll become very wealthy.
You're so cheeky.
Zhang Yuan smiled, clearly enjoying it, and took the lunchbox out of the microwave. She carefully opened the lid and handed the chopsticks to the man. Chenhua took a look and saw that the dishes celery and beef, braised eggplant, and stir-fried green beans were quite delicious. There was also a box full of white rice. He suddenly felt hungry. Chenhua picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and tasted it, then ate several mouthfuls of rice. Even though it's past its best before date, it's still so delicious. Who knew this beautiful woman was such a culinary expert? Detected that goddess Zhang Yuan is cooking for the host 300,000 Huaxia coins cashback.
A pleasant system voice rang out.
Chenhua nodded as he ate.
Sure enough, the food made by the goddess could trigger a cashback. But are these 3 dishes only worth 30 yuan?
This tastes much better than the Japanese food I had at lunchtime. He poured the braised eggplant over the rice, mixed it together, and ate it all up with a bite of beef, a bite of green beans, and a bite of rice. I quickly felt stuffed because the portions were very generous.
Yuan, do you usually eat this much? Zhang Yuan nodded. What? You think I'm eating too much?
I'm motivating myself to work hard and earn money, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to support you.
I'm easy to take care of if I'm with you, I can eat less.
Zhang Yuan pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth. Besides, being as handsome as you can be a meal ticket.
Chenhua chuckled, then looked at the empty lunchbox. What am I going to do? I've eaten all your food. I'll just order takeout. Zhang Yuan's favorability +1, currently 52. It's good that you've finished eating. I've already won over your stomach. Don't order anymore, I'll go buy you something to eat. Half an hour later, Chenhua returned carrying 7 or 8 food bags. Upon seeing this, Li Yanyan exclaimed in surprise, Young Master Chen, have you brought the entire food court here? We'll all eat together later.
The dining table in the lounge was laden with all sorts of dishes. Chinese stir-fries, Cantonese dim sum, Western-style steaks, pizzas, kebabs, crayfish, as well as desserts and fruits.
Honey, are you having a party here? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. Aren't you worried about not having enough to eat? Zhang Yuan gently patted him. You're so annoying, you really think I'm a big eater.
Chenhua pulled a gold card out of his pocket.
Buy whatever you want to eat from now on. Zhang Yuan's favorability +2, currently 54. No way, is it like in TV dramas, they're giving me a supplementary card that I can use however I want. I'd like to, but the system won't allow it.
Chenhua hid a wry smile and explained.
This is a prepaid card for your Mixi Mall. There is 100,000 yuan in it. You can spend whatever you want to eat or buy in this mall. The prepaid card was essentially exploiting a loophole in the system.
This 100,000 yuan was an extra amount that Chenhua had to negotiate with the mall manager for a long time before it was activated. The shopping mall was worried that he was laundering money, so it stipulated that he could not use jewelry, gold, or luxury brands such as LV.
Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and readily accepted the gift. Darling, you're so good to me. If she were given a bank card, she would hesitate about whether to accept it or not, but she can accept this kind of thing without any burden. After all, the bags we gave away before already exceeded that amount. Zhang Yuan's favorability +1, currently 55. He's going to cover all my food, clothing, and lodging expenses. After finishing his meal with Zhang Yuan, Chenhua invited the others to come in and eat. Unlike Zhang Yuan, Li Yanyan and her friends don't cook for themselves, they order takeout every day. Chenhua said, I've topped up Yuan's card. From now on, whatever you want to eat, just let her treat you. This was a way to win people's hearts, allowing those around her to benefit from Zhang Yuan's fame and diminishing everyone's jealousy of her. Young Master Chen has spoken. Yuan, you can't go back on your word. That's right. Okay, I'll buy. Zhang Yuan pulled Chenhua to the front hall and took out a square gift box with the LV logo from under the cashier. Honey, this is for you. There's a surprise. Chenhua quickly took it, opened it, and found it was another bottle of car air freshener. Host detected receiving a gift from a goddess, a classic LV car air freshener, plus a cashback of 24.5 million huaxia coins. I noticed yesterday that your car was missing a diffuser, so I picked this one out at the store today. Try it and see if you like the scent. I love it, I love everything you give me. Chenhua's face lit up with a smile. Yuan is so thoughtful. Zhang Yuan had been firmly holding the top spot on the leaderboard by giving gifts and treating people to meals, but she was later surpassed by the young lady with just a bottle of foreign liquor. Unexpectedly, she regained first place so quickly. Chenhua knew that she wasn't like the little green tea who offered 50,000 times the cashback. This was a genuine purchase costing 2,450 yuan, showing she was truly willing to spend money on him. If he knew that Zhang Yuan used the employee discount and saved 1,050 yuan, he would be heartbroken. The 1,050 yuan saved in that province is worth 10.5 million yuan to him. Chapter 45, Su Qingyue's identity revealed. Alright, I just bought an aromatherapy diffuser today and put it on Xiaomi. I'll keep your high-end one for now and put it on that Ferrari later. Chenhua was giving Zhang Yuan a heads up in advance, so that she wouldn't become suspicious when she saw the gift from Shaolcha. Zhang Yuan nodded gently. Honey, I still have to go to work, you should go back first. Chenhua came to see her today and even had dinner with her. She was already very content. She didn't want to be like some girls who had their boyfriends waiting around no matter what they were doing. An average guy might obey without question, but Chenhua definitely couldn't stand that. I'll be going now.
I'm busy with business these days, but I'll come visit you again when I have time, Shenhua said, giving him a heads up once more.
Okay, keep it up. It's all just talk. Zhang Yuan pulled Chen Ho into the changing room and gave him a light kiss.
After seeing Chen Hua off, Zhang Yuan remained in a bright mood and readily accepted the playful banter and teasing from her colleagues.
Until a phone call rang. Yuan, your phone is ringing.
Zhang Yuan walked to the counter, picked up her phone, and saw a string of unfamiliar local numbers flashing.
She pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Wife.
The nauseating sound from the other end made Zhang Yuan tremble.
It's her ex-husband. Some unbearable fragments have sprung into my mind.
After losing money, he would yell at her, calling her a jinx and a curse on her husband. He would kneel before her countless times, swearing to quit gambling, only to repeat the same mistake again and again. And that night when he was being chased by debt collectors, he even tried to push her to a loan shark to pay off his debts.
Fortunately, she ran away quickly, and the divorce was quick enough.
She had blocked all of her ex's social media accounts after the divorce, and even changed her phone number and job. She didn't know how the other person had found her contact information. Zhang Yuan's fingernails dug deeply into her palm, and she calmly replied, "You dialed the wrong number."
I knew it was you. The other party chuckled coldly. Wife, I really have quit gambling. I took 150,000 yuan from you before, and I've almost saved enough. Once I've saved enough, I'll pay you back. Let's remarry. You've dialed the wrong number. Zhang Yuan decisively pressed the hang-up button and dragged the number into the blacklist.
Life has finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel, and no one should try to drag her back into the mire. She considered that money is money fed to the dogs. Shenhua parked his car downstairs at the dormitory building and sat in the driver's seat to reply to messages.
Su Qingyue's excessive enthusiasm made him uneasy. The appearance of this person is a bit strange. He has been handsome for a long time, so why didn't she take a liking to him before he became rich? But after she suddenly became rich, she came clinging to him. She had previously said that she met him in the cafeteria and fell in love at first sight. So Shenhua tried to find out which cafeteria it was. The other person replied that it was the North 3rd cafeteria, but he basically only went to the North 4th cafeteria because Xia Er was there. No, it's because the food there is the cheapest. It was obvious that Su Qingyue was lying. She only knew that the North 3rd canteen was the closest to the boys' dormitory building, and she was just guessing. Just who is this enchantress?
Shenhua didn't reply to the message, turned off the engine, and got out of the car.
Holy crap, isn't that Ahua?
Shenhua heard a familiar voice and turned around. The newcomer had long, rock and roll hair, with flowing bangs that completely covered his left eye. He wore a white tank top and black leather pants, exuding a wicked and arrogant aura.
This is Liang Kuan, a classmate from the Chinese literature department. Everyone calls her Liang Kuan because it's easy to pronounce.
Brother Kuan, Shenhua replied with a smile.
Liang Kuan circled the Xiaomi SU7 once and whistled. Is this the school beauty's car?
I really envy you and Yuan Feng. You're so young and you're already living off a woman. This guy is known for his big mouth. The story of me and the school beauty must have spread throughout the Chinese department.
Shenhua shook his head, offering no explanation. You're really lucky with the ladies. Besides the school beauty, there are other girls eyeing you too. Shenhua became interested upon hearing this. Brother Kuan, what do you mean by that? A few days ago, a really beautiful girl from the art academy asked me about you. Her name is Su Qingyue. Has she added you yet? So it was you who betrayed my WeChat account. Hey, I was just doing someone a favor.
Liang Kuan then teased, but since you've already hooked up with the school beauty, you definitely wouldn't even look at the department beauty.
Hey, even if you did, you wouldn't dare make a move, right? I heard that Morongjin is quite spoiled and willful. Shenhua interrupted him directly. What kind of person is this Su Qingyue? Do you know her? This is a good opportunity to ask around. Brother Kuan is always open and honest with everyone. We met in a club activity before, and things have been pretty good.
It's just that I heard she's a bit of a gold digger, and all her previous boyfriends were rich. Speaking of which, this is the first time she's ever been interested in a poor guy like you.
Handsome Kuan slapped his mouth.
Hey, bro, I spoke without thinking.
Sorry. What I meant was that you're so handsome that it made people overlook your other qualities. Shenhua didn't take it to heart. It's all right, go on. That's all the information I have.
He suddenly remembered something. Oh, their dorm is quite famous. Everyone there is a pretty girl, like Su Qingyue, who is a campus beauty, and they also have Li Tanyu in their dorm. Holy crap, it turns out she's the roommate of that green tea bitch.
Shenhua finally realized what was going on. No wonder it has a hint of tea flavor.
After getting to the key information, Shenhua, not wanting to listen to Kuan Ji's boasting any longer, quickly interrupted.
Brother Cohen, you're carrying those things because you're busy, right? Oh, right, I forgot about it while we were talking. Liang Kuan shook the bag in his hand. I have to take some food to my girlfriend.
You know what, my girlfriend is really just as beautiful as the campus belle, and she's a graduate student at our university.
I didn't say that. Can you please stop talking?
Shenhua interrupted again. Go quickly, don't keep your sister-in-law waiting.
Yes, bye-bye. Brilliant Kuan waved goodbye. Su Qingyue.
Shenhua pondered as he walked, and figured it out in just a few steps. Stepping into the dormitory, it was pitch black inside. Turning on the light revealed it to be completely empty.
Where did Fingzi go with a fever?
He muttered to himself, and immediately figured out the answer. He must have gone to Qin Shining's place.
Is this a case of working while sick? A limited time trial of a fire poker? Are you in a hurry to treat uterine coldness?
Shenhua banished the strange thoughts from his mind and dialed Yuan Feng's number.
Hey, where are you, Maple?
Loud music was coming from across the street. The clinking of glasses, laughter, and shouts were all mixed together. Yuan Feng screamed at the top of his lungs, at Queen's Club.
I'm not coming back tonight.
He then burst into a heart-wrenching cough, clearly indicating that he was still recovering from an illness.
Who gave you permission to bring your phone? Hand it over.
A sharp female voice shouted, followed by a slap. Click, the phone was hung up.
What's going on? The atmosphere on the other side made Shenhua feel extremely unfriendly.
He had to go and see for himself, so he searched for Queen's Club on his phone and found it to be a high-end social club. Primarily targeting female customers, the introduction implies the availability of male model companion services.
Chapter 46, Keeping Shenhua as a Sugar Daddy. 1 million yuan a year. Half an hour later, Shenhua drove to his destination, a remote area in the southern part of the city.
Before me stood a hotel-style building, with a huge neon sign flashing Queen's Club, and colorful luxury cars parked in front. Judging from the car models and colors, most of them are vehicles driven by women. Shenhua walked in and saw a woman with big red waves on her head and heavy makeup talking to the receptionist. A young man stopped Shenhua. Sir, this is a private club and is not open to the public. I'm looking for a friend, Shenhua said, feeling a burning gaze directed at him. The delivery man still wouldn't let you through. Please have your friend come out to pick you up.
Shenhua couldn't make the call because Yuan Feng's phone was switched off. Holy crap, he's even more handsome than my first love.
The red-haired woman walked up to Shenhua in her high heels, clicking away, and asked.
Whose dog are you? A dog? Shenhua frowned. Could it be a newcomer? This is a real gem. A hint of longing appeared in the woman's eyes. Sister, I've taken a liking to you. Name your price. How much do you want to be my sugar daddy? Are you treating me like a male model?
Shenhua asked with interest.
How much do you think I'm worth? Your looks and figure.
The woman licked her lips and reached out to touch his chest.
How about 1 million a year? That's an astronomical price.
And you'll only serve me.
I won't trade you for anyone else. Exchange?
What kind of circles play such elaborate games? Shenhua pushed her hand away with disgust. The woman in front of me was beautiful, but she wore heavy smoky makeup. A burgundy silk dress clung to her slender figure, her legs peeking out from the slit in the dress, her fair skin contrasting sharply with the vibrant color of the dress. At first glance, he only thought she was a pretty girl, so he didn't let the system scan her. Now, Shenhua is very curious about a certain piece of her data.
Will this growth rate break records? Name, Xin Yen. Age, 25. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charm value, 77 not up to standard. Growth value, 1. Favorability, 20. Does not meet binding standards.
Shenhua was completely confused. He had thought she was very experienced, with all the talk about being taken care of and being swapped. It turned out she was just a first-time player.
My name is Qin Yan, the Yenin hated by gods and ghosts. Qin Yan assumed he was dissatisfied with the price, so he introduced himself. You won't lose out by following me. My family owns several companies. If you want to leave the government in the future, I can arrange for you to work as a security guard.
Chen Hua's lips twitched slightly. She was actually quite nice. She had even planned out the way for him to get ashore. He pondered for a moment and said, "Take me in now, and I can think about it."
Really? Qin Yan's eyes lit up. Perfect, I'm just missing someone with good looks.
She paused, then swallowed back the word puppy, male companion. She then grabbed Chen Hua's hand and tried to walk inside, but was immediately stopped by the receptionist. "Miss Qin, he can't go in." Qin Yan waved her hand. "He is my male companion."
Do you think I'm blind? You two just met. The guy silently lowered his head.
Qin Yan is a newly promoted VIP, and with her guarantee, they can't really stop them.
As Qin Yan walked, she sized up Chen Hui. What's your name? Chen Xia. Chen Hui gave a pseudonym. Qin Yan instructed, when we go inside, you just stay with me. Don't listen to what others say. Your sister will protect you. What exactly is going on inside? Let's have a party. This is my first time attending one. Who organized it? They're all rich women, aren't you just here to hook up with them?
Qin Yan thought she had seen through Chen Hua's thoughts. She proudly stretched out her arm, gesturing for Chen Hua to link arms with her. "Don't bother, you've already hooked up with the youngest and prettiest one."
Chen Hua ignored her gestures and asked, "Who's the richest person here?" "Damn, you're still not satisfied with being with me? Answer me. He's so manly."
Qin Yan took Chen Hua's arm and said, "This circle is led by Qin Shining, and her family happens to be ranked 100th on the wealth list."
Chen Hua's eyes narrowed. Is Qin Shining's family the same Chen family that came in last place? TCH, what's so great about a goalkeeper?
Qin Yan tightened her grip on his arm. "Don't even think about it.
She doesn't like your type. She's more of a melancholic, Japanese type. Do you know what kind of dog she keeps? Dog? She's a top university student, looks like Japanese actor Masaki Suda, and most importantly, she's cheap.
She took advantage of him, paying him 300,000 yuan for 3 years. Hearing this, Chen Hua was basically certain that the person was Yuan Feng. When Yuan Feng's family had an accident last year, Chen Shining did give him 300,000 yuan.
Damn! That money was for selling oneself into servitude.
He asked, 300,000 for 3 years, is that the market price?
Of course not, she lied to that person and said that college students have no work experience, so this is the price. Qin Yan became increasingly angry as she spoke. Damn it! This isn't some legitimate job. Inexperienced people are supposed to be cleaner.
Such a handsome guy, in the prime of his life, working as a gigolo and slave for her, how could he possibly only fetch this price?
I don't like her at all.
She's always bossing people around, acting all high and mighty, and secretly scamming innocent college students.
She's a total womanizer. Ugh. Qin Yan S2 Chow, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical remarks unintentionally won Chen Hua's favor. Chen Hua deeply agreed, but said aloud, "Aren't you afraid I'll tell on you if you gossip behind my back?" TCH, I'm not afraid of her. My Qin family. Qin Yan suddenly stopped talking. Where does your Qin family rank? Chen Hua asked sharply. What Qin family or not?
Qin Yan's eyes darted around. My family just runs a small business, how could we be on the list? Chen Hua didn't delve into it further, but he concluded that the woman in front of him wasn't a bad person. You seem outwardly flamboyant, but you're actually quite naive inside. How did you end up in this kind of circle? He drew his conclusion from the system data.
Mind your own business. Qin Yan snorted. Did she expect that she would tell you she was cheated out of money and her body by a scumbag? Humph, rather than suffering in a relationship, I'd rather spend money to buy happiness. Inside a large banquet hall.
The women were all dressed lightly and adorned with jewels, while the men were all handsome young men with oily faces. But when men look at women, their eyes are submissive, filled not only with desire but also with fawning and fear. What's even stranger is that every man wears a collar around their neck, except for one man. The banquet hall was ridiculously large, and the crowd was divided into 3 sections. At the very front were 3 arenas, where 6 men, shirtless, were engaged in one-on-one hand-to-hand combat. They were clearly not professional boxers. Their wild, haphazard punches left them panting heavily. A circle of women surrounded him, some cheering for their pets and others celebrating the bets.
TCH, you're useless. He's yours tonight.
The woman took the collar of the first eliminated contestant and handed it to another woman. In the center of the banquet hall, a large swimming pool was recessed.
Women rested their hands on the edge of the pool, their bodies immersed in the water, looking completely relaxed.
Water splashed everywhere, and a man surfaced from the water, took a few deep breaths, and then submerged again. In a corner of the banquet hall, curtains hung, dividing the space into several cubicles. Some cubicles contained beds, while others contained sofas, long tables, and yoga mats.
Beneath the curtain, a large sofa was shaking violently.
A slender, muscular man knelt, carrying a long leg on his shoulder. Although the surroundings were noisy, the sounds of flesh colliding could be faintly heard.
Chapter 47: The Mistress and the Dog. 3 women stood nearby, sneering and pointing.
Seeing that the woman on the sofa had changed from wailing to complaining, her 2 dangling legs stopped swinging and instead became taut and straight. They burst into applause and cheers.
It's my turn.
A plump woman squeezed forward to take her place. She opened her palm and handed over 2 blue pills. Honey, have 2 more. The thin-skinned man quickly shook his head. No need, the effects of the medicine haven't worn off yet.
Then you'd better let me have my fill.
The fat woman grabbed the collar around his neck, forcing him to lower his head. At the far end of the hall, several men were crawling on the ground, heads down, competing to see who could drink the most. The only man in the entire venue without a collar, Yuan Feng, was also here. Yuan Feng was thin and pale, with a row of earrings in each ear, and was sweating profusely despite being in an air-conditioned room. He suppressed his headache and fever, bent down and bit the rim of the glass with his teeth, then tilted his head back and poured the wine down his throat.
Men must avoid touching the wine glass with their hands.
To the women around them, this was nothing more than a competition to see whose dog could drink more and was more obedient. The woman in the silk pajamas looked at the person in the main seat. Sister Shurning, it seems like your husband is sick.
Is it contagious? Don't worry, the infection won't reach you. That's my non-exchangeable item. You like him that much? You can have whoever you want over here.
The woman in the pajamas pointed to the male model behind her. Chen Shining scanned the room like selecting merchandise, and a new face that looked sickly piqued her interest.
Ugh! Yuan Feng suddenly spat out a puddle of wine.
Chen Shining pulled out a wet tissue and wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth.
Are you still running a fever? Yuan Feng turned his face away, his expression full of sarcasm, as if to say, you idiot, can't you read this? Hiss. He felt a piercing pain in an instant.
Chen Shining pressed down hard on his earring, squeezing out dark blood and yellow pus. To help him put on those 2 rows of earrings, Chen Shining personally pierced the holes with a needle. As expected, it became inflamed, red, swollen, and suppurating, eventually leading to a high fever.
Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Just wear the collar like them. I'm not a dog. Slap.
Chen Shining slapped Yuan Feng across the face.
You're so high and mighty.
He slapped him several more times with his backhand until he lowered his head. Her friend next to her pulled her back. Never mind, he still has a fever, don't let it get to the point of death.
Chen Shining glared at the other person fiercely. I'm managing my dog, what's it to you? You feel sorry for him? She grabbed Yuan Feng's ear. Someone cares about you, do you want to be with her? Tell me.
Yuan Feng grimaced in pain but didn't utter a sound, and the girl awkwardly backed away.
People around them turned to look. What are you looking at? Drink yours. Chen Shining pulled 2 wads of banknotes out of her bag. Thank you, Sister Shurning.
The men rushed to kneel down and scramble for it. Chen Shining glanced disdainfully at the unmoved Yuan Feng, knowing all too well what was going on. This person never truly submitted to her, he was merely fulfilling the 3-year, 300,000 yuan sugar daddy sugar baby contract.
300,000 for 3 years. That's a steal.
For her, 300,000 was nothing more than a pastime for these few nights.
But for Yuan Feng?
She insisted on getting the lowest possible price. The key to demonstrating your charm is to tame the most handsome and toughest man with the least amount of money.
The envious and jealous looks from my girlfriends are the best proof. Good. Chen Shining gently stroked Yuan Feng's hair and raised the corners of her mouth.
2 more years, that's enough time for her to break through that stubborn bone one by one and completely tame it into a dog. After turning another corner, we came to a corridor covered with a red carpet. At the end of the corridor was a swing door, next to which stood two bodyguards in black, smoking. Xin Yan released Chen Hua's arm, indicating that he should put his arm around her.
Seeing that Chen Hua ignored her, she lowered her voice and asked, "Do you still want to go in?"
Before he could answer, Xin Yan grabbed his hand and wrapped it around her waist, then moved closer to his side. The two walked to the door in an intimate manner, and Xin Yan raised her chin, opened the door. The bodyguard forced a smile. Miss Qin is truly capable, and this pretty boy is quite handsome. He then handed over a collar with ill intent. Meeting Chen Hua's icy gaze, Xin Yan said calmly, "This is unnecessary." The bodyguard said, "If this breaks Miss Chen's rules."
"What kind of bullshit rules are these?"
"I'll tell her myself." Xin Yan, looking displeased, forcefully pushed the door open and entered. The bodyguard vented his anger on Chen Hua, yelling, "Hand over your phone." Chen Hua coldly replied, "I didn't bring it." Xin Yan slapped away the bodyguard's hand that was trying to search him. "Who are you to touch my man?"
"His phone is with me."
The two of them barged in.
Xin Yan asked in a low voice, "You wouldn't happen to be a cop, would you?" Chen Hua raised an eyebrow. "Are you scared?"
"What am I afraid of?"
"I just don't want to cause trouble. I'll take responsibility for bringing you in." "Don't worry, I'm not. Even if you come here for nothing, they can handle it."
At this point, the battle on the arena had ended. Several men lay sprawled on the ground groaning, but one figure stood upright like a pine tree. The man was not tall, but lean and muscular, with Bruce Lee-esque muscle definition. His long hair was tied in a topknot, with a few stray strands clinging to his neck. A serene and otherworldly air emanated from his brows.
He won against 5 opponents. TSK, a wealthy woman slurped her saliva. "Little Taoist priest, come with me tonight." "Ignore her, come with me. Auntie will make sure you eat and drink the best food."
The man remained unmoved by the laughter, jeers, and whistles that erupted around him. It wasn't until someone threw a handful of red bills that he bent down and picked them up one by one. "Look, a rare handsome guy has arrived, he looks like a celebrity." When someone saw Chen Hua come in, they couldn't help but cheer. The women turned around and began gossiping amongst themselves.
"This is much more exciting than celebrities. Celebrities are just on the screen, but this is something you can actually eat in person. I want him to be with me tonight. Didn't you want that little Taoist priest just now? One a night isn't enough for me. Just leave him to me in the end."
It would be sexy to get slapped with that celebrity face. A woman in a cheongsam stepped forward, fanning herself with a round fan, and stood between Xin Yan and Chen Hui. "Take off your top, and name your price."
Hey, he's mine." Xin Yan hurriedly asserted his ownership. "TSK, none of them are human."
Chen Hua scanned the group with the system and found that all of these women had frighteningly high growth values. "The woman in the cheongsam in front of me is one of the best, the kind of woman who could achieve 100 kills in her lifetime."
Chen Hua raised an eyebrow and said, 1 million.
"If a woman is willing to give, he's willing to take his clothes off." "You dare to set a price, but I'm afraid you won't dare to take it," the woman in the cheongsam said, somewhat annoyed.
"Xin Yan, didn't you teach your dog any manners?"
"No man here would dare to make such a provocation."
Xin Yan glared at him and said, "Didn't your mother teach you manners? I told you he's mine."
Several other women stepped forward and teased, "Xin Yan, I don't think you two are very familiar with each other.
You probably haven't even slept together. Why don't you let us train him?" "Who said that? We had a 7-round battle last night. I can't even lift my legs anymore." Chen Hua glanced at Xin Yan's suddenly flushed face and his lips twitched. "Are you kidding me?"
Not to mention him, these seasoned lovers could tell it was a lie at a glance.
"What are you laughing at?"
Xin Yan was a little annoyed, and wrapped her arms around Chen Hua's neck. "Come on.
Give me a kiss."
Chapter 48. He dared to breach the contract, he'll pay me 3 million. Upon hearing the word kiss, Chen Hua instinctively flinched away. Xin Yan brought her lips close to his ear and whispered, "I'm bringing you in, so don't ungratefully abandon me." Chen Hua spat out a few words through gritted teeth, "This will cost extra.
1 million per year. 300,000 in one day. Holy crap, taking advantage of someone in distress." Xin Yan gritted his teeth, "Fine. Holy crap, what a sucker."
Chen Hua's lips twitched.
Xin Yan tilted her head back and gave him a big kiss. Someone egged them on. "Hey, so you know he's your replacement now.
Why don't you two put on a live sex show right now and let us feast our eyes on him?" "Even with more money, it won't work," Chen Hua said coldly.
Nonsense. I don't agree. Qin Yin refused outright. I can't bear to show you. One more look and it'll explode. Yuan Feng isn't here.
After scanning the area, Chen Hua pushed through the crowd and headed towards the second area.
Qin Yin quickly caught up. Why are you walking so fast? Are you angry? Why are you angry? You're making me angry, because you stuck your tongue out just now. 300,000 won't even let you stick out your tongue? I'm not that stingy. Chen Hua gave a casual reply, quickly identifying the man underwater. Qin Yan looked in the direction they were looking and asked in confusion, Huh, what are they doing? Let's eat seafood. Chen Hua turned and walked towards the next area. He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was utterly shocked. No wonder cell phones weren't allowed. This place was practically a sex party. It turns out that it's not just men who become bad when they have money. Women can be even crazier when they get into fun. Pushing through the noisy crowd, a familiar face came into view. Shan Shining. This woman is sitting around playing mahjong with 3 socialites. Don't shake, she warned the man sharply. Yuan Feng knelt on the ground, his spine taut in a stiff arc. The woman's Chanel skirt swept across the back of his neck, and her knees, clad in lace stockings, pressed against his shoulder blades. The card players giggled as they tapped their cards, occasionally glancing down at the human chair. Get out of my way. Chen Shining was thrown to the ground by a tremendous force, revealing her underwear beneath her skirt. She looked astonished, propped herself up, and saw someone helping Yuan Feng up. Brother Hua? Yuan Feng's eyes were squinting from the sweat, and he could only make out a familiar silhouette. Let's go. Chen Hua pulled him along. Stop. A sharp shout startled Yuan Feng, causing him to halt in his tracks. Chen Shining recognized him. It was Yuan Feng's penniless roommate. She had met Chen Hua a few times when she picked up Yuan Feng in her car. How did you get in here? Xin Yan understood. Holy crap, this man really came to cause trouble, and he stirred up a huge wave of trouble. After hesitating for a few seconds, she stepped forward and stood next to Chen Hui. He is my friend. Xin Yan, don't say I'm disrespecting you. You can take him away, Chen Shining said coldly. But he pushed me just now, so he has to kneel down and kowtow to me. Xin Yan said in a deep voice, Chen Shining, if you really want to give me face, then let's just let this matter go. Forget it? Your sister is more likely to say that. How dare you, an illegitimate child, have such a big face? Chen Shining publicly exposed Qin Yan's shortcomings and refused to engage in any pretense or politeness. You. Just as Qin Yan was about to step forward, Yuan Feng knelt down with a thud. Shi Ning, I apologize to you on behalf of my brother. Please, be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Chen Hua pulled him up abruptly. Fengzi, what are you doing? Yuan Feng looked up and said, Brother Hua, you should leave now. This is not a place for you. He was beaten up like this. Only then did Chen Hua see the crisscrossing handprints on Yuan Feng's face. No wonder he has always resisted the idea of being a kept man. It turns out that the woman he was living off was of questionable character, and he was afraid his brothers would follow in his footsteps. Suppressing his anger, Chen Hua glared at the woman. 300,000, right? I'll pay it for you. Chen Shining chuckled, watching this drama of brotherly affection with amusement. Who said it was 300,000? The contract stipulates 10 times the compensation. If he wants his freedom, he has to pay me 3 million. Damn. That's so damn shady. Chen Hua never expected Chen Shining to be this kind of person. No wonder Yuan Feng didn't dare to resist even though he knew the sugar daddy contract was legally invalid, given this crazy woman's personality. She'll definitely ruin him. Brother Hua, you should go. Yuan Feng shook his head helplessly, and when he looked up, he saw Chen Shining raising a hand. As if resigned to his fate, he obediently walked over and gently touched his head to hers. Chen Shining smiled provocatively. Good boy, put on the collar and I'll let your brother go. Really? Yuan Feng looked at the golden collar, took it, and prepared to put it on his head. Xin Yan couldn't stand it any longer and leaned closer to Chen Hua, whispering, How about I lend you 3 million? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. Chen Hua's lips twitched. He wondered if this woman had too much money to spend, or if she had been bewitched. Would you really lend 3 million to someone you just met? Anyone who didn't know better would think she had a system. This completely disrupted his coherent anger. He strode forward, snatched the collar from Yuan Feng's hand, pulled out his phone, and grinned at Chen Shining. Card number. Chen Shining was taken aback.
She didn't believe Chen Hua had so much money, and she couldn't believe that someone would spend 3 million yuan for their roommate.
Yuan Feng was completely dumbfounded.
He didn't know if Brother Hua had asked young Master Lu for help, or if he was fawning over the school beauty.
I can even come up with 3 million.
And it was taken for him. Even if you sold him, he wouldn't be worth this price. With a mischievous smile playing on her lips, Chen Shining recited a string of numbers. When he received the notification that 3 million had been deposited into his account, his expression suddenly turned grim.
How could that be?
How could this poor kid possibly come up with 3 million?
Wait.
The money's all settled, but what about his food and drink expenses? She immediately tried to find an excuse, but then she remembered that she hadn't spent much money on Yuan Feng, and she was even stingy with him when he ate with her.
What she liked was the sense of fragility in Yuan Feng. If he were raised too well, how could he remain fragile? Yes, the money's all settled.
Chen Hua put away his phone, his face grim, and said, "It's time to settle other scores." He suddenly became fierce and slapped Chen Shining hard across the face with both hands. This series of actions caused everyone's expression to change.
Slap him across the face. He actually dared to slap Chen Shining twice.
Even if the Chen family is only at the bottom of the wealth list, their billions in assets and extensive network of connections are no joke.
You, how dare you?
The woman in pajamas pointed at Chen Hua, her voice trembling. Chen Hua slapped her across the face, making her see stars.
Who else wants to try?
One look from him silenced everyone around him. Chen Shining collapsed to the ground, her ears ringing. Yuan Feng was also in a daze. He had been overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information he had received in such a short period.
Not only did Chen Hua give himself 3 million yuan, but he also dared to slap Chen Shining in public?
Xinyan was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. This was no male model at all. He was clearly a young master who was hiding his true abilities.
You dare hit me?
Chen Shining finally recovered and shouted at the top of her lungs, "My dad has never hit me."
Your dad? Believe me or not, I'll beat your dad up too. A mere gatekeeper on the wealth rankings, does he really think he's someone important?
Chen Hua instantly switched to his arrogant and domineering rich kid mode.
Chen Shining, let me tell you.
This year I'll make sure your Chen family gets off the list.
If a college student said that, it would be absolutely bragging. But for Chen Hua, this is by no means empty talk.
He will eventually make it onto the wealth list this year, and the first family to be pushed off will be Chen Shining's.
Chapter 49. Comparing ourselves to throwing money around? What makes you think you can compare with me? Impossible. Chen Shining exclaimed in disbelief. She had learned about Yuan Feng's dormitory situation. Apart from the guy surnamed Lu, who was a rich second generation, the others were all ordinary students.
Chen Hua was an orphan who made a living by working part-time. Even if he offered 3 million, there was absolutely no way he could get the Chen family off the wealth list. Chen Shining yelled at the other men, "Kill him."
10,000 each.
The men looked at each other, wondering if this rich heiress had lost her mind and was willing to kill someone for 100,000 yuan.
Moreover, the harsh words the man just uttered clearly indicate that he has a powerful background.
The woman in the pajamas immediately corrected, "Arrest him, 100,000 each."
Just arresting them shouldn't be a big deal.
4 or 5 male models exchanged glances and then surrounded them.
Grab him. 100,000 each.
Several more men joined the encirclement.
This is easy to understand.
Whether people become male models or lovers, the essence is still money.
I'll be anyone's dog, whoever feeds me. Spend money recklessly? Chen Huichi laughed. You dare to compete with me in spending money?
Your money is earned by your parents through hard work, while my money comes from thin air.
What makes you think you can compare to me? Chen Hua roared, "Follow me, 1 million each."
The moment these words were spoken, the entire room froze.
A million? Really?
The male models looked at each other and whispered among themselves. They might believe 100,000, but 1 million is too big a number. It sounds like a joke. If it's 1 million, and they eat 3 pounds of excrement, then the credibility increases significantly. Is what you say true, benefactor? Asked the young Taoist priest who was watching from afar.
Card number, name. Excuse me, could you please move aside?
The young Taoist priest pushed through the crowd and casually walked into the encirclement, giving Chen Hua a series of card numbers.
He wrote his name on his palm. The other men just waited for their transaction, and even women who weren't directly involved were very curious. This level of extravagance was quite rare even among the rich second generation.
$1 million is enough to ruin several young puppies. Shenhua handed the screen to the young Taoist priest. It's turned around. The young Taoist priest respectfully clasped his hands together, then faced outwards in a starting stance to meet the enemy, Yuqing Palace, Mingjiang.
This is a betrayal. The men in the encirclement were momentarily stunned. He really did receive $1 million.
There are 9 spots left, 500,000 yuan each, Shenhua said calmly. The demonstration has already been conducted, so we can lower the price now. The male models exchanged glances, their desire for money becoming increasingly undisguised.
Me. 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 Pick me. Pick me. I'm strong. Me. 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 I have so many positions. Me. 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 I'm not afraid of getting burned.
The crowd surged forward, but Mingjiang managed to hold them back. Let's smash this place up together.
Then come find me for your money.
At Shenhua's command, he was the first to grab a chair and smash it against the glass wall made of wine glasses. With a loud crash, shards of glass flew everywhere. The men went completely wild, sweeping through the crystal chandeliers, expensive wine cabinets, imported furniture, and other furnishings in front of them. The women screamed and scattered, while Chen Shining was dragged away by several followers, and the whole scene was in chaos.
Brother Hua, where did you get so much money?
Yuan Feng was sweating profusely with anxiety, but Chen Hua gave him a look that said, "We'll talk about it later."
This is so cool.
Xin Yan murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling, unwilling to take her gaze off Chen Hua for even a moment. It feels like you're keeping a kept man who was actually a powerful and wealthy second-generation heir.
She thought it was so awesome. Stop.
A middle-aged man strode in, followed by 7 or 8 henchmen dressed in black, each wielding a steel pipe. The group was menacing, and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone unconsciously stopped what they were doing.
Damn it!
Who the hell dares to cause trouble on my turf? The middle-aged man leading the group was dressed in a black suit with a snow-white shirt underneath, the collar slightly open, revealing a thick gold chain around his neck. Seeing this situation, several male models silently moved closer to Chen Ho and Ming Zhang, forming a standoff with the other side. These male models are not from the club, they are hired by the women themselves. They are in this line of work to make money, and they will do things for whoever pays the most. But now the other side clearly has the upper hand in numbers. Besides the thugs, there are also many loyal dogs who have been kept by their mistresses for a long time, standing there in a dense crowd.
He's Boss Huang from the club, Jin Yan whispered, shrinking back behind Chen Hua.
She was the only woman standing on Chen Hua's side, which gave off a strange, subtle feeling of betraying her best friend. "Sai, we've only known each other for a few days, what kind of sister are we? Besides, a girlfriend is only temporary, but a man is for life." Xin Yan nodded to herself as she watched Chen Hua's retreating figure. No matter what, she was determined to support her man. Boss Huang glanced around and suddenly saw Chen Shining being supported. Her usually delicate and proud face was now red and swollen, her hair was disheveled, and she looked very sorry for herself. Chen Shining pointed at Chen Huo and screamed, "It's him!
Kill him for me!"
Mr. Huang flew into a rage, "Damn it!
Did you beat my god of wealth up like this?" Chen Hua nodded slightly, "Boss Huang, right?
I'll give you face and let's just let this matter go." Mr. Huang's brows furrowed deeply, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost.
Are you fucking crazy? You beat up my VIP guest, wrecked my place, and you're telling me to just let it go?
I don't even respect you, my god of wealth, and you still want to be the first to stick your neck out? Chen Hua sneered, "Your place is a gathering for lewd acts, but I have so many witnesses here who are willing to testify."
Are you trying to make a big fuss about this? You mean you want me to swallow this bitter pill without saying a word?
Yes, you either have to accept the loss yourself, or you have to get Chen Shining to compensate you.
If you insist on making trouble for me, I'll tear down your brothel right now. Mr. Huang laughed angrily, "How many mothers do you have? How dare you be so arrogant with me?"
Chen Hua said earnestly, "I'm an orphan, just like you." He really is an orphan, and judging from the other person's appearance it's probably coming to an end soon.
Damn it!
Boss Huang waved his hand violently, "Nobody's leaving until they kneel down and pay up the money." Before he finished speaking, the thugs in black rushed forward, wielding steel pipes. These guys were seasoned gangsters and didn't take those pretty boys seriously at all. They thought 7 or 8 of them could easily beat these spineless gigolos.
Fight!
Add 100,000 to each person, medical expenses are separate.
Chen Ho promised, boosting morale. Enticed by the hefty reward, the male models became enraged and started attacking, grabbing bottles and chairs from the ground.
Ming Zhang stopped where he was and said without turning his head, "Brother Chen, stay close to me, I'll protect you as you get out of here."
No need. Taking them all down is the best protection you can give me.
Chen Hua could tell that the young Taoist priest had this ability, although he had never actually seen this person make a move. But when I first came in, I heard that he had defeated 5 opponents in the ring without even breaking a sweat.
Good. Chapter 50. Isn't this the benefactor who performed brain surgery on me?
Ming Zhang dashed out with a whoosh, disappearing into the crowd like a dragon. The sound of steel pipes whistling through the air rang out repeatedly, but they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The moment his figure passed through the 2 men in black, the wind whipped up their clothes, followed by a muffled crack. 2 hands pressed down, causing the 2 heads to collide, and the man in black instantly collapsed.
Sharp. Chen Ho protected Qin Yan and Yuan Feng, secretly marveling at their situation.
Although he is strong, he relies entirely on the dead muscles enhanced by the system, and he has no strategy when it comes to fighting. This young Taoist priest had clearly been practicing martial arts since childhood, and he wasn't just practicing fancy moves for show, but rather real combat martial arts that could defeat enemies with every move. On the field, the others were still locked in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to determine a winner for the time being. But once Ming Zhang sets his sights on someone, they will inevitably fall to the ground within 3 moves. Seeing that things were going badly, Boss Huang gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone. Damn it, call for help.
His sworn brother, a figure in the underworld, was visiting upstairs.
He didn't want to disturb him, but now he had no choice but to call for help.
Those loyal followers of the rich woman secretly sweated, wondering if they would be asked to risk their lives. Why not join them? You could get 500,000.
500,000 yuan, how long would it take to work yourself to death, drink alcohol, and take drugs to serve a rich woman?
These rich women, despite having little money, are incredibly demanding. They'll squeeze every last penny out of you.
Who the hell came here with their fly undone, trying to show off to my brother? A loud shout startled everyone, and a burly man barged in with 2 henchmen.
Don't be afraid, brother. The rest of us are on our way. We'll teach this blind fool a lesson.
The burly man walked with a powerful stride, clearly not someone to be trifled with. His head was wrapped in white bandages, making him appear even more like a ruthless character who was used to fighting and brawling. Chen Hua smiled when he saw who it was. He recognized the old man.
Who are you calling blind? Damn it, I'm talking about you, you little brat. Zhang Zhenbiao opened his mouth and angrily retorted.
She turned her head and saw the man opposite her clearly. Suddenly, the angry shouting stopped abruptly and was replaced by a respectful address. Young Master Chen.
Holy crap, it's that living devil again. His head throbbed with pain, and the bandage around it was a memento left by the young man in front of him. I deserve a beating for my foul mouth.
Zhang Zhenbiao instantly shrank halfway down, slapping himself repeatedly in the face, leaving everyone around him dumbfounded.
Mr. Huang's heart skipped a beat. Brother, do you know this man?
Zhang Zhenbiao swallowed hard, remembering Brother Dao's warning this guy was Chen Jianjun's.
But I can't say that here.
Zhang Zhenbiao said in a low voice, this wound on my head was inflicted by him. When Mr. Huang was entertaining his elder brother early in the morning, he noticed that the man had an injury on his head. When asked about the reason, Zhang Zhenbiao only vaguely said that he had offended someone he shouldn't have and refused to elaborate. I never expected that person to wreck my place that night. At this point, he understood that even his elder brother respected someone so much that he couldn't possibly stand up for Chen Shining, and he would have to suffer in silence tonight's losses.
Young Master Chen, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Zhang Zhenbiao quickly tried to smooth things over.
He patted his younger brother on the head. You dare mess with young Master Chen.
He's my benefactor. The benefactor who performed brain surgery on me. Boss Huang's expression immediately changed. Young Master Chen, this is like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple.
You should know that you are my elder brother's benefactor. How could I dare to offend you? This attempt to get close to him not only shows a humble attitude but also aims to make the other party consider him one of their own. Enough with the nonsense, Chen Hua interrupted him.
I'm not going to cause trouble today, so get out of the way. Get out of the way for young Master Chen.
Zhang Zhenbiao roared, and those behind him spontaneously made way for him. Everyone was incredulous, especially Chen Shining. She had thought that Boss Huang, who was involved in the underworld, could teach Chenhua a lesson, but she never expected it to end like this.
Boss Huang. Miss Chen, you've been frightened.
Please help her upstairs to rest. Mr. Huang quickly interrupted the distinguished guest, fearing that she might cause further trouble. The group of people passed through the narrow passage. As Yuan Feng passed by, Chen Shining suddenly called out to him softly, "Yuan Feng, please don't go."
Yuan Feng stopped in his tracks.
The phrase "please don't go" seems to have only been said to him by his PE teacher during running sessions. The two stared at each other in silence. Chen Shining parted her red lips slightly and murmured, I know I was wrong."
Chenhua's eyelids twitched. This was a master.
At this point, he actually thought of putting aside his pride and playing the emotional card.
"Fengzi, please don't be soft-hearted."
She didn't know she was wrong, she was just afraid of losing her toy.
"Chen Shining, you dare to call yourself miss?"
Chenhua rushed forward and slapped her hard. "Remember what I said, this year I will make sure your Chen family is kicked off the wealth list." He was worried that this crazy woman would cause trouble for Yuan Feng again in the future. This slap was meant to both intimidate her and draw attention away from her. Chen Shining's face turned ashen, but she didn't even dare to look up and glare at Chenhua. She had never suffered such humiliation before, but deep down she was more afraid.
Who exactly is this person? How dare he be so reckless? Just then, she overheard Boss Huang quietly asking his older brother, "Can young Master Chen really make her family get out of here?" Zhang Zhenbiao doesn't understand business, he just boasts, yes.
In the club lobby, a group of male models bowed deeply.
"Thank you, young Master Chen."
They all received their compensation. After earning 600,000 yuan in one night, many people invited each other to go to a club with young models.
For the older women, it's all business. For the younger women, it's life. Chenhua really wanted to advise them, the worst thing you can do is to do what you're in. The young Taoist priest Ming Zhang had changed into a dark Taoist robe and respectfully bowed to Chenhua. Chenhua asked curiously, "Young Taoist priest, what are you doing in a place like this?"
Taoist priests and male model clubs are truly incompatible. Ming Zhang explained the reason in a humble yet assertive manner. "I came down the mountain to raise funds for the repair of the Taoist temple, and a female benefactor said she would donate 50,000 after participating in the activities here."
Xin Yan, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but tease, "Don't you cultivators emphasize purifying your minds and reducing desires? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the immortals for coming to a place like this?"
"I'm just here to compete, I haven't picked up any bad habits," Ming Zhang replied with a smile. "It's all for the sake of repairing the Taoist temple. I don't think the immortals would want to be exposed to the sun and rain all day long."
"Young Taoist priest, are you still short of funds to repair the Taoist temple?"
Although he had already given 1 million, Chenhua was willing to continue supporting him.
"Brother Chen, thank you for your generous help. The money raised before is already enough." Ming Zhang said gratefully, "We will erect a monument to commemorate your good deeds.
If the Taoist temple needs anything in the future, please feel free to contact me." As Chenhua spoke, he thought to himself that Yuqing Palace must be a secluded place of cultivation deep in the mountains, which he had never heard of before.
Ming Zhang nodded, "I rarely go down the mountain. If there are any more cases of punishing evil and promoting good, Brother Chen, you can ask me for help." The two exchanged contact information and became friends.
After the young Taoist priest left, Xin Yan warned Yuan Feng, "Don't follow," and pulled Chenhua aside.